for being here. Supriya Srinath is here. She's covered many budgets in her capacity as a business journalist, now waiting, itching to tear the budget numbers apart. Zafar Islam joins us. He's been a banker in the BJP and understands budget making. With us also is Yashwant Deshmukh, whose team at Sea Voter led the exercise of trying to get a sense of the economic review from the lens of the Indian voter. The government did its own economic review. We'll see how the voters are looking at the current state of the Indian economy. So let me take question number one on our screen right now. Has the centre delivered on the economic front? This was the question posed by the Sea Voter team. Here are the responses. And what we've done to try and make this easier for you to decode is going back 5 years. You can look at numbers starting from 2020. Better than expected, say 40% of the respondents. In 2020, it was 34%. 21, it was 30%. Remember, that's also when the pandemic happened. Just as expected, say 25%. Earlier, it was 16% in 2020, so it's gone up a little bit more. Worse than expected is now at 35%. In 2020, it was at 50%. In 21, it was at 40%. So what this shows broadly is those who think the economy is doing better than expected as a percentage have gone up. Those who think the economy is doing worse than expected as a percentage has come down. But remember, the base here are the years of the pandemic, and therefore that's when expectations were really low in terms of how the government was actually performing. So with that, let me get our first word in from Rajiv Kumar. Dr. Kumar, this first set of data suggests that people aren't delighted with the way the economy is, but they aren't particularly disappointed either. They think it's going just the kind of way they'd like it to, or they would have imagined that it would.
I think this data reflects the reality, and I said this earlier in the earlier show, which is that most people, the large sort of mass of common people believe that this government is working and working for their benefit. And that's happened because of several things that the government has done, and principally amongst them, I would count the direct benefit transfers, the sort of scheme that the government has announced, and the fact that, it is reaching food to the 800 million people, etc., etc. Now, and the fact that the government, I think the people recognize the fact that despite the global uncertainty and despite the pandemic, the government is back on track. And I think that's what's reflected in this data.
Back on track and doing better than the rest of the world. Because remember, economic performance is always relative. The International Monetary Fund in its global macroeconomic outlook that came out this week has actually revised upwards India's economic growth and has a bullish outlook on India's growth next year as well. Supriya Srinath, there were various things that happened during this term of the Modi government where the government could have botched up spectacularly, and a lot of international governments did. The Modi government, to its credit, seems to have kept an even keel and at this time seems poised for a takeoff. That's what the data seems to be suggesting. What you, as an opposition leader, make of the economic performance of the current government?
I don't just think as an opposition leader, as somebody who tracks the Indian economy very closely, and I'm going to wear both hats intermittently, but I find it very amusing, and I find it amusing that you say that the government could have botched up. The government has botched up. If 10,000 people in Haryana are queuing up to go to war zone for jobs, that is a botch up. If 3,000 children line up outside Pune, Hinjanwadi for that one IT job, that is a botch up. If consumption has crashed from 7.5% to 4.4%, which is 2/3 of the Indian GDP, that is a botch up. If rural
but some
wages...
of this is always the case in a country
let me finish. No, it is not. No, it is not. A demand dip. Hindustan Unilever, somebody like you who also looks at business today, ask your editors there. Hindustan Unilever, which is a yardstick, which is the bellwether as far as consumption is concerned, is reporting negative sales growth, very, very muted profits. Why is that happening? Because demand is down. Now, if the economy was on a cruise, if the economy was doing well, why would demand dip? If the economy was well, why would joblessness be an issue? The reality is that whether it's consumption, whether it's joblessness, or even investment for that matter, is the government Achilles heel. The private investment is not happening. It's still below 30%. The gross fixed capital formation, the number that we track, it's still below 30%. The government's engine is spending, but I don't think for how long can that chug along completely. And I will just end by saying, there are 4 blocks to any GDP, any economy that you track. Consumption, investment, exports, and investment, as far as government investment. There is only one engine that's chugging along. How long will that continue? I think is the big question. Our exports are sputtering. FDI is down to a 16-year low. I mean, if everything was hunky-dory and all our policies was in great shape, why is FDI down? Why is the rupee crashing to 84? I think these are things that we have to look beyond the rhetoric.
Let
It's good
Zafar
to talk
Islam
about
respond to the charge that there was a meeting recently of industry representatives and the finance minister where she actually made the same point that private industry needs to do more in terms of investment. A lot of India's growth is actually coming from government investment in public infrastructure projects, which beyond a point cannot be the only engine firing the economy. Are you disappointed with the fact that despite the fact that corporate tax rates have been brought down and tax collections are up, we still aren't in a situation where India Inc. is investing the way the government thinks they ought to?
Rahul, we really need to understand and visit little bit till 2012 and all and do a back testing. We had excess capacity because money was freely available. All the industries were actually being set up by many of the businesses houses without doing any proper project evaluation. So most of the projects which they had actually put in at that time became NPAs. So we had inherited a problem of NPAs. Bank was not in a position to lend and excess capacity was the another problem we were facing. Now we are in a position where bank is in a very sound position. Banks is in a position to lend and they are lending. The lending rate has gone up and the excess capacity in the system has also come off. Now there is a capacity utilization is around 75, 76%.
No, but it's been in the mid-70s for very long.
No.
And at some point in time, a virtuous investment cycle is supposed to kick off, which everyone's been waiting for.
Rahul, you have to understand, you need to have growth capital. Growth capital comes from the equity as well as the bank loan. Bank was not in a position to lend. How do you, even if you have some surplus cash on your balance sheet, you will not be able to invest because you need debt from the banking segment, which was not coming. Now in a position to that private sectors are evaluating projects, they are investing, they are putting new projects, and you will see that lot more projects will come up.
Subhash,
because
if you were involved in the process of building this budget, would you be entering the exercise feeling optimistic? Or because some of the concerns we had when you were with us last year in terms of private investment not kicking off, and Rajiv Kumar was there as well, those concerns still persist. Now this investment cycle that Zafar is speaking about, everyone, including those in government, have been waiting for this cycle. It's almost as if, kab aayenge ye din?
That's true. The government has done very well to keep the investment going by putting the public investment. The private investment has practically collapsed.
Why?
Why? The private investment happens when they see profit at the end of it. No one does investment for the sake of
No, but
charity.
the point that Zafar makes, that capacity utilization is now in its mid-70s, which is when, at least academically and theoretically, an investment cycle for the next 10 years should begin.
Rahul, this is basically talking about the manufacturing industrial economy. That is already matured. The new investment is going into the digital economy, the environmental economy, the infrastructure economy. That is where the new investment. And it is the new enterprises, the startups of the world, those kind of things. That is what is sustained by the foreign investment, foreign technology transfer, bank loans.
So you're saying that doesn't require this kind of investment?
No, it's actually in the reverse. Now you see the startup. We were doing very well until 2 years back. The startup story is busting now. There is more startups.
No, but that's not the government's fault.
No, you are asking me about the private sector.
Sure.
That is a private sector. That is the private sector. Why would they invest? Because they were looking at the animal spirits that let us raise our volume.
And getting carried away and flying in the air.
They got carried
But Rajiv Kumar, what do you make of this point that Dr. Garg is making, that private investment is down because private India Inc. is not seeing profits in the future, which is why they don't see the need to invest.
Rahul, I'm afraid, with due respect, private investment is not down. It's not increasing as rapidly as it can be.
Sure, that's right.
FY21, the private, this is the review of economy that's just been put out, was 3.7 trillion rupees. And now in FY23, it's a 5.9 trillion rupees. Right? So it's gone up. The bank credit it went down to 2%, the increase in bank credit annual. Non-food bank credit, now it's up to 19%. Yes, it was 25, 26% at a time of the exuberance in the 2008 to 2012 period, which resulted in the balance sheet weakness that you had. But that bank credit is now going up. So therefore, it's beginning to happen. What I have, and I've said this to sort of, to the highest authorities, as it were, is that the second leg of the K-shape, the small and medium enterprises, they are not doing as well as they should have been doing. And that's something that requires attention.
That it's not doomsday the way Supriya has predicted. Yes,
I just want to
it's
make
not
a small point.
The bank credit is going up, which is true, because personal loans and the services are going up. But the industrial credit is very much down. It is
no, it's
just
not down.
From 43% in 2014 of the total credit, the industrial credit is 26% now.
Yeah, but the rest of it is going to housing, which generates a lot of jobs.
I think the small point that is to be made here is, while we talk about investment, who invests? Investment is an act of faith, whether it is your domestic industry or the international operators who come. Your FDI being at a 16-year low, consistently going down for the last 3 years, should raise red flags. Because guess what? People are engaging more with agriculture. Jobs in services are going down. Jobs in manufacturing have gone down. I think these are reasons to be concerned about. Why? Because I do believe, A, unpredictable policy framework, and I also feel the social
No, but what is
environment.
unpredictable? There's been quite a lot of predictability.
Really?
In which part do you
kind
see
of- the
unpredictability?
kind of-
I mean, retrospective taxation on your watch by Pranab Mukherjee as
which was
finance
wrong,
minister.
absolutely.
That is a case of unpredictable policy
but
making.
GFCF was still much higher for us than it is for Mr. Modi or his government.
No, no,
In
but
the
where
last
are you
let me
seeing
finish.
unpredictable
I will tell you where I'm
policy
seeing
making, okay?
unpredictable policy. When people want to invest, they want to see law and order. They want to see a safe working environment. They want to see peace. They want to see economy. I think it is all, no, 1 second, you cannot right now, I'm still speaking. I think it is all playing in. Why is Indian industry, which sings peals of Mr. Modi, not putting money
Okay,
where its
let's
mouth
Zafar
is? No,
respond to
1
that.
second. And I just want to say one small thing. Does anybody care about the fact that services, the jobs in services are going down and the government wants to lose no sleep over it? And with all due respect to bank credit and with all due respect to everything, the reality is that corporate India was still being given kid glove treatment. You still gave them corporate tax exemption. You still wrote off 14.5 lakh crore rupees. They're still not investing. I think that's a serious cause of concern. They don't
Let
believe
Zafar
you.
respond to that.
One
See,
small point.
I heard her, and she was talking about various FMCG companies. Their top line has come off, profitability has come down because they had monopoly. There is no more monopoly today of Britannia or other companies you have mentioned, because you have likes of Patanjali. See their top line, see their bottom line. They have done
Patanjali
exceedingly.
isn't growing any longer in the way
No,
that it
but they're still they are eating their market share. HUL is the biggest competition is from Patanjali. See the kind of turnover they are. Secondly, no, let me just listen. Let me just complete. She is talking about the FDI. In last 10 years of UPA, 10 years of UPA and last 10 years of NDA, just see the number of how much FDI we have been able to attract.
Why is
They
it
could
going down
attract.
for the last 3 years?
Let me just complete. Why you are interrupting? You have no patience.
You interrupted me, I'm returning the favor.
They could attract only $250 trillion. We are almost going towards 1 trillion.
Why is it going down
No,
for the last 3 years?
1 trillion,
Now we're at
$1
$16
trillion purely because she was talking about predictability because people are comfortable.
Okay.
Last year of government always
They're so comfortable, they don't want to invest, they don't want to consume.
Last year
serious
of
comfort in
election
this
year,
economy.
every investor wait for the election to get over and then will they
That's
be
also
invested.
Okay,
Dr. Asad,
Rajiv
no,
Kumar.
no,
Well, 1 second. No, the fact is that there is consumption that's happening. Make no mistake, but it's
1 second.
consumption amongst
No,
the
consumption
creamy
is
layer.
down. Absolutely.
Consumption amongst
Luxury
the
consumption
creamy
is
layer.
happening.
Those who are rich are feeling rich and they're going out and spending. Those who are poor aren't spending quite as much, and that's a very big problem.
Second. I just want to put this FDI question at rest. I said this in the last show as well. The FDI is down because the global uncertainty is huge. The US interest rates had been going up and the money is flowing back there. And the clinching data for that is that the share of India's share in global FDI flow was 2.3% in FY17. And now it's 4.3% in FY23.
That's a good point. And also the fact that
and the share is gone.
And I'll tell you why.
16,
Because
one
the
second, I want to
share
go
of
across to-
China has also gone down. That investment should have ideally come to us. It has
No,
not.
but
I want to go
increased.
across to Yashwant
Exactly.
Deshmukh.
Our share has
Two
gone up.
points.
Our share has
The
gone up.
IMF data that came out says that 16% of global growth this year, all the growth that happens in the world, 16% improved. This was 39% earlier. So that's actually tending downwards from the beginning of the government. Is the same as about 30%. And has got worse is now at 35%. So those who think that things are worse is actually coming down, because that was earlier at 49%, 42%, 45%. So it's actually come down to 35. But Yashwant, the fact also is that at the beginning of this government's term, we went into the pandemic, and therefore, if you compare from where the government started to now, it seems that the outlook is generally more positive than it was 5 years ago.
Exactly, Rahul, and that's the fact that pandemic was a black swan event. I mean, from all parameters, and somehow the numbers, if you take the standalone numbers as on today and do not look into the timeline, you will look into the distress signals and you will read the data in a different way. But if you look at the timeline and you see that people are actually comparing their situation a couple of years back during the pandemic years, right after the second wave and so on and so forth. And this is where you realize that actually the data is coming down to pre-pandemic emotion or sentiment in that way. So that doesn't mean there is no distress. That doesn't mean people are not complaining that there are no problems. That doesn't mean people are not saying that they have a problem in running their kitchen. But at the same time, same set of respondents are also appreciating the fact they are just out of the pandemic. They are somehow appreciating the government, the way they are handling the things, and the optimism level is high. So there are both the things. Number one, distress signals are there. People are complaining. Big number of people are complaining. It is difficult to manage their kitchen, difficult to manage their day-to-day budget. But at the same time, the optimism and hope index is high that things will get better from here.
Now, so let me run that question. In fact, the question about how people view the next year. Are they confident that next year will be better or worse? Here it is. What's your understanding of the quality of the common man's life next year? Will improve, say, 42%, but keep in mind that earlier, 58% in 2020 and 67% in 21 thought life in the year to come would be better, okay? So now will be the same is about 31%. 31% say it will be the same. In 2018, it was 14%. In 2019, it is 17%. Now that's 31. So will be the same is 31%, and will deteriorate is 28%. In 2018, it was about 28%. So it's kind of just there. How would you be reading this data, Yashwant? The fact that the level of, you can call it exuberance or optimism, is more muted, but it's not as if it's gloom and doom either.
Exactly. That's how I read it. That, there is optimism. It is a bit of muted in that way because still the inflation issues are bothering them. Having said that, there is also data in the timeline, Rahul, which has to be seen before this term of 2019 to 24 and starting that data in 2013. That will give the context, in that way. Almost 8 out of 10 back in 2013 poll were saying a negative sentiment, saying that they are not really hopeful. Basically, when you look into the data of 2013 and compare to post-pandemic data, it is eye-opener, Rahul, that the way people used to express the hopelessness in 2013-14 time and the post-pandemic time are almost on the same level. That is what explains actually, Rahul, that why exactly these distressing numbers are not really turning into a political disaster for the BJP at this point of time. Simply because people are not only comparing it with the situation in post-pandemic, they are also comparing it 10 years back. Somehow this is a long-term trend line, and this trend line is giving the hope or the positive emotion for the respondent. And I guess that more
Yashwant, okay, you make an important point. Let Supriya respond to it, because when you look at the data and the economic situation in our country, bear in mind that there is a war between Russia and Ukraine that goes on. There is a massive crisis in the Middle East which is potentially escalating. In China, their economy is in a black hole. Evergrande, one of their biggest real estate companies, has gone bust. And therefore, when you look at this data, Supriya, you have to bear what Rajiv Kumar was saying, that all this is happening at a time of immense geopolitical uncertainty.
And geopolitical uncertainty has been a part of Indian economy and Indian life since we coupled with the world. So this is nothing new.
No,
There were
but we're
taper
doing better
tantrums,
than the
there
rest of
was
the world.
2008
Can
depression.
I just call one
No,
second? Let me
just
call
finish.
that IMF data on the screen.
No,
which
one
looks
second.
at
No, I want to
the
speak on this
projection
data.
for India.
Please speak on this
yes,
data
go on.
because I think your reading of this data is incorrect. You said the number of people who believe their condition is going to deteriorate next year has gone up from 25 to 28%. People who said will remain the same from 14%, it has gone to 31%. So there is more doom. Lesser people believe it's going to significantly improve. If things are so hunky-dory, more and more people will believe their condition is going to improve, but more and more people don't believe
No, but
that.
you're clutching at straws.
I am not clutching at straws.
25 to 28 is not gloom doom.
No, I'm not
It is
clutching
okay.
at straws.
It is
The problem, Rahul,
concerning,
the problem,
but it's not
Rahul,
doom.
It's about how you read the data.
Yeah, it's about how you read the data.
You read the data and you said everything is hunky-dory, there's exuberance.
42%, 40, one second, come on.
There is no
Listen,
exuberance.
I read statistics, so don't argue with me on this.
No, I will argue with you because I understand statistics.
4 out of 10 people are telling you that they think their quality of life will be better.
Because
That
from
signifies
the pandemic years,
that signifies
obviously.
no, that's
From
at
the
this
pandemic years.
not from the
Look at the
pandemic,
pandemic
not
years.
from the pandemic. At this moment,
Rahul,
when asked about outlook for next year,
If
4 out of 10
everything- I
respondents are
ask you a
saying
simple
that they
question.
think their economic
Forget about the
outlook will be
numbers. I
better.
ask you
Now
a
you're saying
simple
forget the numbers.
question.
Now the numbers don't suit you. You're saying forget the
Because the
numbers.
problem is that you're trying to outshout me.
I'm not
Don't
outshouting
outshout
you.
me. Let me talk.
Go on.
Please don't interfere. Just like you gave everybody
Go on.
a monologue, give me a 30-second
go on, make your
monologue as
point.
well. The problem with the data that you're putting out is you are selectively reading it. If there are more people in the economy, almost over half, over actually 2/3 of people believe their condition will either be the same or will deteriorate, I think it's gloom. I mean, where is the exuberance? 6 out of those 10 people are saying, "Meri condition ya to aisi rahegi, ya aur kharab ho jayegi." I don't
Okay.
know. I think that's
Well,
selective reading of the data. But let me just make one important point here. We were discussing the Indian economy. We were discussing the MSMEs. The share of the MSMEs in global exports used to be, in our exports, used to be 50%. It's gone down to 44%. Share of MSMEs in GDP has significantly gone down. About 30,000 MSMEs have shut down in the last 3 years. Which economy are we referring to? Are we only talking about the K that went up? And are we not going to talk about the K that went down?
I just want to put this in context and call up on the screen the IMF outlook for the Indian economy and some of the other peer economies internationally. That will give you a
Let's talk
sense.
about the ILO
because
data. The ILO data says
ultimately
wages are going
how
down.
India performs is relative to what's happening elsewhere. So the US economy projected to grow at 1.6% this year. In the Eurozone,
It's a $22 trillion economy.
0.5%. Germany, negative 0.3%. France, 0.8%. Japan, 1%. UK, 0.5%. India, 6.7% for this year and 6.5% for next year. Look at China, for example, 5.2% on a much bigger base, make no mistake. Russia, 3.0%. Brazil, 3.1%. Mexico, 3.4%. So the fact is, Rajiv Kumar, that the Indian economy, relative to how the other big economies are growing, is one of the strongest points of growth for the global engine.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that the Indian economy is doing much better than the others. And that's because I think our domestic demand and our, whatever we might say about the consumption and investment, both are the strong pillars here. And it is going to be the fastest economy. But I've also said, Rahul, very often, that we should not be complacent at 6.5.
Oh, sure, of course.
We need a much higher growth rate.
Now,
for us
respond to the point that Supriya would make, that your promise was double digit, right? Relative to that, if you say you're settling now at 6.5, 6.7 and are wanting credit for it, that's not fair. You promised double digit, you're far from delivering that.
Rahul, first of all, you had shown this earlier slide about the global economy, how the global economy is performing. India is contributing almost 17-18% of incremental growth, global growth. That itself suggests that Indian economy is the engine for global growth right now. Secondly, before pandemic, we definitely have expectations, but we had seen 2 wars, we have seen pandemic, yet our economy is much better than compared to any other economy in the world. Secondly, what is more important, in terms of the expectation and exuberance and people's expectation from the government, I think this is the best ever time in the history of independent India where people have confidence in the government, people have confidence in the leadership, people have confidence is from the party who can deliver to their expectation, and their welfare scheme is being run. They are the beneficiary of the welfare scheme, and they feel that there is a government who can deliver to their door everything what has
So I
been
have
promised
to-
by them
So
are
according
not
to
being
Dr.
delivered, but
Kumar,
now it's been delivered to them.
very small point.
Stop. Let me just complete. I have never interrupted you. So people's expectation, that's why we say, no, we say that we will definitely improve our number of seats. We will win this year from 2019 purely because of what we have delivered to the people, and there's
Supriya, very
expectation
quick. Yes,
of people's
go on.
confidence
If
in our
Dr.
relationship.
Kumar says here, and if Zafar Islam says everything is hunky-dory, he believes the two important pillars, consumption and investment, are very robust. I have given you statistics where consumption is collapsed. I'm giving you statistics where gross fixed capital formation is still under 30%. So, I mean, which numbers are you basing your optimism on? Which numbers are you basing your
Consumption
arguments on?
as a
Because there
share-
certainly seem to be a
Supriya,
number that
consumption-
either it is not being tracked or a number that is not in the public
Consumption
domain,
as
sir.
a
With
share
all
of
due
GDP
respect to your economic prowess and to his political prowess
Consumption as
right here.
percentage of GDP was 58%, 58.2 in the pre-pandemic years. Is now gone up to 62. It's increased. You see the data.
Sir, the pace of growth, there is a reason why rural wages
look,
are going down. You want to quote the IMF?
The
Look at
rate
the
of
ILO
growth-
report on
yes,
wages.
the rate of growth-
Indian wages are consistently muted. I mean, you
We are making 16% share of the global, that's what we're contributing. But let us keep the perspective a little longer. For 5 years of the current government, what is our average growth rate? It is only 4.3%.
So you had a pandemic, you had wars.
Whatever.
It's
So-
a once in a century
No,
event.
but you can't forget the period. Earlier period, there was global financial crisis.
2008, there was an
Always
economic
there would be
depression.
something or the other. But we shouldn't be blindsided by an year or 2 years performance, because that is where we need to go a long haul. We don't have a short
He
period.
says crisis तो होती रहती है.
The crisis होती रहती है, but the kind of global uncertainty and global crisis that you've seen in the last 5 years, both the wars and the pandemic and the fear of recession in the US, what's happening,
There
the
was a
hyperinflation
2008 global
in Europe and
economic
US,
depression, sir,
all of
and
that.
2013
and
taper
you should read,
tantrum.
I think Surjit Bhalla has written a very good piece on that. That if you discount for that, he and Karan Basan, if you
Don't
discount
quote
for
your
the global economies, in some sense collapse, then the India's 4.3 or whatever the rate is actually quite comparable to what has happened before.
How much are we going to ring fence the government? The reality is there was a 2008 economic crisis, there was a 2013 taper tantrum. What are we talking about
Economic
here?
crisis. Can you
And the
compare
reality
pandemic
also
with
is
economic
the
crisis?
war that is happening in
No,
Russia and
Anjali,
Ukraine
there is
gives
a
us the
difference.
elbow room to rein in our
There is a
inflation,
difference. That
to
economic
make cheaper
crisis was in
fuel.
the United States where Lehman Brothers
And
went
it
under.
impacted us.
The pandemic is a
No, it
one in a
didn't.
century crisis which
How
impacted
much are we
every
going to ring
individual
fence this
across the
government? I
country.
If
think
you
the debate
equate
should come
both,
around that.
then
How much
perhaps you
ring
do not
fencing are we
understand.
going to do for
No,
the
no.
government here?
Thanks
If you are
That's the
if you are equating pandemic with if you are equating pandemic with global financial crisis of 2008,
We were the worst
no,
performers economically in the pandemic. At least accept that.
But
We went
whatever
down
it is,
23%. No other
whatever
country did.
20%
We
of
didn't
all
even give
population
anything
lives
to our
there, and there
people.
was
That's
no
the
business,
reality.
there is no economic
which is why we
activity.
are chugging
But
at 4%
from
for the
there,
last
from the
5
gloom
years.
of those days, we
which
have
is
come
why
out
we
and
are
we are
chugging
doing
at 4%.
exceedingly well.
From that tracker data that we are seeing, your personal income in the last 1 year, how's your personal situation been? Your income up, expenditure up, say 28%. That's where you really want. Your income's going up, your expenditure is going up, sab changa si, 28%. Income is the same, expenditure up. So income hasn't grown, but expenditure up 45%. That's of concern. Income down, expenditure up is of even greater concern. That's 18%, 2 out of 10. Income up, expenditure down, that's very difficult, right? 4%, income down, expenditure same, 3%. Income and expenditure the same, 2%. So the key concern there is, Yashwant, income is the same, expenditure is up. That's the number which got the maximum responses at 45%. That's half your sample says their income is kind of the same, but expenditure has gone up. That's not very positive
income
there.
Same or low.
Yashwant Deshmukh.
63%.
If you will add the 18% to that, you will get down to almost 60%, Rahul. That is 60% household are saying income is either same or down, but the expenditure. Basically, they have a problem of matching their income and expenditure in that way. More than 1 in 4 households are actually comfortable. I would say if you will add up the 4% on that side, it will become 1/3. Approximately every third household is like kind of on the upper income skew, upper middle class skew, where they are probably looking at a positive economy cycle. But 60% households, and that's a huge number in the bottom of the pyramid, Rahul, who are concerned, if I may say those. This concern is the glass half full or glass half empty? Supriya is actually very correct when from the opposition leader's perspective, she will look into the data. She will absolutely say that this is a glass half empty scenario, more than glass half empty scenario. From the BJP side, probably the only clinch that they are having, the thing that they have to clutch on, that why exactly this scenario is not translating into political distress the way it translated in 2013 and 14. And the key answer to that, Rahul, is that when we were doing, if you pull out the Mood of the Nation India Today cover that we did in 2013 August and 2014 January, the top of the mind issues or the crisis in front of the people at that point of time were not just inflation and unemployment, but the top of the mind was corruption. Now, that I know is a touchy figure, because when people figure out or when people start blaming some government for their problems, that is where the distress signal turn into a political.
How concerning are these numbers? The fact that people either see their income being the same or having come down while the expenditure is going up, that suggests quite a bit of concern there.
And pay attention to the other one. Income up, expenditure down is only 4%.
No, but that's just human psychology.
No,
also.
because the income is
going
not,
up typically.
Yeah, so this actually summarizes to my mind the real state of mind, that there is a very large section of the people who are feeling more distressed than what they are. The scenario, the big show, that appears to be very rosy.
This is where Supriya gets to say, I told you so.
No, I'm not going to say I told you so. I feel very bad about my fellow brethren. I feel very bad about 2/3 of the people who polled here who believe that they are in distress, who believe their income has either stayed the same or has gone down and expenditure has gone up. And which is why I keep saying, are we going to cater through this budget the people who are saying my income is the same, but my expenditure has actually gone down, which is the richy rich club? Or are we going to talk about the Indians who don't have a manufacturing job, who don't have a services job? 15.4 crore people enrolling for Maganrega is a huge cause of concern. Does anybody realize
Zafar
that?
Islam.
Because these are the people who've lost their jobs in cities and some jobs in the rural areas, and they're forced to do agricultural labor.
Staying the same or going down while expenditure going up. That's what a government wants to avoid, and 63% are falling in that category.
I think, Rahul, you have to really analyze it properly. Then you will understand that it is very temporary, primarily because of the inflation, because of Ukraine crisis, because of a global problem with the global disruption in global chain, supply chain. Because of that, inflation had gone up. Partly because of that, people must be feeling that their expenditure has gone up and income has not, to that extent, has gone up their income. But if you really want to understand the satisfactory level of the people, that they are satisfied with their income and the expenditure and the government, I'm sure the number will be much steeper for
Okay,
in terms of
let me
the
take that
level of
question on
satisfaction
current
for the
expenses versus last year's. Let's take a look at the responses that Yashwant and the C voter team picked up on this. Gone up but manageable. Okay, so expenses are up but we can manage is 33%. That's 3 in 10. It's getting difficult to manage, say 62%. Expenses gone down are only 5%. 62%, which tallies with the last question, saying that the situation is getting difficult to manage. Rajiv Kumar, your interpretation of this data, 62% saying expenses are getting tough to manage.
Both this slide and the previous one, I think should attract policy attention. And I think the policy...
What would you be, if you were in the Niti Aayog, what would you be recommending?
I would do that you should set employment generation as the principal target for
No, but it is, but it's much easier said than done.
But the point is that there are, for example, let's say that a whole slew of policies to expand exports and really ramp up that, because all exports are...
Give us specifics.
Specific meaning...
What do you think should be done in the budget?
I mean, those are, you have to identify the sectors which are our strength and then give them the kind of incentive that you need to actually ramp them up. But let me make a general point here, not a specific, is that the income consumption balance will improve only with employment generation. And employment generation will become the principal focus of the government's policies in the coming budget, this one and maybe the other one.
So she's...
Can I make a small point here?
Dr. Garg, what would you suggest be done to try and address some of these concerns about 62% of the respondents saying expenses are getting difficult to manage.
See, this is very clear. This is also brought out in the larger data. The profit share is going up, the wages share is going down. We have a skill set, we have people whose skill set is very old. It is not for the new. For the time being, the government has to only manage by providing some more succor. We are providing by way of only this food to 80 crore people. That is not, you don't need, the skill sets need to change, the new economy kind of things need to go. We need to have export of people. Can we negotiate with rest of the world that all right, we'll open up our economy for your goods exports to us, but allow our people to go. You are facing a demographic crisis. Your people are not. Why the Americans and European growth rate is lower? Because they are democratically declining now.
Okay, so let's take the couple of questions that are left. One is price movement after the Modi government came to power. How many people feel? Remember, this is not CPI or wholesale price index. This is really just perception. So how do people perceive price movements after the government came to power? 34% say prices have gone down. 58% say prices have gone up. Now that's important. Perceptionally, 58% saying prices have actually gone up. Has inflation had an adverse impact on your life? A lot say 46%. 46. Half the sample says inflation has had a very adverse impact on their life. A little bit of an impact, say 28%. Not at all, say 26%. 26% saying not at all. 46%, which is amongst the highest we've had since this polling started, saying that inflation is having an adverse impact in people's lives.
Let me respond to that, Rahul. See, as I said earlier, that inflation did become a problem for common man on the street in last 2 years, because earlier inflation was very well controlled. But last 2 years, yes, I can understand that it has gone up, and people may have faced problem with the inflation, but now it is being contained. The target of it is coming off, and the target is for next year is 4.5%, which was the original target of RBI as well as the government. Having said that, all the three slides which you have shown, if 2-3 suggestions, if policymakers really want to take a cue from these 3 slides and really come up with some solution, then what you were asking, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, then maybe the focus should be on job creation. So rural economy should be the priority. Focus on investment in rural infrastructure. That will create a lot of job opportunities in the rural areas of the country. Secondly, I feel that out of these 3 slides, if at all we have to address this concern, maybe partly we can say that standard deduction can be
But can
increased.
people expect these kind of announcements? Given the fact that we're heading into elections.
Everybody had a say.
No, one second. Dr. Garg, can there be an expectation around standard deduction given that we're just building to elections?
I feel very...
So a standard deduction touches a very small
2%
number of people. You have already given last time in 2019, 2.5 crore people were exempted. This year also there would be something. In the meantime, you've taken it to 7.5 lakh. If you raise it further, we have only 4 crore people effectively paying income tax now. If you take it further, this will go down. There is an argument for the inflation, because inflation indexing we don't do, and therefore the number of people coming into the tax net also increases. So there is an argument for it, but this is not going to help a lot of people.
Okay, Supriya. Let Supriya speak.
I think everybody's had a say. It's only fair that I speak.
She speaks more than everybody else and then yet says that she got to speak the less. But please.
I don't like you patronizing me, and I don't appreciate it. With all due respect, I don't speak more than anybody else. The 2 charts that showed you tell you that the Achilles heel of this government is high prices, is inflation. There are 2 things the government needs to do. Point number 1, accept that there is a problem. Accept prices are unbearably high and there is unemployment, and that needs to be addressed. The second thing they should do without any delay is reduce fuel prices, because that is what is jacking up prices. What are people paying for? Forget about standard deduction and all that. People are paying GST on common flour. People are paying GST for hospital beds, for books, for pens, for pencils. दही के लिए GST दे रहे हैं भाई. उसको कम कीजिए. Fuel taxes को कम कीजिए. But begin with accepting that there is a problem of high prices. coupled with unemployment, it's unbearable. This government wants to look the other way, and that is why these problems
Okay,
persist.
so we're running out of time. Yashwant Deshmukh, final words from you in terms of the net picture that emerges in your view when you look at all these questions and try and form one composite image or analysis on the back of it.
I think all the panelists have said it, and Supriya said the right thing, that acknowledgement, and I'm glad that the BJP spokesperson has been acknowledging on your show, at least, because many a times I also see people not really acknowledging it. And that is what probably politically boomerangs many a times, the lack of acknowledgement. But having said that, Rahul, one thing is very clear, that people have issues. Those issues, in spite and despite of those issues, there is a sense of hope. And there is a sense of hope in terms of who is going to give the solution. Somehow this government, the only thing on the economic front which is bailing out this government and this governance right now is the personal trustworthiness of the Prime Minister. That's it. It's the personal trustworthiness and the goodwill that he carries to the people and says that I will figure out a solution. And that is what people look forward to and trust that he will find a solution for that. That's the bottom line of looking into the glass half full and glass half empty analysis.
So all our guests have spoken, and I think Yashwant makes an important point in the end, that if Prime Minister Modi hadn't been leading the BJP government, then some of these issues could have compounded potentially to greater anger. They look at the opposition, they look at the disarray in the India alliance, and they look at their own prospects, and maybe they come to the conclusion that they aren't that badly off. That's something that the opposition needs to reflect at. But what you've looked at is the glass both half empty, half full in terms of where things stand. Rajiv Kumar, Subhash Garg, we look forward to having you back with us early in the morning tomorrow.
Yes.
Supriya Shrinay, thank you very much for joining us, as also to Zafar Islam and Yashwant Deshmukh for providing the framework for this conversation on the state of the Indian economy. This is the India Today review in terms of how people perceive the current position of the economy. Thank you for tuning in.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
माननीय सदस्यगण, कोई भी राष्ट्र तेज गति से तभी आगे बढ़ सकता है जो वो पुराने चुनौतियों का पूरा परास्त करते हुए अपने ज्यादा से ज्यादा ऊर्जा भविष्य निर्माण में लगाए। पिछले 10 वर्षों में भारत ने राष्ट्र हित में ऐसे अनेक कार्यों को पूरा होते हुए देखा है जिनका इंतजार देश के लोगों को दशकों से था। राम मंदिर के निर्माण की आकांक्षा सदियों से थी, आज ये सोच हो चुका है। जम्मू कश्मीर से आर्टिकल 370 हटाने को लेकर शंकाएं थी, आज वो इतिहास हो चुकी है। इसी संसद ने 3 तलाक के विरुद्ध कड़ा कानून बनाया है। इसी संसद ने हमारे पड़ोसी देशों से आए पीड़ित अल्पसंख्यकों को नागरिक देने वाला कानून बनाया। मेरी सरकार ने वन रैंक वन पेंशन की भी लागू किया, जिसका इंतजार 4 दशकों से था।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
साथियों, मैं आशा करता हूं कि गत 10 वर्ष में जिसको जो रास्ता सूझा उस प्रकार से संसद में सबने अपना अपना कार्य किया। लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि जिनको आदतन हुड़दंग करने का स्वभाव बन गया है, जो आदतन लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों का चीरहरण करते हैं, ऐसे सभी माननीय सांसद आज जब आखिरी सत्र में मिल रहे हैं तब जरूर आत्मनिरीक्षण करेंगे कि 10 साल में उन्होंने जो किया। अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में भी 100 लोगों को पूछ ले, किसी को याद नहीं होगा, किसी को नाम भी पता नहीं होगा जिन्होंने इतना हुड़दंग हो हल्ला किया होगा। लेकिन विरोध का स्वर तीखा क्यों ना हो, आलोचना तीखी से तीखी क्यों ना हो, लेकिन जिसने सदन में उत्तम विचारों से सदन को लाभान्वित किया होगा, उनको बहुत बड़ा वर्ग आज भी याद करता होगा। आने वाले दिनों में भी जब सदन की चर्चाएं कोई देखेगा तो उनका एक एक शब्द इतिहास की तवारीख बन करके उजागर होगा।
Did you just have a nervous breakdown? Or call in sick because you don't feel like you're in form? Or does your mind need a break? Did Narayan Murthy's comments on 70 hours of work a week rile you up? Is prioritizing your mental health your New Year's resolution? You could well be on track, because one of the biggest forecasted health goals for next year is happiness. The pandemic-induced trials and tribulations we all experienced over the last few years have inspired us to reprioritize our mental health. So what will this holistic approach to well-being look like in the new year? As experts predict, some already flourishing trends will continue to gain traction, each promoting the establishment of strong mental habits before all else. The continued growth of the non-alcoholic beverage market, mind gyms, micro-holidays and cognitive function-optimized diets will lead the wellness industry next year, supporting a mindset-first approach. What is also expected in 2024 is that workplaces will prioritize mental well-being of employees and mental health solidify as a workplace concern. India already tops the global list of countries reporting high digital exhaustion rates. Burnout also remains a key concern. Hopefully in 2024, initiatives like scheduled breaks from screens, tech-free zones in workplaces and even digital detox retreats will see a greater uptake as companies begin to focus on addressing burnout issues. With Sneha Mordani in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-presented by New Kia Sonet, the Wild Reborn. Co-powered by SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए.
Market always expect that, long-term guns may go away. There is a double taxation in long-term gains.
liquidity is the core to success of finance company, and the finance companies have been contributing very well for the overall growth.
As an investor, I'm hoping there'll be announcements of some degree of tax relief for investors.
Good morning and welcome. We're all set for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 6th budget. This is a vote on account, an interim budget, not the all-out budget that she expects to present after her government wins, she thinks, when she'll be back in July. Rajdeep Sardesai joins us as well, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister speaking with the confidence of an election they think they have in the bag.
That's right. You know, you've got a budget which is a vote on account in an election year, but an election year where somehow the noise is not so much on who will win, but by what margin. I mean, you ask anyone today politically, and the question is asked, will the BJP get 250, will it get 300, 350, and there are even those who talk about 400. All of this, therefore, gives a sense that the budget, Rahul, will be decided, as you rightly say. You know, we will know the 24-25 budget really in July. What we are seeing at the moment is the possibility, of course, that you could have one or two announcements that could further influence the election narrative.
But remember, the last interim budget was presented by Piyush Goyal in 2019, right before the elections, and before that by P. Chidambaram, both of which had enough gas in the tank. No finance minister would like to miss the opportunity of hitting a few shots out of the park. And that's what Nirmala Sitharaman would look to do, because she ultimately wants something to have to take to the people, to have to take to the voters.
Recall 2019, Rahul. February 2019 was when Piyush Goyal announced the Kisan Samman Yojana. And that was seen as one of the narrative changers in 2019. But 2019, Rahul, came at a time when the Congress had just won 3 out of the 4 assembly elections, one Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. So the opposition was resurgent and ascendant. That's not the case this time. There's also the fear factor. After what's happened to Hemant Soren last night, there is an element of fear factor. A meeting was held last night, I believe, in Mallikarjun Kharge's house with a lot of the opposition leaders there. And they want to see if they can take the issue of alleged vendetta politics to the people. So the opposition is wounded, bruised. It's hardly ascendant and resurgent like it was in 2019. And the government is just the opposite. It's very confident. It's almost, taking, in a sense, a certain inevitability about the result of 2024. And I think that makes a huge difference in the way the finance minister will approach the voter account compared to 2019. The pressure was greater, Rahul, in 2019 to do something that would change the narrative. Now, I think the government wants to simply send out the message that we are staying the course.
Let's take you through the headlines we are tracking this morning. All eyes on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as she gets set to present the Modi government's interim budget before the 2024 elections. Welfare of youth, women, farmers and the poor are likely to be the big focus areas.
Chief Minister Hemant Soren arrested in a land scam case. His close aide and JMM chief Champai Soren is the new Jharkhand Chief Minister. JMM protest calls Soren arrest political vendetta. Opposition plans to mark protests in Parliament.
ED summons Arvind Kejriwal in the Liquorgate case for the 5th time. Delhi Chief Minister asked to appear tomorrow.
Puja performed in the basement of the Gyanvapi Mosque after the Varanasi court's order. Muslim side to challenge decision in higher court, says losing hope for justice.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has reached the Finance Ministry this morning. Remember, she's not new to the exercise. This is the 6th time Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the Union Budget. She's got Ministers of State Pankaj Chaudhary, Bhagwat Rao Kharad with her. And Rajdeep, she's now getting used to presenting budgets. For somebody with the kind of profile of Nirmala Sitharaman to end up 6 times finance minister, that's a massive achievement.
And if I'm not mistaken, she equals Morarji Desai's record today, which is of 6 consecutive budgets. There are others, like the likes of Yashwant Sinha, who have presented more. But yes, Nirmala Sitharaman, I don't think if you had...
So Morarji Desai had 10.
10 in all,
had
but
9,
I think 6 consecutive.
Pranab Mukherjee had 8, Yashwant Sinha 7, C.D. Deshmukh 7, Manmohan Singh 6. Nirmala Sitharaman now joining that august company.
That's right. Some of them have had breaks. So in terms of consecutive budgets, that's pretty impressive. But, just look at how politics changes. 2013, Nirmala Sitharaman was, 2014, just 10 years ago, she was not even a member of parliament. Today, she's been defense minister of the country and she's been finance minister of the country. So in that sense, it's one of the dramatic stories of Indian politics. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai.
6 and going strong still.
Going strong, and no sign in the last few years that her position is in any question mark over who will be finance minister. She's established herself.
Siddharth Zarabi joins us, managing editor, Business Today Television. Saurav Majumdar is with us, editor, Business Today Magazine. Siddharth, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister both trying to temper expectations, saying we'll be back later, that's when we'll present the Big Bang budget. But we've seen in the past 2 interim budgets, the finance ministers at that time, Chidambaram and Piyush Goyal, did what they could to try and score some political points.
And I think more of that will continue to happen. But the big point that the Prime Minister said, Disha Nirdesh, that was what he said yesterday. And it's clear that the policy direction will be the key. One point, Rahul, that we have to imagine, under Modi and 10 years of Modinomics, we have seen the size of the central budget go up from almost 14.6 trillion to 45 plus. So the government, its spending capability, its tax collections, and therefore the ability to continue to expand the welfare state has gone up very, very significantly. On that count alone, at least 4 times. And the 2 key things that the markets are looking for in terms of policy continuity. The markets have baked in a return and a 3rd term for Prime Minister Modi. What will the government say on capex? What will it say on the borrowings that it wants to undertake this year? And also about fiscal consolidation. These are the 3 key messages that the markets will be waiting for. Pretty much in minutes from now, when the markets open, we'll see a reaction to this, apart from whatever else is happening, Rahul.
Saurabh, your take? There was a time when the vote on account was taken almost as a formality. You didn't even need to do extensive programming around it. What do you think has changed? Why is it that in an election year, every budget is now is looked at with a sense of anticipation that perhaps didn't exist before? What's changed in the political mindset, or is it in the way markets and the financial world looks at everything that Narendra Modi does?
No, Rajdeep, you're absolutely right. I think if there is one thing which characterizes the Narendra Modi government, it is that this government does not want to miss an opportunity. It does not want to miss an opportunity to showcase what it has done. If you look at the G20, the way it has been, they did it. And also, if this is the last interim budget before the election after 10 years. I see that, of course, as the Prime Minister said, it would be directional, but I do believe that there will be an effort to say what all has been achieved over the last 10 years. And if you see, this is the sweet spot. At this point, India is in a sweet spot, and that's something which the government and the budget will be wanting to re-emphasize when the Finance Minister takes
There are a few things which are very clear by now in terms of how Prime Minister Modi and under his leadership, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman have been handling the budget. Siddharth, one, they don't like too much flashiness. It's conservative. Even at a time after the pandemic when top economists globally were saying, open your purse strings, go all out, the Finance Minister resisted that populist temptation and stayed reasonably conservative. Secondly, it's incremental. Whenever he's tried big bang reform, whether it was on land or on farms, it's always backfired. So he prefers going step by step. And he's, to his credit, the IMF came up with its macroeconomic outlook for the world. India is driving 16% of global growth this year.
In terms of the broad philosophy, the Prime Minister obviously sets the tone of the political inputs that go into any budget, and that is taken for granted. The point that you spoke about, fiscal rectitude post-COVID, I think that was more a response to the belief that the government and policymakers at that time didn't know what would be the lasting impact in terms of revenues. Remember that there was a huge dip as far as government revenue collection was also concerned, because most industry had shut down, and that therefore was also a reflection of the fact that India cannot spend beyond what it has done. And if we see the subsidy initiatives of Prime Minister Modi, Rahul, you would recall that the Give It Up campaign, when it came to gas subsidies, that was very, very successful. We can link it to JAM. But the key point is that we have consistently seen through many of these actions by Prime Minister Modi that he does not believe in spending borrowed money. But the size of the government of India is so big that the borrowing number has kept expanding, and I don't know whether we will see a day where the borrowing number will actually go down, because central government spending and state spending continues to balloon.
You know, you've got state governments, though, Siddharth, who have been, particularly opposition-ruled state governments, which are complaining that they're not getting enough of the kitty. Do you believe that's a fair argument? You've got states like West Bengal saying our Manrega funds have been stopped. You've got other states saying that Kerala has been raising these issues. In a sense, has the federal project taken a bit of a hit in the last few years?
I don't think so, because it's very difficult to make blanket statements on this. In certain instances, without reference to a specific state, there are caveats or conditions for some of these centrally funded schemes. If that implementation doesn't happen, if the report card doesn't come on time, or if there are other complaints, there is an automatic mechanism that kicks in. But we will see this question and these allegations being answered through the 16th Finance Commission, whose members have also been announced, and in fact a very good body of people who will be at the 16th Finance Commission. I think the federal project, some bit of that answer, Rajdeep, will come from the recommendations of the 16th Finance Commission in 2025.
Okay. Subhash Garg joins us. He's been involved in the process of making several budgets. Morning, sir. Thank you very much for coming back again. If you were in the finance ministry looking at the build-up to this budget and the fact that this is an interim budget, what would you want our viewers to keep their eye out on? What would you be looking out for the most?
See, any budget always is meant for basically serving two big objectives. One is how do you sort of push growth. The growth results into incomes, prosperity for the country.
Those are live images of the finance ministry team there. Just give me a moment, we will come back. You see there the finance minister with, it looks like a laptop bag. Earlier it used to be a briefcase, then it became a bahi khata. Is there an iPad over there? We'll find out soon, or a laptop there. You've got Pankaj Chaudhary, the Minister of Finance. Then you've got Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karad, the second Minister of State for Finance. And the interesting thing is the level of continuity in the team. You see there TV Somanathan, the Finance Secretary, Sanjay Malhotra, the Revenue Secretary, Ajay Seth, the Secretary in the Department of Economic Affairs, Tuhin Kant Pandey, Secretary in the Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, Vivek Joshi, Secretary in the Department of Financial Services, and Anant Nageshwaran, the Chief Economic Advisor. A lot of continuity. They like Siddharth to give their team a long rope and a long rein.
Well, the budget makers, as we call them, have a long sort of rein, and this is one of the good things. Finance Ministry bureaucrats do not have fixed terms, unlike certain other ministries, and Mr. Garg perhaps has a view on that. But yes, it is for sure that the interim budget is being presented by a team that's been there and has.
Is that an iPad, like a laptop?
No, this has been happening for some years now, ever since the paperless budget drive. But you are right. What is inside will only perhaps be known after 11 o'clock.
One of the security guards wanted to bring the umbrella up. The finance minister said, "No, I don't need it. Don't spoil my style here. I'm good. I'm fine. Thanks." Dr. Garg, you are taking us through the key expectations viewers should have when they're looking at the budget papers being presented in Parliament.
So I was saying growth. Driving growth is one of the key objectives. The other one is, which is very important in the context of India, is how do you redistribute, how do you take care of the poor, the downtrodden, marginal people and all. So these are the two key objectives. Of course, the third one is Government is meant to deliver public goods and services. So how do you spend on the public goods and services? So these are the three main things.
But does that change, Mr. Garg, because you're in an election year? Because you're in an election year, in 4 weeks' time, we expect the elections of 2024 to be announced. Does that weigh on a finance minister? Does it, in a way, almost become also liberating? That you know all you need to do is present your report card and maybe make 1 or 2 announcements. You don't have to get into major budget making exercise. Am I correct?
That's correct. So you are in the interim budget just before the elections. By the way, all these three priorities are always there. The emphasis changes. The emphasis in the interim budget is more on the redistribution, giveaways and the kind of thing. But remember, one of the key growth-inducing element in the strategy for last 3 years has been the capital expenditure, which is growth supporting. And therefore, in this budget, the two key kind of announcements which I'm looking for is that how much the capex goes up and how much is brought in the form of what now is being termed as the Modi guarantees, which is basically the redistribution, give more cash to the people, give more support to the people, raise farmers.
Let's go across to the Budget Intelligence Dashboard and take our viewers through some of what you're mentioning, which will give, and then you can talk about what's happening. This will give our viewers a sense of how, and if, for example, I take infrastructure spending, you'll get a sense of how the amount of money being allocated for infrastructure spending is really going up. What you're seeing right now is the length of railway track. I'll take you through the amount of money being made available for roadways. These are highways built per year in kilometers. 10,000 kilometers were made in FY23. Till November FY24, it's 5.2. Let's take a look at how power is shaping up, and a lot of emphasis on public goods and infrastructure. 426 gigawatts of total installed capacity when it comes to power. Dr. Garg was mentioning social sector. So let's take our viewers through some of those. For example, in education, the amount of money allocated is 112.9 thousand crores. So that's as far as education is concerned. When it comes to healthcare, again, an effort, and there's a possibility that maybe the Ayushman Bharat scheme actually gets enhanced in this budget. 89.2 thousand crores as far as social sector expenditure on healthcare is concerned. Let's take a look at some of the Prime Minister's pet schemes. And there we're seeing some saturation now being visible, right, Siddharth? For example, in the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the allocation is coming down potentially because it's not, unlike in the past where every year on a routine basis it would get increased. Here they're trying to concentrate the spends that they have, allocate them in sectors that they think will have relevance at that point in time.
I think, Rahul, because capacity crunches were reached in terms of what could be done, so obviously some of these schemes get rationalized, newer schemes come up. But if you bring up Manrega, for example, from our dashboard, the big expectation, and Mr. Garg can step in on this, is of almost a 50% additional allocation as far as Manrega is concerned, because that is key. That is also the right thing for the political economy at this time of the year.
So, Siddharth, unfortunately, in the last budget, the government had under-provided for Manrega.
That's why.
This was, what was required was not provided, so you have to step it up. The expectation that the demand for Manrega worker would go down in the year 23-24 was unrealistic. It didn't materialize, so you have to raise the... And for the next year, considering the monsoon situation during the year, also the absence of rains during winters, which is affecting the certain kind of crops, you would see that for the next year, and which also coincides with the period of the election campaign, so there would be more demand. So
let's take our viewers through that.
I would expect them to increase.
I'll give you three cuts of how the Manrega allocations are going. This is the overall funds being released. As of January 30th, it's 87,000 crore rupees. In the last year, it was 101,000 crore rupees. This is as far as funds are concerned. As far as employment is concerned, this is average employment days. How many average days is each person under Manrega employed for? In financial year 23, that's last year, it was 47.8. It's been at 51.5 at a peak in FY21. Currently, it's 46.9. That's as far as 30th January is concerned. Then let's take a look at the wage rate, the rate at which a worker gets paid for Manrega. That from FY18, when it was 169, that's now been going up for 237. So, despite all of what they said while in opposition, that this is testimony to the failures of the UPA government, the government has kind of continued to take the Manrega boat forward. They haven't scuppered it the way they would have seemed to when they were in opposition, at least.
No, in fact, that is one of the distinctive characteristics of the Modi government. If you recall, in 2013-14, Mr. Modi had described Aadhaar as a white elephant. Comes to power, meets Nandan Nilekani, and they continue with Aadhaar, and in fact have now claimed huge amounts of credit of using Aadhaar constructively to ensure that monies that are due reach the people. Similarly with Manrega. There was an attack on Manrega ahead when the Congress launched it. Many believe it helped the Congress in 2009 win that election, along with the farm loan waiver. And now you've got the BJP taking credit for schemes that were initiated pre-2014.
So it's a smart politics.
No, that's what I'm saying. You see,
why should ideology trump the smartness?
No, sure. But, Mr. Garg, when you're in opposition, where you stand on issues depends on where you sit. When you're in opposition, you tend to be far more critical of governments. When you're in government, you recognize that there are schemes which are beneficial. Now, I'm just wondering whether sort of these big ticket schemes, as I said, 2019 interim budget, the big headline was the Kisan Samman Nidhi, the Prime Minister's program, which gave at that time small and marginal farmers 6,000 rupees in a year over 3 installments. There's talk of possibly increasing that to 9,000 rupees. Is that the most likely initiative? There's even talk of a Ladli Behna scheme of sorts being sort of scaled up to a national level in an interim budget. Is that something that will be looked at? The possibility of another big ticket social welfare scheme or an expanded existing scheme?
I think the expanded existing scheme is definitely an expectation, a likelihood, given the fact that they want to, talk about doing something before the elections. Remember also that there is a fiscal consolidation, promise which the finance minister also has to deliver. So she has to balance the two.
So do they have enough headroom in your view to say take Kisan Samman Nidhi from 6,000 to 9,000?
Well, I think there is some expectation that PM Kisan will be increased. The allocation in that will be increased. I think the tax buoyancy and all of that, like I said earlier, has put the government in a sweet spot. I think there is some expectation which is justifiable, and I think that balancing act will be possibly the one which she will make.
They have the headroom, Mr. Garg?
Not really, honestly speaking. We now have the data of tax growth up to December. Yesterday, the government released this. So, tax growth until December 2023 is only about 13.5%. This is higher than 11%, which was projected in the budget, but not very high. So, it's only about 2 to 3%. And there is a declining trend. So, I don't know how the 3 months will shape up. If this declining trend continues, you might end up with the tax growth of only about 11% to 11.5% in the year. That doesn't give you much headroom from the taxation side, whereas your demand for interest payment, thanks to a very high debt base, will increase. And you will also need to increase the capex budget from 10 trillion to maybe 12.5 trillion or so, and for something for the Modi guarantees. So I don't really see that there is a very large. So the government, the expectation that the government would be able to do a good fiscal consolidation is unlikely to materialize in my judgment.
Okay. Just to add to that, one of the key points, Rajdeep, that you asked, let's take a look at the total subsidy that is spent on some of the key schemes. And I have data for 10 years of Modinomics. FY14, if we take that forward, the total subsidy was nearly 2,60,000 crore. In the pandemic years, 21-22, this went up to 5,62,000. In the current year, it is projected at just over 4 lakh crore. food fertilizer, for example. What does this tell you? That the government has consistently followed a pattern of consolidation. When we look at some of the headline numbers, what we miss is within scheme allocation, and again, Mr. Garg knows this, there are times when certain schemes are crunched and more money is moved. On the Manrega point that Rahul and those details that we showed our viewers, when this question was asked post the budget, the answer was that this is a demand-driven scheme. So man days of employment is demand-driven, and the other is, and I remember the finance minister making this categorical statement several times, that money as required will be provided to the Manrega scheme as and when. So there is within schemes adjustment that happens, and that happens every year, happens across governments, nothing unique or special about it.
Let's take a look at how the stock markets are doing this morning. And the interesting thing there is that the markets seem to have factored in sort of the prospects of the Modi government coming back to power. And what's weighing just this morning is the RBI order on Paytm Bank, which a lot of people seem quite shocked by. I mean, Vijay Shekhar Sharma has been one of the marquee startup stories in India. Now the RBI coming down with a heavy hand on him.
Yeah, and RBI has been coming down with a heavy hand on any of these irregularities. I think they're very particular about, the due diligence which every entity which is regulated by it has done. And Paytm has been on the edge. It's a rock star kind of a promoter, and we all know Vijay Shekhar Sharma as the guy who he is. But with RBI, there are no cutting corners. So I think this particular action of RBI's yesterday will be really, I mean, if you see even bigger banks, what they did with even HDFC Bank earlier, RBI had come down very heavily on the bank.
And Saurabh, just to add, and if we can try and bring that up, Paytm down sharply, 20% lower circuit, falling 152 rupees at the beginning.
Is this to do also with Chinese investors?
No.
I mean, what is Paytm doing wrong with, say, Google Pay and Phone Pay and the others aren't?
No.
Can I
mean, yes.
See, you should look at the serious trends in the credit growth. Industrial credit is not expanding. It is the personal credit which is expanding. And personal credit is expanding on the back of high credit for the personal loans. And Paytm is right there. In last couple of months, it was trying to promote through BNPLs and other things, a very large personal growth, which is RBI has now discovered that this is the area which has a very large potential for the non-performing loans in the economy. It can scupper the story. And therefore, a couple of months back, it first raised the capital requirement for the personal loans and all. And it also disallowed Paytm to onboard new the Paytm then stopped the smaller loans of 50,000 rupees, etc. And now I think they must have discovered that there is bigger hole in the credit side of the Paytm system. That is what now.
But some of them have had a rough run, sort of fun. Baiju Ravindran of Baiju's, some of these new India startup, stand-up stories heralded at one moment, now valuation 90% plus down from their historic highs.
Rahul, you're aware we did a full startup issue in Business Today magazine recently, and the theme there was so this is what we have now been talking about, performicons. The days of unicorns are behind us clearly, because it's not only about valuation, as unfortunately Baiju Ravindran is discovering, where he's just down almost 99% from its peak valuation. So it's about performance, it's about path to profitability, but that does not in any sense, Rahul, take away from the story of Indian startups, which I'm sure will continue, because there are interesting startups, interesting entrepreneurs who are coming forward with very interesting ideas based on a clear path to profitability. VCs have become very, very particular and there's a lot of dry powder. They are not deploying it because they want to see that path to profitability. So I don't see that in any great danger of collapsing. But yes, these startups have to realize that profits have to get come to the VCs. Absolutely. And the people who are investing in it.
Is there though a general feel-good mood that you see in business ahead of this big election year, compared particularly to 2019? That sense of uncertainty that was there in 2019 has gone, and that gives a sense of confidence to business. Would I be right in saying that there is a greater sense of belief that 2024 is factored in? It's almost a done deal.
Well, absolutely. We were in Davos, and Rahul Kanwal from Davos jumped to devotion. And yesterday, in pre-budget programming, we have been focused on the deficits. The key message is that the mood in corporate India, captured by several professional surveys, including Seawater or the PricewaterhouseCoopers CEO survey, the mood in Indian industry captured through CEOs is not just the best. As far as India is concerned, globally, the most optimistic set of business people anywhere in the world is in India, Rajdeep. And
why are so many of them then parking their, large amounts of their money outside India?
Well,
I just saw an article in the Wall Street Journal which says more and more Indian citizens are looking at options outside India.
Rajdeep,
yes, go ahead.
No, it depends then on what you read. Because there's also an article which says a lot of startup founders are coming back to India.
So you see, there are these two India stories which are conflicting. One that, India is optimistic, Indian business, Indian corporates are optimistic, as you said, more optimistic than anywhere else in the world. But there is also some data to suggest a large number of Indians are looking at options outside India. And the argument some of them give privately is that it's still not easy to do business in India. They look at other options outside India.
Well, it's easy for people to do business who are doing the right kind of business in India, of course, so that is for sure. But I just want to bring focus on one point, and we probably covered this, but Rajdeep, allow me this, that within all of this, and since we spoke about 2019, one of the key points that we have picked up in other sort of anecdotal work is the demand from the middle class for some sort of income tax relief. Let me just bring up one example. Very high inflation, including very high medical inflation, and some breaks there. We have seen service tax costs, even on insurance premiums, go up consistently. So there is some sense of expectation that while the government chooses rightly to focus on women, on farmers, there should be something for the middle.
Can that be done in a vote on account?
Well, it was done in 2019. It was done in 2019.
And Mr. Chidambaram also, if I recall, has done it when he had an interim budget in 2014.
And tax buoyancy gives that scope. If you feel that corporate India is completely in a good mood, let middle class India also have some feel-good factor.
So you're not ruling out the possibility of some kind of middle class tax break, either on house loans or something that will give the middle class something to cheer.
I won't make the mistake of speculating what Prime Minister Modi will do.
No, but you're not ruling out.
I would say it is the need of the hour.
So that one question I wanted to just place before all of us is that while we are talking about the mood of the corporate sector, the corporate India, Davos and all of that, the government still is actually carrying the bulk of the load in terms of capital investments, capital expenditure. Why is the private sector not really
Great point, Saurav, and again, lots of...
One by one.
I'll quickly say. This is one of the biggest issues, the 10 lakh capital expenditure infrastructure program. The big question is, how long can the government continue to do this? How long can the NHAI keep borrowing to build program? There are multiple answers, but private sector coming back fully into the Indian economy after the bank balance sheets have been cleaned up, after the NPA troubles have been sorted out, is the big thing that I am looking forward to in the third term of the Modi government, Rajdeep. Rahul.
So, for the corporate India and the mood, it depends which side of the corporate pie you are looking at. There is a very large corporates which are dependent on the capex, steel, cement, machine, infrastructure kind of thing. That is certainly very happy. If you look at the corporates which is producing the normal goods and services, the food, consumption goods, the clothes and other kind of things, the likes of consumer goods, that is not that sort of very happy. They are seeing actually their volumes declining, pricing power go. And if you look at further down to the SMEs and all, you find the mood quite depressing. And in the startup space also, there is a very large sense of despondency now for those who were sort of trying to build businesses based on the volume growths, built on enormous amount of losses which they were taking. But there is a good optimism on the serious profitability driven. That's a good thing. So it depends on whom you are looking to. The entire business, I don't think you should be saying, or you can say that the and across the entire corporate sectors or the business sector, the mood is very, very gung-ho.
No, but it needn't be any irrational exuberance, any growth story or seeming growth story powered by losses just by chasing volume growth.
Absolutely.
Is not the kind of story that you want to end up with, because that's really a bubble, and we're seeing that play out in China with Evergrande and so many other companies in the real estate sector at this moment. That is what you wish to avoid. Aishwarya Paliwal joins us from outside the Finance Ministry. She's tracking what's happening in North Block. A lot of these officials, Aishwarya, have been around for a while and therefore have a good sense of how the budget making process plays itself out till the time the budget is presented. It's also raining. It's a bit chilly and nippy in Delhi this morning.
Right, Rahul, it has been raining, but you know what Finance Ministry people are at the moment saying? They believe that this is extremely good news. They believe is a good sign. Let me tell you what's taking place at the moment. We are standing right outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan. That's where the customary tea is taking place, Rahul. At the moment, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, along with both the MOS, Bhagwat Karat, as well as Pankaj Chaudhary inside. The four sectors, Rahul, from what we are understanding at the moment, GYA and Gyan, that is the Garib, the youth, the Annadata and the Nari. This is what will be the focus of the government in this interim budget. That's what we are understanding at the moment. And we also saw how populism is also something that will be sprinkled all across this interim budget. Rahul.
I must say that the Prime Minister's ability to get these acronyms right, that word Gyan, when you think about it, it sort of gives him the ability, like JAM a few years ago, you're able to use them to send out the kind of political message which does resonate. Remember when there was the whole caste census debate and he sort of said, goes to a speech and says, I don't believe, there's a new caste system out there and it's not the divisions of the past. Now we need to focus on Garib, on Yuva, on women. You're able to then be able to connect with people. I think that's his great skill. Apart from what Mr. Garg spoke about, the political consistency or the willingness to take decisions when you're in power, even though you oppose them when you were in the opposition. I think shows your ability to be politically skillful, as does, Gyan is a very interesting one-liner. You contrast that with Nyay, which the opposition is pushing at the moment. The opposition has not been able to define Nyay in a way that I, as a citizen, know exactly what it stands for. It seems too abstract. So I think, that word that she just used, Gyan, because I've been hearing a lot of that Gyan in the last couple of weeks, that this is going to be the pitch of the government, the Garib, Yuva, Annadata, Nari. Somebody out there is putting his or her thinking cap on,
while the others implode. But we don't want to get caught over there right now. Vaishali Nigam Sinha joins us, co-founder, chairperson, sustainability at Renew. Remember, the energy transition is one of the big areas of concern globally, and that's something, Vaishali, the Indian government has been laying a lot of emphasis on. In terms of energy transition from fossil to renewable, sustainable energy, what would you like to see from the government in this budget, Vaishali?
Yeah, great. Hi, Rahul. Thanks for having me over. I would say that the government has so far done a great job in sowing the seeds for a green India. This is a vote on account, an interim budget. I hope to see, I guess, a little bit more watering on that. Perhaps if we have to go from 15 gigawatts a year to 50 gigawatts a year, a target, which is a very ambitious target, which our government has rightly set. I think we need a little bit more focus on green hydrogen. I think the green hydrogen mission was announced, and now perhaps a little bit more to ensure that maybe the duties, etc., from some of the equipment which are being sourced domestically and even imported. Perhaps a little bit of relaxation or removal there would be helpful. Similarly, in the EV space as well, for batteries, we hope that we can see something there as well. More importantly and most importantly, I think financing is very critical for this sector. I haven't seen enough innovation here globally, and I think in India For example, green bonds are going to be an important way for us to fund. So if we can see some relaxation on the withholding tax, which is levied, I think it's about 10%. If we can see that being removed, at least for green bonds, I think that will be, these would be some of the things I'd like to see, keeping in mind this is an interim budget, Rahul.
Okay, Vaishali, we leave it there. Thank you for joining us this morning. We hope to have you back once the budget is indeed been presented. I also want to look at the IMF's macroeconomic outlook for India and the rest of the world. This is very interesting because it shows how India is growing relative to the rest of the world, not just amongst peer developing economies, but even if you look at the advanced economies in the Euro area, countries like Germany, France, Japan, the UK, the US, you're seeing how their growth rates are very low relative to India on a much higher base and at a higher level of development in terms of the economic trajectories. China expected to grow in FY23 at 5.2, India at 6.7%, getting revised upwards from 6.3 to 6.7. The next year outlook is 6.5, the year after is 6.5 as well. Russia at 3, Brazil at 3.1, Mexico at 3.4. Why is it, Dr. Garg, that the IMF is slightly less bullish on India than the RBI and the Finance Ministry's own estimates, which are 7% or 7% plus, and they're still at 6.7?
So you are right. So they have about 0.3 to 0.6%
But
less.
the year is almost over, so now what is it that they can't see, which we're seeing?
No, so it's still, you have 2 months to go.
Yeah.
It's not, and the data which the NSO used here for building the yearly estimates was based on the 6 months data. Those 6 months were much better than what is happening right now in the last 4 months. And therefore, my sense is that the IMF is perhaps closer to reality. We will have somewhere between 6.7 to 7%, not 7.3%.
So you're saying they're padding it for the elections?
No, it's data. You build the estimation methodology is like this, that you take 6 months data into consideration to project for the 12 months. So that is one. Second thing, which is very important, I think we must remember this. If you talk about 7% growth, right, about 3% of that, 2.5 to 3% is straight away from the capex which the government is doing. If you take that away, the secular growth, which is based on the consumption side of the economy, is only about 4.5% to 5%. That is not, so if the capex goes down, or capex is taken away, or it doesn't grow, the growth momentum in the years to come will actually reduce. So let us not be very celebratory over the fact that we will be contributing 16% of the global growth this year. That's fine if you build capex based, and that is based on the high fiscal deficit. We have seen many episodes in India as well as all over the world where temporary growth build up based on the high debt actually doesn't sustain and comes to grief later on.
Well, but you know, some element of self-congratulations will be there, given the fact that, you know, where were we a couple of years ago, there was doom and gloom scenarios being painted. In that sense, you know, we are in a very sweet spot. I mean, the government in particular, even when you look at the cycle of elections, seems to be in a position where they can go to the people certainly today, compared again to 2019 with a greater sense of confidence and buoyancy.
Rajdeep, when is the last time that you have seen Indian infrastructure projects going viral on social media, not within India, but overseas? All of us consume social media quite a lot, and I'm telling you, the Bengaluru airport, visitor upon visitor calls it the best airport in the world. Look at the highways, and now people are actually comparing us with China and saying, oh well, and Ray Dalio told this to us at Davos. He said India is where Deng Xiaoping, before the great takeoff in China happened. And he also says that Prime Minister Modi is India's Deng Xiaoping. The point is that as far as infrastructure is concerned, and Mr. Garg makes that very relevant point, previous efforts to do public-private partnership and private sector infrastructure-led development left a big gaping hole in our public sector banks. This time the government is taking that responsibility. There are concerns, including the Finance Ministry in the recent past, and I wonder Mr. Garg must have also raised this question about how much can NHAI take on. But the fact is, the government will have to do it. There is no one else, Rajdeep.
So again, this is a smart choice by the government that if you need to push growth, if you need to build infrastructure of the world class, and you're not able to rely on the private sector because profitability is not there. Your road building is not profitable. Your rail building is not profitable. Your airports are not profitable. And therefore you spend from the government, which will push the growth as well as get the trophy assets.
Okay, speaking of infrastructure, Ashish Bhutani joins us, Chief Executive Officer at Bhutani Infra. It just came out in the news that they, along with Bonnie Kapoor, will be developing the film city near Jewar. That's in Noida on the outskirts, where a new airport is coming up along with the Zurich Airport Authority. So thank you very much, Mr. Bhutani, and congratulations on that big announcement. Can you give our viewers a sense of how you're looking at this budget, particularly when it comes to infrastructure and the concern that's been voiced that a lot of the spending actually seems to be happening from the government for government-led expenditure, and the level of enthusiasm amongst India Inc. Doesn't seem to be quite as high. How do you respond to that?
So very honestly, the first and the foremost thing that I think we require from the budget is a single window clearance system. To get you better clarity, I'd just like to draw a little example. China last year contributed, the real estate in China that is, contributed to 30% of entire country's GDP. That's almost more than $5.5 trillion. That's more than 1.5 times of the Indian economy. To show what real estate can actually do for the country, we have to look at better examples than what other countries are actually doing. India in the future, the real estate sector that is, can become the very backbone of the Indian economy. So yes, I do agree that private sector, the government should look at the private sector more. I agree the road spending, the money that is being spent is not profit making, but that is very necessary. But there has to be a certain budget that needs to be put down for a project like a film city. I think it is one of the best examples that you have given, yes. The current scenario where it was really required, it will not only boost. In fact, I'll give you another example. I was speaking to a few gentlemen yesterday in the evening, and they were congratulating me. They even said the land nearby where the film city is announced has escalated more than 25% within the last 24 hours just after this announcement. The expectations from the film city and the actual reality showing in less than 24 hours, with the level of excitement, with the level of demands that are coming in, people calling me and asking me what will be there, how they can support. It's just very, very overwhelming.
And the interesting part of that, Ashish, is that we are actually located at the moment in what was supposed to be the original film city. In the 1980s, the area which we are in, Noida, was to be the original film city. It turned out eventually to be a bit of a television city.
But the big difference is the last government split up the parcels of land into small plots and everybody got one. This time round, the UP government wanted to give the whole thing out to one, which is where Ashish and the Bhutani groups actually stepped in. They wanted to develop the whole thing, and since you are live, why don't you give us a 20-second peek into what to expect and how this plays in the larger UP and India infra story, Ashish?
See, Film City, God willingly, this will be one of the best film cities in the world. What we are trying to do is get tourism into the film city and supporting tourism via the film city. It will be supporting each other. The kind of infrastructure that we are planning there, from the best in the world to the first time things coming in the world, India will actually set now the example for the whole world to look forward to. There will be landmarks which have never been even attempted before. That is the kind of thing.
But the reason I raised the 1980s was because in the 1980s, maybe we were ahead, maybe India was not ready to look beyond Mumbai. Mumbai was the center of it all. There was the thought that you could create an alternate film city. A few film personalities, the likes of Romesh Sharma, the Mehras, took up properties, but they never scaled it up. Now I think India has the capacity. I think that's what the point. Pre-liberalization, India was not ready for an alternate grand film city. Post-liberalization, India is. I mean, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and now who knows Noida.
No, and also they've tried 3 or 4 different times to get the same project going with no success. And finally they've been, so, you know, it's very, in any infrastructure project, it's very difficult to get it going on day one. 3 or 4 attempts failed, and then they've been able to get this going. And the idea is to have something big and grand. And that sort of is part of what the government likes to do, have big results, big infrastructure projects. They don't like, sabko ek plot kaat ke de do, you make your own little buildings. They don't like that.
No, you look at the kind of projects which they have always done. In fact, even the recent Atal Setu, which is from Mumbai. I mean, look at the grand scale of that. I think that is something which the government is very clear that you need to, it's also a statement in that sense.
And also getting its timelines right. I mean, this was a project, the Atal Setu, which has been pending for years. The government fast forwarded it. I think the Prime Minister launched it 2016, 2017. In 7 years, you've got it in place.
All marks to Devendra Fadnavis for, doggedly chasing to get it back.
I think a lot of the Mumbai infra projects, Mr. Fadnavis deserves, huge credit for. There's another side, of course, and I wonder whether I'm being party pooper to say there's a difference between this government's record on physical infrastructure, which has been first rate, and on social infrastructure, health and education, which is a huge question mark. Is there that, am I right?
Rajiv Kumar joins us.
Rajiv Kumar, in saying that, you've been with Niti Aayog, so you will be able to tell us better. If I were to look, government, give them high marks for physical infrastructure, but not done so well on social infrastructure, health and education.
I'm not so sure, Raj. Simply because if you look at the number of medical colleges, for example, I think it's gone up probably 3 times now. If you look at the number of central universities and the IITs, etc., all of them have been increased.
No sign of greater quality, though, sir. With due regard.
But you're right there in the sense that yes, now is the time to focus much more on quality of basic health, basic education, primary education. Enrollment numbers for primary education are now beyond 100%. But so now is the time to focus on quality. I agree with you completely. But on social infrastructure as such, this government has done a huge lot. The Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan has been implemented very well. The national education policy that's come out, it's a remarkable policy. Now its implementation has got to be done. But also please remember that social sectors are principally the responsibility of the state governments. And the central government can play only that much of a role, which it has done for higher education. But I completely agree with you that the quality of higher education, the quality also of our primary education and of primary health. Ayushman Bharat, by the way, the National Health Authority, the medical insurance, of 5 lakhs for about 50 crore, 500 million people. These are unprecedented steps.
There's some talk today that too could be expanded. I mean, the possibility of Ayushman Bharat being sort of scaled up even further is not being ruled out. Yes, Mr. Garg, you're smiling when you're looking at...
No, if you look at the expenditure on health and education, you are right. 5 years, actually, there is no growth in the health and education expenditure.
That's Nirmala Sitharaman leaving Rashtrapati Bhavan. She'd gone to give a copy of the budget papers to Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu. Now on her way back, the budget papers have also reached Parliament. So that's happened as well. What we're going to do right now is slip into a very quick break. We'll come back and we'll go live to our reporters on the ground. We'll get political reactions, we'll get reactions from top economists, we'll get reactions from India Inc. On this interim budget. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman there in that long cavalcade driving out of Rashtrapati Bhavan and making her way once again to the Finance Ministry. Our coverage continues on the other side of a quick break.
Will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll.
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
बात करें इसके अलावा देश में भी अलग अलग हिस्सों से हमारे कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र, एफपीओज, स्टार्टअप
पूरे वैश्विक स्तर पर और हमारे देश के कई राज्यों में
बात करें इसके अलावा देश में भी अलग अलग हिस्सों से हमारे कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र, एफपीओज, स्टार्टअप
is not just the result of the country's flourishing economy, huge consumer market, with a strong economic foundation and timely government.
My expectation is what the BJP government have been doing for the past 10 years, which is offering more SOPs to those industrialists who are close to Prime Minister Modi. I believe in the budget there would be policy decisions which would benefit those very select industrialists who have been benefiting for the past 10 years. And for the majority of the country, for the poor, for the middle class, we will only be treated to sound bites, only well-intentioned words, but nothing that would change the daily life.
By New Kia Sonet, the Wild Reborn. Co-powered by SBI Life. अपने लिए अपनों के लिए.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman reaching Parliament to present her 6th budget. Remember, the first interim budget was presented way back in 1947 by R.K. Shanmugam Chetty. From then on, 14 interim budgets have been presented. The last was presented in February 2019 by Interim Finance Minister Piyush Goyal. This is when Arun Jaitley was in the United States for medical treatment. After that, now Nirmala Sitharaman, flanked by her two ministers of state, Pankaj Chaudhary and Bhagwat Kishan Rao Kharad, walking up the stairs at Parliament to present her 6th finance budget.
And the first budget in the new Parliament building. You know, this will be the first budget that's been presented in the new Parliament building. Security much tighter than it's ever been before after what happened in the last session. You've got CISF now taking over parts of the Parliament complex. So it's historic in that sense. The first budget, she will be remembered as the first finance minister who gave a budget in the new Parliament building. And that can give reason for her to be remembered among other things.
If you're interested in trivia, here's something to chew on or along with your breakfast or whatever it is you're doing this morning. Nirmala Sitharaman holds the record for the longest ever budget speech, 2 hours 42 minutes. This is in 2020. 2 hours 42 minutes, the longest ever budget speech by any finance minister. That's Nirmala Sitharaman. Typically, if you're wondering how long it's likely to be, 1 hour 25 minutes is the average. So February 23 was 1 hour 25 minutes, February 22 was 1 hour 27 minutes, 21 was 1 hour 50. Before that, 2 hours and 42 minutes. So let's see what she has in store for us.
But you see, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Piyush Goyal also holds the record for the longest interim budget speech, which was the last budget speech 2019. So don't be surprised if this speech too is somewhere in that same range. I think that was an well over an hour.
I don't think this will be long.
Sorry?
1 hour 10 minutes max today.
You're saying 1 hour 10 minutes max? Are you, the question we asked before you came in, Mr. Kumar, whether when you are going into an interim budget, you look at it very differently to a full budget, both as finance minister, as bureaucrats in the finance ministry, and indeed watchers like us. Do you believe that your mindset is completely different?
That depends upon the year in which the interim budget is being presented. If it is being presented in 2014 February or March or 19 February or March, is very different from what's
How?
Because of the uncertainty facing the prior to the elections. At the moment, it seems, for me at least, that the finance minister would be reasonable to assume that her party would present the next budget in July.
So are you saying that puts much less pressure on you to do something big?
To be a populist, a big bang populist.
But we haven't seen from any finance minister such an effort to try and taper expectations. Nirmala Sitharaman said on the 7th of December, no spectacular announcements will come in the vote of account. You have to wait after the new government comes in and presents the next full budget in July 2024. Now, usually, all finance ministers like the arc lights. They like to have their moment out in the sun. Here, Nirmala Sitharaman is going very far to try and keep expectations low.
No, but it depends, Rahul, on what you define as spectacular. Sure. You see, you're right, you keep expectations low, but given this government's history, they've always looked for that one headlineable item. I can't believe that, you will have tomorrow's paper saying Nirmala Sitharaman delivers a less than spectacular budget.
So Rajdeep, in my judgment, there can be two explanations for the kind of statement she made. Number one, if you think that the 2024 is done deal and you don't require any more of the persuasion for the voters or reaching out to the voter, that's one. Second one is what you can look for some clues in G20. The G20 until the leadership summit, the expectations were very low. In fact, there was deliberate kind of thing that it might be a failure kind of summit. And suddenly that communique comes and it becomes such a talking point that you've delivered. So you create a
So it's strategic. It's almost strategic to keep the expectation low, because you said, Mr. Kumar, in the break that you hope that there may be, or you presume or hope that there will be something in this budget for women. Now, there's been some comment that maybe given the success the BJP achieved in Madhya Pradesh, which was attributed by many to the Ladli Behna scheme, putting cash in the hands of BPL women, you could have something equivalent to Kisan Samman, but this time for women.
That could be one approach, but my take really was, Rajdeep, that the women participation rate in our employment, in our workforce is so low, and increasing that would really give a fillip to the GDP. So there could be some kind of a incentive for women to join the workforce rather than to stay back at home. Okay. And that could be one measure, which is different from putting money in the bank, but encouraging women to join the workforce, and maybe giving the firms or the enterprises some encouragement to employ women.
So Rajdeep, if you recall, after the pandemic, one of the giveaway was 500 rupees per month to the women.
Yes.
20 crore women. So when it comes to sort of reaching out, women is a very powerful constituency. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that, which was done post-pandemic, is also done now. Because creating job for women is a very, very difficult and arduous task. Now, what you see in the PLFS data, where the women workforce is increasing, employment is increasing, but that is in one category, which you drill down and you find unpaid woman worker in family enterprises. That is neither here nor there. That's not employment. That is just counting somebody who is not working and getting anything as employed. So, Ladli Behna, the 2020 precedent, women being a very powerful supporter of Ram theory and others also. So, to my mind, I think there would be a good package for women.
No, I agree with you, because I think one thing that is very clear, this is the political part of it. No political party in recent times has won an election without getting a majority woman vote.
Excellent.
Any party, and even when opposition has won, Mamata Banerjee won Bengal because she got a larger chunk of the woman vote. So, and I think the Prime Minister is very conscious of that. So, what form this sort of package takes for women may differ.
This opportunity cannot be missed in my judgment.
So you think there is a strong possibility that in this budget there will be something specifically targeted for women?
Absolutely.
And given that you've got all these Jan Dhan accounts, more than 500 million, of which I think 70% are women owned.
Delivery is very easy now.
Delivery is possible.
Delivery is very easy.
Delivery is possible, so that could be done. But I mean, what I suggested would really make it a very interesting one, to increase the women participation.
How do you do it is the question. How do you incentivize women to participate in the labour workforce?
You incentivize enterprises to get women into the workforce.
Very different.
By creating women-friendly facilities, by giving you extra money for to pay to the women. The women male-female ratio for wages gets corrected. All of that sort of thing, and that can be done. And that will be a really huge step if you do that.
Okay, what we'll do is walk across to the Budget Intelligence Dashboard just for a moment to give you a sense of some of the thrust areas of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in past budgets. So I'll take a look at the word cloud from the last budget. where her key focus was on tax. That word was used 51 times, development 28 times, states came in 27, agriculture 25, schemes 22, economy 21. If I go to the previous budget just before this one, there again tax 46, that time digital and online was the second most important thrust, coming in at 28 times, infrastructure 27, finance at 24, manufacturing at 20, growth at 19. Let's take a look at how the stock markets are doing this morning. Remember, the markets seem to have factored in the prospects of the Modi government coming back to power. The BSE Sensex up 88 points at 71,840. The Nifty, if we were to look at the Nifty, 32 points up at 21,757. Let's take a look at how the government has been spending its money. Okay, we've got some images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching Parliament. There he is this morning, arriving at Parliament for the last time in a budget before the union election. So it's an important budget for the Prime Minister, because he knows that this is when, in a few weeks from now, India will decide on his performance. And therefore, if anyone thinks that this is going to be a vote on account alone, that they're just going to account for their expenditure till July, that's unlikely to happen. They will use every opportunity that they have to try and make a big splash. So that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi entering the new Parliament building, and flanked by Dr. Jitendra Singh, who's a minister in the Prime Minister's office, Minister of State in the PMO. Okay, so let's now come back to the election intelligence dashboard, and I want to take you through some of the areas where the government has been spending the money and getting the money. So I'll take a look at the rupee inbox. For every rupee that the government has, where is it coming from? 17% of that comes from the goods and services tax, 4% comes from customs, 34% is borrowing and other liabilities, 15% is corporate tax, 7% is excise duty, 15% is income tax, capital receipts is 2%. And I'll get in a moment Dr. Garg to explain how this has been changing over the years. This is how the government spends its money. Of every rupee that the government spends, where is this money being spent? Share of state taxes and duties is 18%. 20% just goes in paying interest. 8% is on defense, 7% on all kinds of subsidies, 9% on centrally sponsored schemes, 4% on pension, and 17% are central sector schemes. How have you seen this change from your time to now? How is the inbox and the outbox changing?
So, Rahul, broadly, if you talk about the government expenditure, let us take the number of 23-24 budget. It was 45 lakh crore.
Correct.
Right? 45 trillion. There are four broad buckets in which the expenditure is done, right? One is what we call the growth expenditure, so CapEx, the PLIs, and many other industry promoting schemes. Then one is the bucket of the redistribution expenditure, where you provide for the poor, food subsidies, food, fertilizer, education, health, employment, and many other handouts, PM Kisan and all. That is the second big bucket. The third bucket is where you deliver public goods and services, defense, law and order, the CRPF, and those kind of expenditure. And finally, fourth is, which is actually not contributing anything for the current year, the interest payments, pensions, and things like that. So if you look at 45 lakh crores of 23-24, 10 lakh crore goes for the economic growth expenditures, the CapEx and the PLI and things like that. Another about 10 lakh crores went for the redistribution schemes. Okay. 5 lakh crores of subsidies, then education, health, and many other. As much as 8 lakh crores went for the public goods, defense and the CRPF, etc. And the remaining about 15-16 lakh crores actually went for the interest, pensions and all. Now, how is it changing over the years? In 2019-20, if you take that first year as the base for the current government, because within the current government, in the last 5 years, there's been substantial change. The economic growth expenditure has substantially increased from about, let us say, of 3 lakh crores or so in 2019-20 to about 10 lakh crores. Redistribution expenditures has also expanded. The public goods expenditure has not increased that much. The defense, CRPF, etc. has not gone up that much far. And the interest and other expenditures have also expanded. So there is a...
But you would agree that the one major change that has been is to bring all those off-budget items on the budget.
So the off-budget thing...
And clean up the expenditure.
Very correct.
You know,
in 2020,
in
2021, the government took a conscious decision to bring all the off-budget. By the way, off-budget which were brought in were also created by the Modi government from 2015-16
I want to go across to Kamal Bali. He's the President Managing Director of Volvo in India. Mr. Bali, welcome. From the perspective of the automobile sector, what are the key highlights that you'd be looking out for most, given the fact that this is ultimately just an interim budget?
Yeah, thank you, Rahul, for having me. Rahul, I think what we would want the government to do is basically continue with all the good work the government has been doing over the last several budgets in terms of, so we would recommend that the government continues expending money on capex to build to continue to build the infrastructure, which and that creates long-term growth. That's one. The second is and this also will help the logistics cost reduction, which is so much important for us, and also tackle the supply side constraints over a longer term. So I think that's one area where capex needs to continue to be spent on money. The second is, of course, very importantly, the industrial growth, the manufacturing growth, and there are a number of factors, and this is going to be a long-term thing because a lot of efforts have to be made when it comes to manufacturing and other industrial activities. So because it is one area which is relatively fragile, you see a lot of swing in the growth rates. In a particular month it grows very well, in another month it goes down. So I think we need support there. So therefore things like helping the MSMEs, additional schemes like the PLI or the ELI, which could be employee incentive schemes. Some of those things need to be done. And very importantly here, a lot of spend will have to be on the R&D. And this is one missing area. We spend as a nation, overall we spend just about 0.6 or 0.7% of our GDP on R&D. So therefore, this is one area where we would want some sort of a guidance by the government in terms of their direction towards.
There is some talk about the government coming out with announcements which will help the faster adoption of electric mobility. What would you ideally like to see?
We're not in.
I mean, I think there have been schemes. So see, electric mobility is a very tall subject, and it's a very complex subject. We need to develop the entire ecosystem to be able to reach the final destination on electric mobility. There are many players. There is a lot of focus on energy transition. So I think that's going to be one. Of course, the FAME 3 scheme, which is expected to be announced at some point in time, definitely helps to I would say, kickstart the process little faster because the initial cost of electromobility, the capital cost is always higher, and over time it moderates down. So that is where you need a glide path through some support. So it will be absolutely a welcome sign if we have another FAME type of scheme which covers also the public transport, because that's one area which is very important, because while we sort out the challenges with regards to emission, we also need to sort out some challenges with regards to congestion in our cities. So therefore, today there's a congestion with too many diesel vehicles. You don't want the same congestion to happen on account of electric vehicles. So you need to have a public transport system which supports the sustainable development of cities, because cities are going to be the engines of growth. We need to ensure that these cities perform and deliver on all cylinders and not, So I think that's going to be welcome news, Rahul, to come back to your point on electromobility.
There are two stories playing out this morning, Rahul. There's the budget, which is the primary focus. There's also the way the opposition wants to respond to what's happened late last night with the arrest of Hemant Soren. We are now told the possibility of some lawyers, Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Kapil Sibal, are knocking the doors of the Supreme Court to question the manner in which the arrests have taken place.
But they're arguing a weak case. See, ultimately, it depends on the evidence against Hemant Soren. If these opposition leaders have indulged in crimes of corruption, and the evidence is strong, as there is in the case of Hemant Soren, then it will just sound like, them crying for no reason. If the evidence is weak and a court finds that the evidence is weak, then it's a different matter. If you've done corruption and the government comes after you, then to quibble over timing, etc., you're not really winning much public support.
I'm not sure what their petition is about. Remember, they went in the past also in an omnibus petition questioning the manner in which the Enforcement Directorate allegedly was being misused. The Supreme Court then turned around and said, please come with specific instances. We'll look at those. We're not going to do a sort of wider fishing expedition. The PMLA Act itself is up for review and an order is expected anytime soon. I think that is critical. How does the Act actually operate in terms of reversing principles of jurisprudence? Are you guilty till proven innocent? Maushmi Singh is joining us. Maushmi, the opposition itself will perhaps want to create some kind of a wants to take up the issue of the alleged vendetta politics. How are they planning to do so? All eyes are on the budget at the moment. And as Rahul said, there are limits to what the courts really will do in terms of intervening in any of these cases. So what really is the opposition attempting to do today in Parliament?
Very good morning to you and Rahul. Rajdeep, I can tell you this, that the India bloc has hit several speed breakers after the JDU cross sides. Now, there was a late night meeting of Sharad Pawar with Mallikarjun Kharge and Mr. Balu was also present. All these leaders actually deliberated over the circumstances arising out of Hemant's arrest, and we are told 11:30 Abhishek Manu Singhvi would be addressing the media at Vijay Chowk. So that's got a lot to do with the way the Congress has been, rallying behind the JMM chief. Surely, because even yesterday they said that this was actually a subversion of the constitution and the ED was being used. So clearly that's an issue that the opposition would rake up inside the house. But of course, today is the presentation of the budget. On the sidelines, the opposition would leave no opportunity unturned to hammer in this point.
The opposition is really clutching at straws if they think that this is an issue which will get them instant
No, it actually
traction.
makes Modi look good.
Well, look, there are two sides to it, Rahul. There are serious question marks over selective prosecution. Those who have joined the government, and I turn to my home state, Maharashtra, as a classic example, all the cases against them have gone slow. In some cases, they've virtually been closed, while in opposition-ruled states, the ED seems hyperactive. Having said that, the very fact that you saw the images in Bengal, where ED officials were chased and assaulted, hardly gives you the impression that this is a government in Bengal which doesn't have skeletons in its cupboard.
No,
so
in Jharkhand as well, they've put an FIR against the ED team.
You can't have, for example, Hemant Soren has filed under the SC/ST Act, claiming that this is an atrocity being committed. His house here was searched in Shanti Niketan, his BMWs were seized, and he says this is an atrocity in the manner in which the search and seizures take place. What they don't realize is the public out there doesn't mind. You see, the public out there wants all so-called guilty, corrupt politicians to be arrested. They are not worried about the due process of law being followed. So I think in that sense, Mr. Modi has the political advantage. But I do worry in terms of the way prosecution agencies conduct their operations. Are we saying that in none of the BJP ruled states they're going to work. And I think this is a larger point which will have to be addressed at some stage. And I think the courts will have to do that. As I said, the review of the PMLA which is taking place is critical because you've now got a law in place that makes it very difficult to get bail for months on end. And therefore, if I'm arrested under PMLA, I spent 6 to 12 months in jail.
Those are images from Rashtrapati Bhavan. Delightful images these. Like a student who goes for a big exam, Draupadi Murmu, our president, giving her 1 chammach dahi, I think. I remember this used to happen growing up. It's supposed to be a good omen that you do well after you get dahi from your...
And probably the first time that you've got, or the second time that you've got both the president and the finance minister were women. The first time being when Draupadi Murmu took over 2 years ago and Nirmala Sitharaman delivered her last budget. Otherwise, it's been a very male-dominated sort of process. People in their suits and jackets. I remember there used to be a lot of criticism of budget programming saying, all of you are men in suits who talk about the future of this country. Where are the women? So in that sense, that picture, I think, is significant.
We aren't doing too well on that account.
No, we're not doing too well on that account. But the fact is, it is nice to see. This is a nice picture.
Aishwarya Paliwal joins us. Aishwarya, like a student going for an exam, the president giving her a spoon of yogurt, wishing her all the best. Interesting images as the entire team of the finance ministry lines up for that customary photo opportunity at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Aishwarya.
Well, we have seen, Rahul, how, most of these images over the past many years have come out and, like you're pointing out that definitely this is an exam for Nirmala Sitharaman, for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and their idea now is to make sure that they definitely hit a 6 on this ball. Because for the BJP also, before the big 2024 elections, they need to make sure that they cover all their bases. And we have seen how Nirmala Sitharaman over the past few months actually has been pointing towards the fact that the government is very conscious of all those sectors which really need the push. And the government also is making sure that some of those areas which have not been covered, those areas definitely will be covered, and they are very, very confident that when they present the full budget coming in the next few months, they'll be covering all the bases. And women, obviously, Rahul, from what we are understanding at the moment, women definitely will be getting a lot of fillip in just a couple of hours from now. Rahul.
Okay, so that's Aishwarya Paliwal reporting from right outside Rashtrapati Bhavan. Remember, this is where the first budget is being presented in the new parliament. I want to spend a moment with our guests talking about the performance of Nirmala Sitharaman. One is to talk about the performance, Rajiv Kumar, of the economy. The other is to rate the finance minister herself. We'll discuss how she did in the budget in just a moment. But how do you think she's been as finance minister in comparison with, say, Pranab Mukherjee, Chidambaram, Piyush Goyal, Arun Jaitley? What's your broad sense?
Well, she's done a fine job. I mean, she's held on to the, supposed to do. She's not, she's not let, the sort of purse strings go, sort of wide open. Her GST collections have been improving. The improvement on direct tax collections, the coverage of the direct tax having increased so much, the digitization of the entire tax collection process. I think all of that means very good. But the one thing that I would say is that the finance ministry's clout that used to be there in the earlier days, when I worked in the finance ministry since 1991, with Dr. Manmohan Singh, I remember from 91 to 95, the finance ministry drove the entire reform process. That, I think, is now sort of, I find that a little weak, as it were. The finance ministry's role in becoming, as it were, the, the sort of the pioneer and the pusher of reforms, that's weakened a bit.
No, but some would say, Mr. Kumar, is that because you've got infrastructure ministries which have also got specific targets to achieve, and therefore it's not all up to the finance ministry to drive the engine of growth, but reform can take place through physical infrastructure in particular in some of the other ministries as well?
No, that's true. That can always...
Or is it because of a dominant PMO?
I think you got that right. And that's true as well. There is a dominant PMO. But also, I think...
no, but it works well. If, for example, you have a dominant PMO and an over-charismatic or highly flamboyant finance minister, there are bound to be clashes. She gets the memo, she understands the direction that the Prime Minister wants to plow in, and they work as a team. Let's imagine it was somebody who had differences and a mind of his own.
At the same time, remember Arun Jaitley Saab's days, when the Finance Minister, he was the Finance Minister, and there was a great rapport between the Finance Minister and the PMO, and the two teams worked together like the wheels of a chariot, the two wheels of a chariot. Now that for me is the Finance Ministry's ideal role, which is to be able to give forthright advice to the Prime Minister, to the PMO, or to anybody else, and then push for those reforms which are difficult.
Okay. Subhash Garg, your sense of the performance of the Finance Minister relative to some of our peers?
So that obviously changes from time to time. We had seen...
You don't have to be diplomatic anymore,
No,
Mr. Garg.
I always be frank.
Yes.
You would have seen it in my book, We Also Make Policy. I have described the 2 years in Finance Ministry in very great detail and very frankly. So to respond to your question, it changes from time to time. Indira Gandhi had a very strong PMO. At that time, the Finance Ministry played second fiddle, so to say. But Manmohan Singh's time, the PMO was more nudging by silence and all, and the Finance Ministry was in the forefront, what Rajiv talked about. But in Narendra Modi's time, in the first term, Arun Jaitley was still a reasonably dominant, significant voice in terms of reform, new programs and all. Looking from that point of view, I don't think you can attach any particular program, including CapEx and all, which have taken place in last 4 years, 5 years, to Nirmala Sitharaman. But she has been a good executioner. Whatever is told or decided, then she has gone ahead and delivered that. I don't agree with Rajiv Kumar's opinion that the government has or she has done well on the fiscal consolidation front. In fact, we now are running 6% to GDP as fiscal deficit for the 4th year running. This is one of the highest long-term fiscal deficits in the country. So that fiscal consolidation is nowhere. Okay. There was a casual comment in 21-22 budget that we'll bring down to 4.5% in 25-26, which is actually much beyond what is the legal statutory requirement of 3% of fiscal deficit. So we have actually done very poorly on the...
No finance minister has ever met the statutory requirement, the 3%.
No, Arun Jaitley did it.
Only 1 year.
In 2018...
Just 1 year.
No, the law was amended. This government itself in 2018 amended the FRBM Act and incorporated two criterion there. Okay. Fiscal deficit 3%, loan or debt to GDP 40%.
Word from Parliament that the Cabinet has approved the interim budget. The Finance Minister has now left the Cabinet meeting. The Cabinet meeting, though, is still on. The Finance Minister's family is with her in Parliament. The interim budget has been approved by the Union Cabinet and will be presented on the floor of the House in exactly 30 minutes from now. Coming back, Rajdeep, to Nirmala Sitharaman. She may not have the flamboyance of a Chidambaram or the heft of a Pranab Mukherjee or even that of Arun Jaitley, but at a time when other world economies have been faring much worse, she's kept India on a very steady course.
Look, I think you've got to give Nirmala Sitharaman credit for the fact that despite limited political equity of her own, I mean, she's not a sort of mass leader by any stretch of imagination. She's in a very low profile way held her course. I mean, she was subject to a lot of criticism, you will recall, especially during the COVID years, during the lockdown period. Relatively speaking, therefore, I think what she's provided, and I think this is the strength of the Modi government, is a sense of stability. A sense that, there's nothing going to dramatically change 3 months from now, 6 months from now. I think what happened in the previous government because of demonetization was there was a sense of disruption that took place. And I think it took time for the government to recover from the fallout of that, from 2017 to 2019, if you look at that period. There was a sense that both with GST as well as demonetization coming back to back, the familiar criticism was far too much disruption. I think in contrast, in the last 5 years, barring that 1 year of COVID, the first year of COVID, I think you have to give Nirmala Sitharaman full marks for staying the course. She's not tried to do anything flamboyant, which is perhaps her strength.
I think on reform, we have a very significant things. There are 3 reforms which were introduced in the second term, 3 big reforms. On the agriculture side, there were 3 farm laws. On the labor side, there were 3 or 4 4 labor codes. And on the disinvestment privatization, the government came up with a policy of privatizing everything except the strategic sectors, right? On all 3, actually the government has gone back and not delivered anything. The farm laws were undone, the labor laws have not been sort of notified, and the disinvestment and the privatization is not taken. But what has done differently is that there is no noise, there is no disruption, there is no conflict within the government or public. And these 3 reforms which are not done have quietly quietened down.
You know, as I said, I think with the Modi government, and it also suits the PMO to have a relatively low-profile finance minister, not someone who's sort of trying to push herself,
Absolutely.
unlike the past. So when you mentioned the previous instances, they were finance ministers who also carried a lot of political heft. Particularly Pranab Mukherjee was virtually seen as an alternate power center in the government. And I think for a period that weakened the UPA or the ability of the PMO to chart a course. There was this great debate that took place at times over some of the steps like the retrospective tax that was brought in by Mr. Mukherjee. And you'd speak to PMO officials and they'd say, no, this was Mr. Mukherjee's decision. Almost as if the PMO did not have the power to stop the finance minister. Not a happy situation at all.
Give the finance minister her due also in terms of zero scam anywhere in the government. In the finance ministry has kept a very sharp eye on that.
Finance ministry has never had scams.
No, they have not. No, but look, I don't want to go into instances, but there have been situations there. Also, the fact that she has worked the team very well, led by very able bureaucrats, at this point of time, and there's been never any sort of any news of any rancor or dissonance coming out of the team there. So I think, those
We've got
are
images of Finance Minister Sitharaman's family with her in Parliament. Let's just take you through that. It's a big moment for everyone that Nirmala Sitharaman presenting her 6th Union Finance budget. 6th.
Hers is 5th.
This is her 6th.
Is it?
This is her 6th.
20,
and in
21,
fact,
22,
she's joining
23,
a very august... she's joining a very august gathering over here. You've got Morarji Desai, who's done 10, Chidambaram 9, Pranab Mukherjee 8, Yashwant Sinha 7, you've got C.D. Deshmukh 7, Manmohan Singh 6, Nirmala Sitharaman previously had 5, this will now be her 6th, and then Y.B. Chavan at 5.
And I think all the others, with the exception of Morarji Desai, did not deliver 6 in a row. Right. So I think Manmohan Singh may well have, but this is 6 in a row. So therefore, she has 6 consecutive budgets. Morarji Desai did 10 budgets, but they were spread over 2 different periods of time. And the first woman finance minister of the country. So I think for Nirmala Sitharaman, the last 5 years have been an enormous reinvention.
She has etched her name in Indian history.
She has, and it shows. I think. If you really asked anyone 10 years ago, would Nirmala Sitharaman be defense and finance minister? People would have sort of laughed it out. But she's come out of, in that sense, from the outer.
And no missteps. See, in finance ministry, as is the case, Prime Minister Modi says this often, that several of his ministers have the chapas problem. They talk too much. The moment there's a camera, they get excited and start saying things. It worries him a lot. In that sense, Rajiv Kumar has been very guarded in everything that she says, how she says it. There haven't been controversies associated with things that she's said or done and then having to backtrack or pull back on.
Yeah. Well, she's been a very careful person that way, and also, taken the advice given to her by her own senior bureaucrats very seriously. And I think she goes by that. And I think overall, she's also been a bit of a quite a political fighter in the, and I've heard her speeches in the Lok Sabha.
No, especially on defense during the Rafale debate. And as finance minister, she took on Mr. Chidambaram recently in the last parliament session. But there's an important breaking news that's coming in. Important because, for a long time we've been raising these issues of paper leaks, Rahul, across the country. The government has now decided that there will be a new Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Bill. They are bringing it next week on Monday, which will have fines of 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs and 1 year to 3 years imprisonment if there is any evidence found of paper leak in any exam, and the setting up of a high-level national technical committee to look at the way exams are conducted. Across Indian states, Rahul, and many of them, of course, are conducted at the state level, paper leaks are destroying the lives of lakhs of students who've had to wait for years before recruitment takes place. So the entire process is in a mess. Now, it's good to have a law. The challenge will be the implementation. How will you work with state governments? But I think at least it shows intent and the recognition that there is a problem. And therefore, that's a good step that the government has taken, because there is a need to ensure that these examinations are conducted in a fair and transparent manner. There's a huge problem at the moment. So good that the government has done this, and therefore on Monday again you will have something to look forward to in the parliament session. There are only 7 days left of this Lok Sabha, but the government clearly doesn't want to end the legislative business till the last date. Everyone asked me, will Mr. Modi call an early election? This was a few months ago when there was talk. I said, Mr. Modi's politics is I will use every last day available to me to do something to ensure I stay back in power.
No, that's unfair.
No, of course,
The quote he gives, if you meet him, and Amit Shah as well, जब तक सेवा करने का मौका मिले हर दिन करना. आपने उसको अपना स्पिन दे दिया to stay on in power. That's not how it is.
No, it is to continue another 5 years. I use every day in power to ensure seva is this word seva politicians use. Seva means power. We can call it seva, but more significantly on Nirmala Sitharaman, just a nice last story. Many years ago, maybe 2009-10, a BJP guest, and we have these studio discussions with BJP and Congress spokespersons, dropped out, the BJP guest. So I asked the guest desk, can you find some new person? Is there anyone available? They said, sir, we've just heard of this good English-speaking guest in the BJP who's even willing to come to the studio. So it makes a huge difference when a guest is willing to come to the studio. And I said, English-speaking? He said, yes, English-speaking. So I said, please invite the person. She said, sir, she's a woman. Should I call? Yes, please do. Came to the studio. It was Nirmala Sitharaman. She came 15 minutes in advance. She had more time on hand in those days.
Now you have the same story about Modi and Nirmala Sitharaman both. Exactly the same story.
No, Modi's story is different. Mr. Modi's story is that our guest dropped out, Vijay Kumar Malhotra. We had only 1 hour left for the show on end, and we were desperate to find a guest. I said, there's one person I know who might even come at this last moment. I rang up Mr. Modi, and we even paid for the taxi that came from Ashoka Road to our studio then in...
But that shows hunger.
That shows hunger. Look, he actually came for a 10 o'clock show when I rang him up at 8:50. It also shows how much the world has changed since then. But there's another occasion when our OB van outside Parliament was not functioning. Mr. Modi had been invited. Because of the rain, the OB van was not functioning. It was India-Pakistan, the Musharraf meet with Prime Minister Vajpayee. Mr. Modi sat under an umbrella waiting for the OB to start functioning. You're right, it shows your appetite and your hunger to stay in the public eye.
But that's why he is where he is.
Well, look, that's why I am where I am. Nothing has changed for me. I will still ring up someone and ask, yaar, 1 ghante mein aa jao. It may be a new face. I keep telling spokespersons, you never know what tomorrow brings. Nirmala Sitharaman is a great example for spokespersons to hold on to. You never know what tomorrow brings. She's worked hard at her job and very efficient.
Since independence, there have been 18 years.
You can't expect a BJP government to do an early election after learning the lesson from the Atal Vajpayee government. I mean, why would they do it?
Sure.
They would be there until the last. The economy is doing better than it was doing in the past few years. I mean, it's picked up in the post-pandemic period and the past few years. I mean, there's more to show to the electorate.
And the biggest risk to India's economy right now, according to all, whether it's you look at the WEF paper, the IMF paper, is all external geopolitical risk, which means that the India story itself is strong, and they've been through 2 massive international crises in terms of the Russia-Ukraine war, the Israel-Hamas war, the pandemic. This has been a very rough 5 years economically. So basically the government's hoping that on the back of everything they've been through, they're now on the verge of the economy taking off. 89 budgets since independence, 12 of them interim budgets. Sumant Sinha now joins us, Chairperson, Chief Executive at Renew Power. Mr. Sinha, if you look at the overall picture, and because we spoke to Vaishali earlier, so I don't want to speak about energy just for a moment, but as far as industry is concerned, given that this is an interim budget, are you keeping your expectations very low?
No, it's not a question of keeping expectations low, Rahul. I think it is an interim budget, as you said. So, you won't expect the government to make major pronouncements in this one. We all know the real budget will come in July. And I think it's just a question of waiting for it. I think there are many good things that are happening in the economy right now. And I think the momentum on those will continue.
Suman, we also spoke earlier to our Business Today editor Saurav, and Saurav's view was that corporate India is, and Siddharth Zarabi, that corporate India is feeling good. There's a feel-good factor at the moment, in contrast to 2019, when there was an element of uncertainty in that election year. Do you go along with that, or is there variation between, depending on which sector of the economy you are in? There are those who are buoyant, and as Mr. Garg said, those in MSMEs, not so much.
I would say that in general, the view in corporate India is very positive. I think there is also a sense that we will have political continuity, which is going to be good for the economy going forward. And you look at the economic growth, you look at interest rates, you look at consumer demand, you look at infrastructure spending, all of those are pointing in the right direction. Financial sector lending is good. Corporates have delevered their balance sheets. So I think at this point, there is a sense of optimism, certainly within corporate India. And I think we're just waiting for the elections to get behind us. And then
Is there any risk at all? Is there any risk at all, Sumant, you see going ahead? Any risk you see going ahead?
You mean political risk? I think the expectation is not really. I think everybody expects that this government is going to continue.
So any other risk factor? What is it that you would be concerned about, not just in the budget, but between now and May when elections are held?
Look, I think the biggest risk really is global instability. We have a couple of wars going on. Those might spin out of control. There are geopolitical tensions between the US and China. Those might result in strained supply chains and trade issues around the Houthi rebels and so on. I think those are the kinds of issues that might lead to movements in commodity prices, for example, or interest rates that might have a negative external shock on India. I think from a domestic standpoint, I don't think anybody expects anything to go off the rails. Everything is looking pretty good from that standpoint. So to me, those are the external risks are the ones that we obviously have to watch out for.
I was privy to this interesting conversation between Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and a top representative from industry at Rashtrapati Bhavan during the state banquet for French President Macron. And essentially it was about industry expecting government to carry on and increase the outlay for capital expenditure. And the finance minister is just turning around and saying, why is the entire expectation on us? Why isn't India Inc. doing more? How do you wrap your head around the fact that capacity utilization has been in the mid-70s for a long time now, and the government and people like us and everybody who's observing the economy simply aren't seeing the kind of investment from India Inc. that you'd expect to at this stage of the economic cycle?
No, I agree with you, Rahul. That's in fact the big conundrum. But my sense is that, look, as the Indian economy continues to grow at 7% over the next 2-3 years, your capacity utilization factors across sectors will actually go up. And that's when you'll start seeing corporate investments happen. So I think it's a matter of time before that happens. So I would say let's be patient and you'll see that investment happening pretty soon.
But Subhash, it's been a matter of time for a long time. And at some point in time, people will wonder how long will this time be? Apna time kab aayega? Nirmala Sitharaman will really be wondering. Because if private investment starts kicking in on the back of the increased outlays for capital expenditure on the government side, the economy will really take off in a very significant way.
I don't think it's very complex to understand. Look at the consumption, which drives the private sector investment. Consumption growth this year is only 4%. Look at 5-year consumption growth, it's again 4.5%. So consumption's not seeing any demand. If there is no great demand on consumption side, why the private industry would do it? Where is the private industry making investment? Is primarily into three kinds of buckets. Number one, where the government capex is going. So you still find steel, cement investment being made. Second, you find where the government is making a lot of infrastructure investment. So you find a lot of investment being made in the infrastructure, machines, cranes and everything, metro tubes and drilling machines, railway laying machines, etc. That's where the investment is going. And lastly, where the government is supporting through PLIs, etc., batteries, solar, mobile phones. So it's not that the private investment is not going, but that's not going that big enough.
So let Sumant respond to that, which is where the question about the absence of the animal spirits, it's almost as if a lot of the dependence is on the government pushing the economic engine rather than India Inc. wanting to rise to the occasion, Sumant.
No, I think, look, if you have to go sector by sector, as was being said earlier, if you look at, for example, our sector, there's a lot of private investment going in. If you look at the aviation sector, there's a lot of capital investment that is happening. So I think you have to look at sector by sector. And look, the reality also is that corporate capex and corporate investments are growing. It's not that they're not. It's just compared to government capex, which has grown by almost 25-30%, maybe corporate capex is growing at 10%. Now, yes, you do want that to go up at a faster clip. But I think it should happen at some point in the near future. I think one very important factor is interest rates. We do need interest rates to start coming down as well, because that does then make investments more viable across the economy. So I think that is the only one thing I would point to and say that is one thing that might actually be delaying corporate capex from happening, apart from, of course, capacity utilization factors having to trend up as well.
Sumant, thank you for joining us. We'll come back to you for more later. We're going to slip into a very quick break right now. Then we'll go across live to Parliament and show you the budget speech. Nirmala Sitharaman's 6th budget speech starts in a few minutes from now. Rajdeep and I will return on the other side of this quick break. Stay with us. In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kanwal only on India Today.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV. In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kanwal only on India Today. മേഖലകളിൽ ഇടപെടൽ വേണമെന്നുള്ള ആവശ്യം പൊതുവെ ഉയർത്തുന്നു. In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kanwal only on India Today.
Presented by New Kia Sonet, the Wild Reborn. Co-powered by SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए.
Welcome back to our special coverage. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman set to present her sixth budget and interim vote on account budget shortly. In about 10 minutes from now, she will be presenting it, the first budget in the new Parliament building.
We've got information that the Union Cabinet meeting inside the Parliament building has ended, and Nirmala Sitharaman is getting set in about 7 minutes from now to present her sixth budget. A significant achievement this, because she's really joining the who's who in terms of those who've held the finance ministry, Rajdeep.
That's right. And, when she took over Rahul 5 years ago, there was a element of surprise. She was the surprise choice. I think the expectation was you would have someone, quote unquote, a little bit more high profile with experience in finance. Well, she's proved many of the skeptics wrong, both by her durability and her consistency. So I think for her, this marks the end of one chapter. We don't know what happens post May 2024, but the expectation will be that because of continuity, she could, and if this government wins, she could be the finance minister delivering a budget in July as well.
Subhashkar, how would the government account for geopolitical risk internationally in their budget calculations, and keep in mind that whatever they're thinking or trying to do doesn't get outdone by what's happening abroad?
See, my take on geopolitical risk is slightly more nuanced and different. There are two sides of it. One is the financial risk. You have sudden inflows if there is a lot of liquidity being put in by the Americans and elsewhere, which happened in 2021, 22, and when the reversal happens, which is currently happening. So there are certain implications because the capital flows and other. The second, which is normally people consider the war in Ukraine or Gaza or now the Red Sea. In fact, in my judgment, the second kind of risks has actually not done any serious damage to us. In fact, it has been beneficial.
No, but in the Red Sea, the Houthi attacks, increasing all shipping and
so
cargo.
far, if you look at the oil, is not affected by that. Earlier, Ukraine.
Why the food prices were affected?
No, that's what I'm coming to. So,
that's caused the inflation.
Let me explain. So, in Ukraine, the food prices had gone up because there was a problem on the wheat exports from the Russia and the Ukraine side.
Yeah.
But that was an opportunity for us because wheat we could have exported much more. Let me.
Not with the El Nino, no?
Yeah, one by one. I'll get you to speak and then get you to respond.
So, wheat, we were having surplus at that time. We had actually exported about 7.5 million tons of wheat that time. We could have actually used that opportunity. Later on, because our domestic supply of wheat had gone down, later on when our rice supply had gone down, this was a domestic reason, And the government met that by putting sort of ban on the export, etc. So I don't think geopolitical factors have any serious adverse consequence.
Yes, Mr. Kumar.
Subhash, you must accept that the geopolitical situation has been marked with the greatest uncertainty ever.
Not really.
Because of the pandemic, because of the Ukraine war, because of now what's happening in the Red Sea, and that's affected investment intentions, and that's affected FDI flows, and that affected, for example, the food inflation that I talked about. To think that all this global uncertainty, the slowing down of demand, the global trade growth going down, the GDP growth going down, has left us completely unaffected, is sort of thinking that we are living in a kind of a cocoon which is just our own.
Rajiv, in 2021, our FDI was the highest ever. The growth was the highest. It's because
that was on 20.
This was 2021, the pandemic year. The the highest FDI we have got is in 2021.
But then it tapered off after that.
No, that is, so when the crisis, the epidemic crisis was over, it was not because the pandemic had affected, in fact, it created opportunity for a lot of investment flow into the digital economy of India, the startups of India, and since the Americans were expanding the liquidity, there was a lot of cheaper money available for investment.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
So 2020,
as soon as the inflation hiked up in the US and in Europe, and they raised the interest rates, all that liquidity dried up. The investments, the investment flows stopped. The dollar started strengthening at that same time, and that's impacted us. And just one second, the growth. That the growth of world trade has been one of the weakest in the last 3 years ever, and has been growing slower than the GDP growth rate, world growth rate, which itself has been quite weak. Now that must affect the Indian economy, right?
So that is the distinction I am making. Financial is a different segment, and the non-financial physical disruptions, geopolitical. So what I am saying is that the geopolitical physical side has not disrupted us or affected us adversely. It is the financial changes. Okay. So in 2021, we benefited, in fact. Later on, we are now having some adversity.
Okay, so interesting to have two different perspectives to that, because I think this is one of those risk factors, Sumant Sinha briefly spoke about it, that I think businessmen are concerned about at one level round.
So I'll take one or two responses from that C-Voter pre-budget poll, which really laid out expectations voters have from the budget. And the question that was asked was, has the centre delivered on the economic front? Let me take you through the responses to that question. 40% of the respondents in that C-Voter survey saying that the delivery has been better than expected, 25% saying that the delivery is just as expected, 35% saying that the delivery is worse than expected. But 4 out of 10 saying the government at this time seems to have done better than expected. Let's take a look at the quality of people's lives and whether they think it's getting better or the worse. Quality of Aam Aadmi's life last year. Quality of life last year, 35% saying has improved, 30% saying is the same, 35% saying has got worse. So how was your life last year? 35% saying it's improved, 30% saying it's the same, 35% saying it's got worse. What's your expectation about life next year? 42% saying it will improve, 31% saying it will roughly be the same, and 28% saying it will deteriorate. So, Rajdeep, while you can say that there is no irrational exuberance, it's not doom and gloom either. Like the handling of the economy by the finance minister, more optimism than caution, but not too much exuberance either.
No, I draw the distinction between 2019 and 24. The same numbers in 2019 suggested that the government was on notice. There was a sense that the government at that moment was on the back foot, and the interim budget reflected that when the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Yojana was announced. There was a desire to ensure that certain sections of society which felt vulnerable at that time were given those benefits. That's not the case now.
वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां आपको हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य बजट भाषण की प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात उसे मेंबर पोर्टल पर।
Honorable Speaker, I present the interim budget for 24-25. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The economy got a new vigor. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kaal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be blessed again by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly. All, regardless of their social standing, get access to opportunities. We are addressing systemic inequalities that had plagued our society. We focus on outcomes and not on outlays, so that the social economic transformation is achieved. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilayein, Yuva, and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations, and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. Garib Kalyan, Desh Ka Kalyan. We believe in empowering the poor. The earlier approach of tackling poverty through entitlements had resulted in very modest outcomes. When the poor became empowered partners in the development process, government's power to assist them also increases manifold. With the pursuit of Sabka Saath, in these 10 years, the government has assisted 25 crore people to get freedom from multi-dimensional poverty. Our government's efforts are now getting synergized with energy and passion of such empowered people. This is truly elevating them from poverty. Direct benefit transfer of 34 lakh crore rupees from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts has led to savings of 2.7 lakh crores of rupees for the government. This savings has been realized through avoidance of leakages prevalent earlier. The savings have helped in providing more funds for Garib Kalyan. PM Swanidhi has provided credit assistance to 78 lakh street vendors. From that total of 78 lakh street vendors, 2.3 lakh have received credit for the 3rd time. PM Janman Yojana reaches out to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups who have remained outside the realm of development so far. PM Vishwakarma Yojana provides end-to-end support to artisans and craftspeople engaged in 18 trades. The schemes for empowerment of Divyangs and transgender persons reflect firm resolve of our government to leave no one behind. Welfare of Annadata. Farmers are our Annadata. Every year under PM Kisan Samman Yojana, direct financial assistance is provided to 11.8 crore farmers, including marginal and small farmers. Crop insurance is given to 4 crore farmers under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. These, besides several other programs, are assisting Annadata in producing food for the country and for the world. Electronic National Agricultural Market has integrated 1,361 mandis and is providing services to 1.8 crore farmers with trading volume of 3 lakh crores of rupees. The sector is poised for inclusive, balanced, higher growth and productivity. These are facilitated from farmer-centric policies, income support, coverage of risks through price and insurance support, promotion of technologies and innovations through startups. Empowering the Amrit PD, the Yuva. Our prosperity depends on adequately equipping and empowering the youth. The National Education Policy 2020 is ushering the transformational reforms. PM Schools for Rising India, PM Shri, are delivering quality teaching and nurturing holistic and well-rounded individuals. The Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new ITIs. A large number of institutions of higher learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 triple ITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. Chess prodigy and our #1 ranked player Pragyananda put up a stiff fight against the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen in 2023. Today, India has over 80 chess grandmasters compared to little over 20 in 2010. Momentum for Nari Shakti. The empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance. Besides delivering on high growth in terms of gross domestic product, the government is equally focused on a more comprehensive GDP, that is, governance, development, and performance. Our government has provided transparent, accountable, people-centric, and prompt, trust-based administration with citizen first and minimum government, maximum governance approach. The impact of all-round development is discernible in all sectors. There is macroeconomic stability, including in the external sector. Investments are robust. The economy is doing well. People are living better and earning better, with even greater aspirations for future. Average real income of the people has increased by 50%. Inflation is moderate. People are getting empowered, equipped, and enabled to pursue their aspirations. There is effective and timely delivery of programs and of large projects. Economic management. The multi-pronged economic management over the past 10 years has complemented people-centric, inclusive development. Following are some of the major elements. 1. All forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, or social, are being built in record time. Number 2, all parts of the country are becoming active participants in economic growth. Number 3, digital public infrastructure, a new factor of production in the 21st century, is instrumental in formalization of the economy. Number 4, goods and services tax has enabled one nation, one market, one tax. Tax reforms have led to deepening and widening of tax base. Number 5, strengthening of the financial sector has helped in making savings, credit, and investments more efficient. Number 6, GIFT, IFSC, and the Unified Regulatory Authority, IFSCA, are creating a robust gateway for global capital and financial services for the economy. Number 7, proactive inflation management has helped keep inflation within the policy band. Now, the global context, Honorable Speaker, sir. Geopolitically, global affairs are becoming more complex and challenging with wars and conflicts. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains, and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. The country showed the way forward and built consensus on solutions for those global problems. The recently announced India-Middle East-Europe economic corridor is a strategic and economic game changer for India and others. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, the corridor, and I quote, will become the basis of world trade for hundreds of years to come, and history will remember that this corridor was initiated on Indian soil, unquote. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity, backed by Sabka Prayas, has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, "There is no dearth of opportunities, as many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit," unquote. Strategy for Amrit Kaal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities, and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and regulatory framework. Aspirational Districts Program. Our government stands ready to assist the states in faster development of aspirational districts and blocks, including generation of ample economic opportunities. Development of the East. Our government will pay utmost attention to make the eastern region and its people a powerful driver of India's growth. PM Awas Yojana Gramin. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses. Medical colleges. Several youth are ambitious to get qualified as doctors. They aim to serve our people through improved healthcare services. Our government plans to set up more medical colleges by utilizing the existing hospital infrastructure under various departments. A committee for this purpose will be set up to examine the issues and make relevant recommendations. Cervical cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care and development. The newly designed You-Win platform for managing immunization and intensified efforts of Mission Indradhanush will be rolled out expeditiously throughout the country. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. For ensuring faster growth of the sector, our government will further promote private and public investment in post-harvest activities, including aggregation, modern storage, efficient supply chains, primary and secondary processing and marketing and branding. Nano DAP. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer with but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was a government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing cement corridor. Number 2, port connectivity corridors. And number efficiency and reduce cost. The resultant decongestion of the high traffic corridors will also help in improving operations of passenger trains, resulting in safety and higher travel speed for passengers. Together with dedicated freight corridors, these 3 economic corridor programs will accelerate our GDP growth and reduce logistic costs. $40,000 normal rail bogies will be converted to Vande Bharat standards to enhance safety, convenience, and comfort of passengers. Aviation sector. The aviation sector has been galvanized in the past 10 years. Number of airports have doubled to 149. Rollout of air connectivity to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities under Udan scheme has been widespread. 517 new routes are carrying 1.3 crore passengers. Indian carriers have proactively placed orders for over 1,000 new aircrafts. Expansion of existing airports and development of new airports will continue expeditiously. Metro and Namo Bharat. We have a fast expanding middle class and rapid urbanization is taking place. Metro rail and Namo Bharat can be the catalyst for the required urban transformation. Expansion of these systems will be supported in large cities, focusing on transit-oriented development. Green energy. Towards meeting our commitment for net zero by 2070, the following measures will be taken. Viability gap funding will be provided for harnessing offshore wind energy potential for initial capacity of 1 gigawatt. Coal gasification and liquefaction capacity of 100 metric tons will be set up by 2030. This will also help in reducing imports of natural gas, methanol, and ammonia. Phased mandatory blending of compressed biogas in compressed natural gas for transport and piped natural gas for domestic purposes will be mandated. Financial assistance will be provided for procurement of biomass aggregation machinery to support collection. Electric vehicle ecosystem. Our government will expand this and strengthen the e-vehicle ecosystem by supporting manufacturing and charging infrastructure. Greater adoption of e-buses for public transport networks will be encouraged through payment security mechanism. Biomanufacturing and biofoundry. For promoting green growth, a new scheme of biomanufacturing and biofoundry will be launched. This will provide environment-friendly alternatives such as biodegradable polymers, bioplastics, biopharmaceuticals, and bioagri inputs. This scheme will also help in transforming today's consumptive manufacturing paradigm to the one based on regenerative principles. Blue Economy 2.0. For promoting climate-resilient activities for Blue Economy 2.0, a scheme for restoration and adaptation measures and coastal aquaculture and mariculture with integrated and multi-sectoral approach will be launched. Comprehensive development of tourist centers. The success of organizing G20 meetings in 60 places presented diversity of India to global audience. Our economic strength has made the country an attractive destination for business and conference tourism. Our middle class also now aspires to travel and explore. Tourism, including spiritual tourism, has tremendous opportunities for local entrepreneurship. States will be encouraged to take up comprehensive development of iconic tourist centers, branding and marketing them at global scale. A framework for rating of the centers based on quality of facilities and services will be established. Long-term interest-free loans will be provided to states for financing such development on matching basis. To address the emerging fervor for domestic tourism, Honorable Speaker, sir, projects for port connectivity, tourism infrastructure, and amenities will be taken up on our islands, including Lakshadweep. This will help in generating employment also. Promoting investments. The FDI inflow during 2014 to 23 was $596 billion US, marking a golden era. That is twice the inflow during 2005 to 14. For encouraging sustained foreign investment, we are negotiating bilateral investment treaties with our foreign partners in the spirit of First Develop India. FDI is First Develop India. Reforms in the states for Vikasit Bharat. Many growth and development enabling reforms are needed in the states for realizing the vision of Vikasit Bharat. A provision of 75,000 crore rupees as 50-year interest-free loan is proposed this year to support those milestone-linked reforms by the state governments. Societal changes. The government will form a high-powered committee for an extensive consideration of the challenges arising from fast population growth and demographic changes. The committee will be mandated to make recommendations for addressing these challenges comprehensively in relation to the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Amrit Kaal as Kartavya Kaal. Our government stands committed to strengthening and expanding the economy with high growth and to create conditions for people to realize their aspirations. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address to the nation in the 75th year of our Republic, said, and I quote, "We commit ourselves to national development with new inspirations, new consciousness, new resolutions as the country opens up immense possibilities and opportunities. It is our Kartavya Kaal." Unquote. Every challenge of the pre-2014 era was overcome through our economic management and our governance. These have placed the country on a resolute path of sustained high growth. This has been possible through right policies, true intentions, and appropriate decisions. In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. Revised estimates. Revised estimates of 2023-24. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 27.56 lakh crores of rupees, of which the tax receipts are 23.24 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of total expenditure is 44.90 lakh crore rupees. The revenue receipts at 30.33 30.03 lakh crore rupees are expected to be higher than the budget estimate, reflecting strong growth momentum and formalization in the economy. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 5.8% of GDP, improving on the budget estimate, notwithstanding moderation in the nominal growth estimates. Budget estimates for 2024-25. Coming to the year 2024-25, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 30.80 and 47.66 lakh crore rupees respectively. The tax receipts are estimated at 26.02 lakh crore rupees. The scheme of 50-year interest-free loan for capital expenditure to states will be continued this year with an outlay of 1.3 lakh crore rupees. We continue on the path of fiscal consolidation, as announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path. So the gross and net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.13 lakh crore rupees and 11.75 lakh crore respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. Now that the private investments are happening at scale, the lower borrowings by the central government will facilitate larger availability of credit for the private sector. Vote on account. I'll be seeking vote on account approval of the Parliament through the appropriation bill for a part of the financial year 2024-25. I will now move to Part B. Honorable Speaker, sir, over the last 10 years, the direct tax collections have more than trebled and the return filers swelled 2.4 times. I would like to assure the taxpayers that their contributions have been used wisely for the development of the country and welfare of its people. I appreciate the taxpayers for their continued support. The government has reduced and rationalized tax rates. Under the new tax scheme, there is now no tax liability for taxpayers with income up to 7 lakh rupees, up from 2.2 lakh rupees in the financial year 2013-14. The threshold for presumptive taxation for retail businesses was increased from 2 crores to 3 crores. Similarly, the threshold for professionals eligible for presumptive taxation was increased from 50 lakh rupees to 75 lakh rupees. Also, corporate tax rate was decreased from 30% to 22% for existing domestic companies and to 15% for certain new manufacturing companies. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the last 5 years, our focus has been to improve taxpayer services. The age-old jurisdiction-based assessment system was transformed with the introduction of faceless assessment and appeal, thereby imparting greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Introduction of updated income tax returns, a new Form 26AS, and pre-filling of tax returns have made filing of tax returns simpler and easier. Average processing time of returns has been reduced from 93 days in the year 2013-14 to a mere 10 days this year, thereby making refunds faster. Indirect taxation. By unifying the highly fragmented indirect tax regime in India, The GST has reduced the compliance burden on trade and industry. The industry has acknowledged the benefits of GST. According to a recent survey conducted by a leading consulting firm, 94% of industry leaders view the transition to GST as largely positive. According to 80% of the respondents, it has led to supply chain optimization, as elimination of tax arbitrage and octroi has resulted in disbanding of checkposts at the state and city boundaries. At the same time, tax base of GST more than doubled, and the average monthly gross GST collection has almost doubled to 1.66 lakh crores this year. States too have benefited. States' SGST revenue, including compensation released to states in the post-GST period of 2017-18 to 2022-23, has achieved a buoyancy of 1.22. In contrast, the tax buoyancy of state revenues from subsumed taxes in the pre-GST four-year period of 2012-13 to 2015-16 was a mere 0.72. The biggest beneficiaries are consumers, as reduction in logistic cost and taxes have brought down prices of most goods and services. We have taken a number of steps in customs to facilitate international trade. As a result, the import release time declined by 47% to 71 hours at inland container depots, by 28% to 44 hours at air cargo complexes, and by 27% to 85 hours at seaports over the last 4 years since 2019, when the national time release studies were first started. Tax proposals. As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. However, certain tax benefits to startups and investments made by sovereign wealth or pension funds, as also tax exemption on certain income of some IFSC units, are expiring on 31/3/2024. To provide continuity in taxation, I propose to extend the date to 31/3/2025. Moreover, in line with the government's vision to improve ease of living and ease of doing business, I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayer services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled, or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much-needed reforms. The government did that successfully following a strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome and the economy has been put firmly on a high sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development and performance, effective delivery and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes. The goal of Vikasit Bharat with good intentions, true dedication and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honourable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
So, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
So I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई शुक्रवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
This very short budget speech.
My big takeaway is that the 4 pillars that she announced, which is the Garib, Yuva, Annadata and Nari, the Gyan, I think you will see much more action on them in the July 24 budget. And I think she's laid the foundation, she's laid the groundwork for that. Also, the other big one is the extension of the Ayushman Bharat to all the Anganwadis and the
Asha workers.
And the third that I thought was a big one was the the self-help groups, the 83 lakh women, workers in the self-help groups, creating 1 crore Lakpati, women Lakpatis, and the target being raised to 3 crore Lakpatis. I think that's the one where I think more will be announced as we come along as to how these crore-patis will be created, lakpatis would be created. I think those are my major takeaways. And finally, it is that, as I've been saying, this budget, and you said, reflects the government's confidence that they will be back there in 24 and do not want to queer the pitch for the next finance minister to try and get the sums right, etc. Very well laid out path, and great intentions, move towards Viksit Bharat, from here on.
I think it just shows how 5 years is a very long time in India. From 2019 to 24, you have a far more self-confident government. I think in 2019, Rahul, there was a sense, even though eventually the government got that big victory, there was a sense in January, particularly of 2019, that the election could be very competitive. I think there's a sense on February 1st, 2024, that the opposition is in complete disarray. And I think typical of a clever government, and the one thing about Mr. Modi is that he's politically very sharp. He recognizes this is not a moment for disruption. I always thought
but it's stunning confidence, Rajdeep. What they haven't done is far more important than what's been done.
That's right. Because,
a few weeks before the election, to have this kind of confidence that we don't need to do anything dramatic, there doesn't need to be populism, we don't need to roll out the populist red carpet, we'll still come back in July.
That's right. I think it shows, as I said, how much Indian politics has changed in the last 5 years.
Manish Tiwari of the Congress is speaking at this moment. First, opposition reactions. Let's listen.
Over the first quarter of the next financial year, what is extremely worrying is the increasing fiscal deficit, because the numbers which have been presented by the finance minister clearly demonstrate that over 18 lakh crores is the unfunded extent of the union budget for this year. And this number is only going to increase.
Vote on account presented by.
See, ultimately, this is a vote on account to keep the government solvent over the first quarter of the next financial year. What is extremely worrying is the increasing fiscal deficit, because the numbers which have been presented by the finance minister clearly demonstrate that over 18 lakh crores is the unfunded extent of the union budget for this year. And this number is only going to increase.
How do you see sir? Vote on account presented by.
See, ultimately, this is a vote on account to keep the government solvent over the first quarter of the next financial year.
So a level of confidence which is not just unique in an Indian political context, but unique in an international context as well, where the government doesn't feel the pressing need to go out and do anything dramatic on the populist front, in the confidence that they will be back in July with the full budget. And that obviously is a political message, Subhashkar. That's not just the finance minister.
Very true.
That's the message from the top.
So in 2019, the economy was on the little doldrums, was going down. And the government very wisely decided to play to the constituency, the middle class, the farmers, and the unorganized workers. This time it seems to me that need to sort of cater to these classes for populist measures has also not been felt. This may be because of that political confidence that there are other things, other measures to take, which will take care of the political side, and you don't need to service the people. But it is very uncharacteristic in the sense of the government not utilizing whatever lever is available. Whether this will be sort of pulling back a little bit in times to come, I don't know. Let's see. But this is quite uncharacteristic that now you are not really pushing for.
Interestingly, Raghuram Rajan will be doing a press conference at 2:30 p.m. around this budget. Now that is interesting because the finance minister has presented a straight budget. It'll be interesting to see what Raghuram Rajan has to say. He's in Jaipur for the Literature Festival. He'll be doing a press conference on the budget. So politics playing itself out, Rajdeep, in different ways. The government not being very political, but you got Raghuram Rajan, who at some level aspires potentially to be finance minister.
No, that's what the question I would raise is in what capacity? Raghuram Rajan has written a book at the moment, so he has every right to be at the Jaipur Literature Festival to promote his book. But if he's responding to the budget, then in what capacity? As a former RBI governor, as a former chief economic advisor, as a professor, or as a potential...
As a wannabe finance minister.
As a wannabe finance minister. You see, frankly, at the moment, unless you had presumably Mr. Chidambaram will have to play that role. Mr. Chidambaram will outline to us how the opposition
But what do you criticize about? You can say, oh, she should have done more of this, more of that.
I think the criticism...
There is one convergence. She said that we will present a roadmap for 2047, Viksit Bharat, in times to come. The second thing she said that we will place a white paper of what happened before 2014 and what happens now. Theme of his book is also India 2050 kind of thing. So maybe he would try to sort of bring out that why this roadmap is not there and what the roadmap should be.
Because the theme through the speech was compare where India was in 2013-14 and where we are today. I think that's the concern. If I were to look for a theme, it was not just a report card of what the government claims to have achieved in the last 10 years, but contrasted with what the previous government. Now, that's where the opposition, Mr. Chidambaram, you can cherry pick figures. The opposition will cherry pick figures of GDP growth rate, ask you to compare the two. The government will cherry pick inflation numbers or FDI numbers and compare them with previous government. So I think that's the battle that will be fought politically over the next 24 hours. I don't think it's going to have any significant impact, Rahul, on the overall electoral narrative at all.
Also, the fact that the fiscal deficit she estimates in the revised estimates will be 5.8. It is anticipated to be 5.9. For next year, she's bringing it down to 5.1. So here's a government that is being very conservative. I mean, it's not being overly conservative, but to the extent possible, they're attempting to do the right thing.
Let me just point out, in 2014, the government started with fiscal deficit of 4.8% of the previous government. And there were no off-budget borrowings in 13-14. And you're leaving at 5.1%, or the year which is going out is actually 5.8. So it is 1% higher than the fiscal deficit which they had inherited. So it's not a very...
Subhash, I think the first point, Rahul, is that this budget is about that if it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. The economy is on an upswing. You are doing 7.1, you will do 7% next year. So there is no need to go and try out anything extra. And she said that and I quote, the private investment is now coming up at scale, and that's also, sort of reinforced by what the bank credit figures are. So that's one part of it. The other part about the fiscal deficit, Subhash, you will agree that at least in 2014, there were lots of off-budget items.
No, there were
FCI borrowing and the small-scale borrowing.
Those were done year before, 13-14, there was no off-budget borrowing.
That is clear enough now. But, but 5.1 with the pandemic behind you now and with that huge expansion that had to take place.
5.1 is for the next year.
The next year.
Last year is 5.8.
5.8.
But did the government have any headroom to perhaps, there was all this talk of the Kisan Samman Yojana being expanded, the amounts being increased from 6,000 to 9,000. Was it that the government didn't have the headroom or decided why sort of get accused in a way of throwing money at just before an election? So what do you think prevented the government from going ahead with any major...
The government just decided that what you've done is good enough and now you've got to leave room for private investment to pick up and create the ecosystem for that. So all that you've done now is that you've done the infrastructure, you've done the fiscal consolidation, you've done the reduction in compliance burden and the regulatory burden. You improved the financial sector tremendously, and now you were waiting for the private investment to really pick up in a big way.
No, but that's not in the government's control.
No, but which is already happening. So what is in government's control is to lay as it said, the preconditions for the private investment to go up.
Or is it to wait till July? Is it that we'll wait till July? Whatever we want to do now, we will do in July of 2024.
So July you can do whatever, because after you will have a full mandate.
That's right.
Right now, the fiscal headroom you talked about, it comes from two sources. You have more revenue, so they have assumed about 12% of the revenue growth, which is reasonable, not optimistic, not pessimistic. And the other one comes from the borrowings. Borrowing, they've decided to sort of control and bring down. And therefore, fiscal headroom, you create if you want to do something. If you don't want to do something, for example, you don't want to expand the farmers and the women and other things, then you have brought down the loans.
Yeah, but, you know,
if you wanted to do it, you would have taken the fiscal deficit to about 5%.
One thing which, in this context, which I find actually disappointing is that no mention at all of privatization, disinvestment or asset monetization.
No, but why
go
poke your hand in a bee's nest right now?
Because that's the one that you've been wanting to do.
But not in the vote of account. Maybe after winning.
That was
you could have announced the intentions for doing so.
Abhi kyun पंगा लेना, sir? Win, if from the government's perspective, win big and then go out and implement it. If you have to do it right now, you will make it a big election issue for no reason. If you announce disinvestment, why give the opposition that opportunity?
Unfortunately, on all these issues, whenever you have decided in the last 4 or 5 years, you have not actually been able to achieve. So why do you announce something which will not have credibility?
I'm saying that this is the sort of thing that you could have announced your intention on, which would have further enthused the private investor.
No, but
I'm looking
at the
all
right time, Rajiv Kumar, at the right time, you would stir a hornet's nest for what reason? Let's get some reactions from Yogendra Yadav, the Swaraj Abhiyan, joining us. Professor Yadav, welcome. Can you begin by giving us your sense of, from a fiscal deficit perspective, Nirmala Sitharaman hoping to bring that down to 5.1%. She's been very conservative and lacking any kind of populism, which may have been expected from a government heading into elections in a few weeks.
Rahul, this is an interim budget. So clearly, one should not expect full-fledged announcements. Last time they violated that Maryada in 2019. This time they have not, and I think it's only appropriate. What one should expect in an interim budget, however, is some interim relief, which is absolutely appropriate. And the one thing that on which the government need not go slow in an interim budget is disclosure, truth. One should expect full truth even from an interim budget. Unfortunately, the government falls short on both these counts. Just one small little sidey note, Rahul. The finance minister must have been seriously short of achievements to announce. I don't mind this being an election speech, but she must have been seriously short of things to announce. Have you ever heard of any budget speech anywhere in the world where the finance minister announces achievement of a chess grandmaster? What does it have to do with budget? Honestly, but forget that. These are small comical things when you don't have much to announce.
Yes,
on interim relief, the real problem to my mind, the real crisis is failure to acknowledge a crisis. That there is a serious unemployment crisis in this country goes completely unacknowledged. That the farmers face a serious problem, the GVA is down to 1.8%, goes unacknowledged. And you have small lies and one staggering lie. Small lie, finance minister of the country says that 11.8 crore farmers benefited from Prime Minister Samman Nidhi. The figures given by her own government to the Parliament of India is 9.08 crore. I mean, that's lies. Why do you use this kind of lies? But let me focus on the staggering lies, and please get any economist in India or the world to substantiate it. The finance minister in her speech says verbatim, average real income of the people is up by 50%. Real income. She's not.
That's absolutely wrong.
Okay, your point, Mr. Yadav, is well taken. That this is going to be, I think, the critique. You're laying out what is the critique that the opposition will give, questioning particularly the average real incomes rising by 50%. But Praveen Chakravarti, also an opposition face, the head of the All India Professional Congress and an economist, joins us. a lot of time, Praveen, was also spent comparing where India was today compared to where India was in 2013-14. From a fragile 5 economy to becoming the 5th largest economy is being seen by the government as a sign of how they have transformed India's economy in 10 years. Your initial remarks.
Yes, thank you. See, first, let me start by saying I heard the Finance Minister budget capital expenditure at 11,11,111 crores for next year. Now, I'm not so sure if this is some scientific budget for a large nation or some numerology prayer for an election. Be that as it may, let us actually compare what was the situation in 2014 and what is the situation now. Okay, a budget. What is a budget? A budget is government gets money from through taxes and spends it on something. So let me tell you where this government has got its money from, and that is the most important part. That is gross tax revenues. Tax revenues during the Manmohan Singh 10-year period went from 3 lakh crores to 11 lakh crores, tripled. But where they collected taxes from? Taxes can be collected broadly from 3 sources. Corporates, the rich corporates, the middle class income taxpayers, and then indirect taxes, which everybody, the poor person and the rich person, pays exactly the same tax. It's a regressive tax. Manmohan Singh's government, for every 100 rupees of taxes that it collected, it got 40 rupees from the corporates, the rich corporates, and 25 rupees from indirect taxes. The last 10 years of the Modi government flipped it exactly opposite. 45 rupees of every 100 rupees in tax revenues was collected through indirect taxes, which is the poor and the rich paid exactly the same rate. It's a regressive tax, and it only got 25 rupees from corporate taxes. This is the situation. This is what we should be discussing about. I have not seen any discussion on this. A budget is about where does the government collect its money from and where does it spend. And this is, and I'm giving you data, I'm giving you facts. And no one has raised this. The government predominantly, last 10 years, has taxed the poor far, far, far greater than the rich. And
Yogendra Yadav, the absence of any massive populist scheme in the budget, would you accept that would signify to people watching that the government is quite confident about its prospects in April, May? They know, they think that they will be back in July, which is why they don't need to do something overly dramatic, overly populist. Trying to ensure that the fiscal deficit is kept in order seems far more important than trying to announce some extra scheme which they think through the budget can help them win some votes. They were under pressure in 2019 after the defeat in the 3 heartland states in December 2018. But at this moment, that pressure seems to not be there.
It's all about how you put it, Rahul. Confidence and populism are the words you use. These are the words the regime would like to be used. It so happens that you have also used those words. I would put it differently. The regime is so brazen, not confidence, brazen, that it thinks that it doesn't need to do any welfare measure for the poor because they know that there is Godi media to play out, and they know that they can actually distract the people with Gyanvapi, with Hindu-Muslim issues to distract. I think Praveen Chakravarti made a very important point. Basically, I would sum it up by saying that this government is taking money from the poor, and then there's the other part of it, and giving it to the rich. This is what we should be debating. Unfortunately, we would be debating Gyanvapi. So the government is brazen because they think they don't need to. For example, just please get someone, this is my request to both of you, please get some economist through the day to clarify how is it that rural incomes have increased. This is another claim made by the Finance Minister, while the data indicates that rural wages have fallen. Jodres has established that.
Rajiv Kumar?
Rajiv Kumar, you wanted to respond?
Yeah,
Rajiv Kumar wants to respond to you, Yogendra Yadav.
Both Praveen and Yogendra. This point about indirect tax and direct tax here, the GST has improved the indirect tax collections, and it's a much lower rate than it was earlier. But I think the Finance Minister made
Which isn't a bad thing.
Which isn't a bad thing at all.
I don't know why Praveen makes it out to be a bad thing.
And all the essential commodities are zero taxed, right? So it's not as if you're taxing the consumption of the poor under the GST. So GST tax collection improving and becoming uniform all over the country is a very, very big step forward. Now, the next step about direct tax collections improving as we go forward, will happen as investment picks up. But the more important thing is that surely but surely, the tax collections have been used to build the physical and social infrastructure which are benefiting the poor and which are benefiting the middle class. So that money has been well utilized.
So you go along with her claim that average real incomes are up by 50%?
Average real income.
yes, Mr. Garg.
Just one second, but also on the rural wages, this statement is not substantiated by evidence that the rural wages have fallen. Yes, they have not risen as appreciably as the urban wages, and therefore there is some inequity. There is inequity now that's beginning to show up, but it's not true to say that the rural real wages have fallen over the last 10 years.
3 points. Number one, on the real incomes, I think what she quoted was 50% increase in per capita real income over 2014, which in 10 years is not a whole lot of things. If your average incomes have grown by less than 5%, compounded would be around 4% or so. It's not a very, that's what is substantiated by the overall GDP growth of about 5.8% over 10 years. This is much smaller. So it may not be incorrect, as Mr. Yadav is saying,
it's not incorrect.
but it's not a very rosy or very something to be proud about. That's number one. Number two, on the tax composition kind of thing, now we have direct taxes which are contributing more than 50% than the indirect taxes. Though in between, for a couple of years, the indirect taxes had gone and contributed more than 50%, and the direct taxes were contributing less. But what is also true is that the corporate taxes portion of the total tax kitty is actually going down.
Yes.
So
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing if you look at from the rich perspective.
Why is it a bad thing?
Let me explain that. For number one, factually, that the corporate tax portion of the total tax collection is going down. It means that more is coming from the indirect taxes and the personal taxes, which the individual taxpayers are paying. At some point in time, this was 40% of the total tax collection was coming from the corporate taxes. Today, now it's about 27-28%, which is...
So I can show that on the election intelligence dashboard, on the budget intelligence dashboard, I can even show that. If you look at the rupee inbox, here it is. This is basically of every 100 rupees that the government gets, where is it coming from? So let's take a look at that on your screen. GST, goods and services tax, is 17%, corporate tax is 15%, excise duty is 7%, income tax is 15%, borrowings and other liabilities are 34%, non-tax revenue is 6%, customs is 4%. So GST is going up, which is a good thing. So 1.72 lakh crores was the GST collection for last month.
Rahul, you take these numbers, exclude the non-tax borrowings and the capital receipts, which is 42%. It leaves 58%. 15% of 58 is 27 or 28%. That is what the corporate tax is contributing, which is much smaller than the share of the GST, customs and excise duty pushed together.
On the reduction in corporate tax rate to 22% and the fall in the share of the corporate tax, I think it's a very good thing to encourage private investment and to improve profitability. On the higher share of the personal income tax, Subhash, I'm sure you agree that our own exemption limit is as a ratio to our per capita income is the highest anywhere in the world. You need to have many more income taxpayers in the net than what we have today. And the personal income tax share going up is not a bad thing at all, because what you're doing now is you are taxing more and catching more the upper middle incomes and the rich people and getting them to pay tax. So
No, but there's a sense that this government...
Rajiv, from the investment perspective, it makes sense to actually have reasonable and lower corporate tax. But the result is that despite 5 years going down, this was in 2019, that the manufacturing companies were subject to only 15% tax. No. Those were the manufacturing were the lowest. 22 was the normal companies who didn't want to take exemption. For manufacturing, it's been 15%. But look at the data. Same income tax department, how much of investment has come into the manufacturing companies? So it should work, but it's not working.
It will work.
Let us wait.
Because you've had extraordinary conditions so far.
Let Praveen Chakravarti respond to that. You know, Praveen, the problem is you can cherry pick numbers and thereby each side can make their claim. The sense, though, is that the government has by and large stabilized the economy. The government's big strength is that we've got the economy today in a position where we don't need to do any of the big ticket, big bang steps that normally, I know this is an interim budget, but in a sense, the government believes that we are in a sweet spot on a road to recovery.
And look, Rajdeep, and Praveen should respond to it, how the Indian economy is doing relative to other economies in the world. The IMF Global Macroeconomic Outlook that came out shows India doing much better than any other large economy in the world, contributing 16% of global growth this year. Given all the geopolitical turmoil internationally, the Indian economy could have been far worse off than it is.
Okay, Rahul, let me respond. I know you want to massage and assuage some of the points I'm making. Let me try and respond one by one. Okay?
Yeah.
First, to my good friend Rajdeep's point, that GST has gone up. You know, every year tax revenues will only go up. I mean, something going up is not a statement by itself. GST, indirect taxes as a percentage of GDP, has remained exactly flat at 4% for the last 10 years. No, there is no tax buoyancy from GST. Okay, so let's not, GST going up is, I mean, it's a very naive statement that Rahul, you were making. Every year tax revenues will go up. As a percentage of GDP, it stayed exactly flat at 4%. So there is no buoyancy from GST. Second, why is GST considered a bad thing by economists? Because the poor laborer and you, when you go and buy the exact same good or go to a restaurant, you pay the exact same tax rate. That is why it's called a regressive tax rate. All OECD economies, all OECD nations, I will tell you, they all have the exact opposite. 60% come from direct, 40% come from indirect. We have reversed it. So we tax through regressive means. That's a fact. Third, corporate taxes. When corporate taxes have gone down, you said it's a good thing. You know what? Private investment, the share of private investment has fallen. Private investment has fallen in the last 10 years. So if you're giving tax breaks to corporates, why are they not investing? Why are they not investing? Number 4, what is all this world's fastest growing economy and all that? Let me cite RBI's RBI's own survey that came out yesterday. People earning 50,000 rupees or less a month, 60% of them say the economy has worsened. We can go on and on about world's fastest growing economy, 8% GDP, 10% GDP. Whose GDP is this? Who is it growing for? Where are you collecting money from? Who are you spending it on? Why are corporates not investing? Why are our exports as a percentage of GDP flat? Why is foreign investment flat? These are the questions I'm asking, and these are actual facts that I'm stating.
You know, those are questions, of course, that the government will respond in the next few hours. We expect government reactions to also come in. But Subhash Garg, you know, particularly on that point of corporate tax, there was a lot made about that tax break would stimulate the economy, would sort of unleash the animal spirits of corporate India. It didn't happen. So, you know, when you do a report card of this government, there are areas like inflation where the government can claim considerable credit in difficult times. They've not allowed inflation numbers to ever spiral out of control. On the other hand, when it comes to private investment, for example, this government has not been able to, really energize the private sector. Why do you think that's happened? I mean, why do you think private investment has not been energized in the last few years?
We discussed this earlier also. So in 2019, when this announcement was made, the cynosure of that was the manufacturing. That is why 15% tax was proposed. And remember, this scheme was supposed to deliver the results in a couple of years. 22 was the last date in which the investment was to be made. This has been increased every year since then, and today also this has been increased to 25. Still, in manufacturing, there is hardly any investment coming. Why? You asked. Because what do you manufacture? You manufacture primarily the consumption goods. People consume food, clothes, machines, other durables, etc. That demand is just not there.
No, but you see, it's not enough to say it's just not there. Then, to Rahul's point, where you say you're the fastest growing economy, you've got a feel-good factor, you're in a sweet spot. What is it that is preventing domestic demand and private investment from actually sort of reflecting this feel-good factor?
So the demand comes from the household incomes. The household incomes have not grown. The total growth which is reflected, the larger part goes into the corporate profits. Look at the corporate profits which have grown up in last 3 years, whereas the wages share of the economy is not growing. If the wages share of the economy is not growing, the incomes in the hand of the people is not that much, and therefore there is no demand.
If you ask a government functionary, they'll say, remember, we are still, we had 2 years of COVID. And those 2 years, we are still, 2 years out of COVID. So therefore, you've got to factor that in as well.
Rajdeep, again, so the COVID happened, but COVID did not reduce our population. We are still growing in terms of population. The increased population needs food to eat, clothes to wear, houses to live in, durables to manage their lives. So all those demands are there in a fundamental generic sense. But that demand is not getting suppressed.
You have to nuance it. One, I agree with you that the lower segments of the population, the household incomes have not increased, and I've said this more than once. Therefore, you need to focus much more on job employment creation, job generation, etc. And which this budget says that they will do for the eastern region. But if you look at all the figures of the four-wheelers, of two-wheelers, etc. Now in December figure, you would see that they've gone up significantly. And, and all the other consumer durables, semi-durables, they've also increased. Now, the only thing that is not increased and where there's a decline is tractor sales. They've declined by about 18%. And that's because the farmers, the Kharif and the Rabi both have been pretty bad.
Rajiv.
But just one thing, just before you, I want to respond to Praveen's point about direct and indirect taxes. The key features, it shows that the income tax contributes 19% of the total revenue and the corporate tax 17%. So that totals up to about 36%, while the GST is 18% and excise is 5%. That's 23%. So where is this thing about the regressive tax, Praveen, coming from? I don't understand. You look at the key features of the budget and you will see this. The direct taxes, yes, in between at some point there was this issue, but now the direct taxes are contributing a much larger share of total revenue receipts than what the indirect taxes have been about.
Rajiv, factually...
And just one other thing, which is, Praveen, you would have to agree that the zero rating of the all essential commodities, the unprocessed commodities, etc., they safeguard the poor. And yes, all of us who go to the restaurants pay the same, GST. I think that's fair enough. In most advanced economies, the GST is a uniform flat rate.
Praveen Chakravarti, would you accept that on all, you go by any parameter on inflation, this government has much to commend itself for. They've kept inflation under control. Look at where it was during UPA 2 and compare it with NDA 1 and 2. Albeit they've had certain circumstances that have been favorable, but even so.
So, see, they say you can't take credit for the rains and blame and deflect blame for the drought. So similarly, when oil prices come down from 120 when Dr. Manmohan Singh demitted office, immediately down to $60 a barrel, inflation is bound to go down. If the government wants to take credit for it, it's like what the finance minister said in the budget speech. It's 84 chess grandmasters. It's almost like the government wants to take credit for that too. So let's be realistic here. Inflation is driven primarily by global oil prices, and let's look at what global oil prices has done, right? So when you say that there have been 2 years of COVID, I agree. I agree that that was an outlier. Similarly, you have to accept that inflation coming down is because of global factors, right? Now, I want to tell Rajiv, my friend Rajiv, about the indirect tax. Rajiv, I will give you all of the data. I only speak based on data. I will give you the data to show you how indirect tax ratio, direct to indirect tax ratio has flipped. Yes, direct has gone up compared to 3 years ago, but that's not from corporates. That is from the middle class paying income taxes. So the middle class has been taxed much more. Indirect taxes have gone up much more at the expense of corporate taxes. My point is, even if I admit, okay, reducing corporate taxes was good, why has there not been private investment? All the tax rates has just went straight into the pockets of corporates. So one cannot possibly defend this complete regressive taxation policy of the last 10 years of the Modi government.
Let's take a look at some reactions coming in. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, speaking. We also have a reaction from Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. Let's listen in one by one. First, Rajnath Singh.
भारत की इकॉनमी की साइज जितनी इस समय है, इसमें पूरी तरह से मैं आश्वस्त हूं इस इंटरिम बजट के कारण ही जो भी इंडिकेशन इस बजट से मिले हैं कि हमारी इकॉनमी जो आज दुनिया की टाइप 5 कंट्रीज में है, उसकी साइज बढ़कर 2027 तक मोर देन $5 ट्रिलियन जाएगी और 2030 आते आते मोर देन $7 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंचेगी।
2047 का जो एक रोड मैप दिया है प्रधानमंत्री,
या उस रोड मैप, उस टारगेट को हम अचीव करेंगे, हम लोग पूरी तरह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं।
विपक्ष कौन से चश्मों से देखता है वो केवल वो जाने। भारत 10वीं बड़ी आर्थिक विश्व शक्ति थी 2014 में, आज 5वीं बड़ी आर्थिक शक्ति बन चुकी है। 5वीं से अगले 3 साल के अंदर हम तीन सबसे बड़े आर्थिक शक्ति में हम लोग परिवर्तित होंगे। इस बजट में भी इंटरिम बजट है, वोट ऑन अकाउंट बजट है, पर फिर भी मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि इस बजट में भी वही सफ़र आगे ले जाएंगे और उससे।
We are joined by Shashi Tharoor and we'll take his reaction on the budget. Nirmala Sitharaman even saying that we will present a white paper on how the economy really was in 2014.
It will be a white paper full of red ink, I think, Mohini. I mean, the fact is that this has been a very disappointing overall economic performance by the government. What we've heard is a completely dressed up, what can I say, a public relations press release exercise. One of the shortest budget speeches on record and with zero substance in it. Absolutely no reference to unemployment. Youth is being talked about, but 45% youth are unemployed. No reference to that. She talks about foreign direct investment, but foreign direct investment has dropped from 3.6% of GDP in our time to around 1% now. That's a decline, whereas, say, next door in Vietnam, or not so next door, a few countries away in Vietnam, it's gone up to 4.5%. What kind of success can she talk about? It really has been very disappointing. And you can't talk about GDP growth when you're ignoring the fact that there's no growth at the bottom of the pyramid, that the ordinary person doesn't have money in their pocket to afford the essentials of life. I think we have to see really how the Aam Aadmi is going to react to this kind of completely hopeless.
Do you think the confidence, there was a lot of confidence as far as she was presenting the budget about the Modi government returning to power? There weren't many populist announcements.
There was some laughter in the opposition benches when she said we'll be back in July and give you a more detailed budget. We expect them to be sitting in the opposition in July, we'll see.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Shashi Tharoor there saying that that he is expecting the BJP to sit in the opposition and saying that when Nirmala Sitharaman said that she'll be returning, BJP government would be returning to power, the opposition benches were smiling.
But the opposition was unusually quiet. You know, you normally expect the opposition at some stage to disrupt a budget speech.
No, but there was nothing there which they could have opposed. Like, what do you oppose?
No,
if there is some massive taxation
when
or
the finance minister, for example, effectively says, "I'll be back in, me puna enar in Marathi." Or
no, but opposition ko bhi malum hai.
Yeah, so no, that's the point. Normally, you'd say the opposition would get up and say, don't worry, we'll be back. You sense that it was she had a free run on a day like today. If you recall her past speeches, somewhere or the other, the opposition will titter. Will sort of question a particular number. It seems that the opposition also, I'm not saying is reconciled to defeat, but the opposition...
They can see the writing on the wall.
No, I think the opposition recognizes that, yeah, probably you're right, Rahul. How do we at this moment, what is that one issue that we take up and put the government on the mat? I was a bit surprised. I thought they would either take up, prevent the budget speech from starting on time by raising the Hemant Soren arrest. That's also not happened. I think they've...
You run the risk of being suspended.
Rajdeep runs the risk of being told that he's giving the opposition ideas on how they need to play the role of a better opposition. Saurav Majumdar joins us. Saurav is the editor of Business Today. Saurav, from the reactions that you're picking up, not much reason for corporate India to be disappointed because there are no major changes in taxation. She's kind of kept the cruise liner going.
Absolutely, Rahul. And as we were discussing this morning, this is a roadmap and this is also a report card. So if you take the two aspects of this, I think she's made it very clear that the July budget will be the one which will actually set out the entire game plan for Viksit Bharat. But of course, she's not really, for the markets also, any news which is not disruptive is good news. So I think in that sense, this budget sort of is a good budget in that sense. She's...
but corporates have this concern building up to the budget that I hope the government doesn't do anything populist in the hope of getting votes, which will end up hurting our fortunes. What Nirmala Sitharaman has done in this budget very carefully is ensure that she doesn't tread on any of those lines.
Absolutely. And I think she's also put her eggs in some of the key baskets like green energy, which is another important element of the Modi game plan. And, stuff like that. I think some of those elements she has clearly pushed, which we expected. That it is, I would say it is on expected lines.
And markets are flat, Saurav. So that I presume, therefore, markets also weren't sort of too focused. They didn't want to hear any bad news. As long as they didn't hear any bad news, that was good enough.
Absolutely. No news in that sense is good.
No, and they've already these are markets that are record highs. They've already factored in the prospects of the government coming back to power and are enthused with the political stability. The last thing they want is that there be political instability.
Absolutely. And if you see the interim budget itself, it's very clear that this is a finance minister speaking from the position that they will come back to power. That's another message which is clearly coming through if you look at it from a political spectrum. Because she says that July is where we will talk about our plan for the broader roadmap.
Okay, let's get in some reactions. Remember, we got reporters on the ground in Parliament, the opposition finding various reasons to attack the government. There on your screen right now are the reactions from the stock market. Both the BSE Sensex and the Nifty quite flat. The Nifty up just 3 points and the Sensex up 47 points, 71,999. Both of them trending flat and not much reason for enthusiasm, but not any reason for being disappointed either, Rajdeep. That seems to be the key message here.
No, I think the key message at the moment is that, why... to take off from what Rajiv Kumar said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. When you put in those 65,000 crores in 2019 into the Kisan Samman Yojana, you somehow were conscious of the fact that there was a feeling that one of the reasons you'd lost the December elections of 2018 was agrarian distress. And a sense that the farmers were in a situation that needed instant alleviation. Where the Yogendra Yadavs may, continue to suggest that there is serious agrarian distress. Obviously, the government doesn't seem to think so. I don't know whether Mr. Yadav is still with us, but...
the voters don't seem to think so.
The voters don't seem to think so. Otherwise, there should have been some kind of backlash in those in the 2023 winter elections.
Nirmala Sitharaman is just exiting Parliament. One of our colleagues, Mausmi, is walking out with her. Let's see.
Thank you. तो यहाँ पे निर्मला सीतारमन कहा जा रहा है सबसे छोटी बजट स्पीच इस बारी की रही उनकी छठी बार उन्होंने बजट पेश किया और जिस तरह से उन्होंने मोदी सरकार की नीतियों का बखान किया उससे ये साफ है कि एक आत्मविश्वास नजर आ रहा है तमाम सरकार की जो सोशल स्कीम्स हैं जो नीतियां हैं उनको लेके एक तरफ जहां विपक्ष कह रहा है कि युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के लिए महिलाओं के लिए कुछ नहीं था वहीं निर्मला सीतारमन का कहना है कि कहां से हम
आने वाले समय में हमारे देश का रेलवे का हवाई जहाज एयरपोर्ट्स रोड और पावर ये जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के चारों क्षेत्र हैं हम वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के बनेंगे ऐसा मुझे विश्वास है देश के विकास को गति देने वाला रोजगार को बढ़ाने वाला और गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान के कल्याण की सोच रखने वाला ये बजट आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने दिया है, मैं दोनों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं। नमस्कार।
You know, I just want to look at the data about road building, and that leads me to wonder whether there is now a sense of saturation that's coming in. Because remember, the speed at which roads were being built really went up when the Modi government came to power. I just want to tell our viewers that this budget intelligence dashboard hasn't been updated with the current numbers. Those are still coming in. But from this morning, and this has information on how the road sector is really shaping up and what's happening. So if you look at, I look at roads, just one second, here it is, roads on your screen right now. So if you look at highways built per year, it went up to a peak of 13,300 odd kilometers in financial year 21. That then came down to 10,300 kilometers. The point that I'm looking to make, Rajiv Kumar, is that with some of these projects, is it likely that we've hit the peak? How many roads can you ultimately make with roadways from 13,300? We now seem to be tending downwards. If I look at, just one second, coming up on your screen right now, this is infrastructure, this is expenditure per crores. While that's been going up, how much? Because they have to, at some point in time, the point that was made that private investment needs to come in, because when it comes to government infrastructure, there's only that much that can be done. At some point in time, we'll start hitting a plateau.
2 points.
Yes.
One, our highways to surface area intensity, or our roads to surface, tarred roads surface area intensity is still much lower than, for example, our peer, comparable countries like China or Malaysia or Singapore. That's one point. Second point is that these highways can and are being monetized. And as they are monetized, that means the private sector comes in and the private investment comes in. So what the government does is to play a pioneering role in, for example, acquiring the land, getting all the clearances done, starting the project, and then handing it over to the private sector. So private participation in infrastructure is something that is already started, but can be much better than what we've got. And one agency has already been set up in that. Similarly, and that's again been put in the back burner now, but from Niti Aayog we had said that even the railways and the railway services and the railway stations, etc., could be handed over to the private sector. So let's not...
Which now the government doesn't seem to be doing. A lot of these new ones they're building themselves.
Not at the moment, but it can come back to that very quickly. But private investment, public sector investment can and will crowd in the private sector investment, and that's the premise that this government has been working on.
One of the flagship programs of this government, one of the flagship programs of this government is the Awas Yojana.
No, I want to say something on the road.
Yeah, okay.
So you see fabulous roads, infrastructure coming up but if you want to reconcile the story which Rahul was reading, that the highways construction in kilometerage is actually going down, whereas the expenses is going up, you need to just look at the Bharatmala. This was the project which was approved in 2018 to be completed by 2022. 34,600 kilometers of highways to be constructed at a cost of about 5 lakh crores. That was the promise. Now 22 is gone to 1.5 years back. Not even 1/3 of that road length has been constructed. The project cost has been the revised cost is about twice the cost which was earlier. The government the road ministry has asked for the approval of that, but at this moment that has not been approved, and the finance ministry has put a stop that no new portions of the Bharatmala project can be taken. So this captures and why is this happened? Because the cost per kilometer of the road has actually gone up very sharply thanks to higher land acquisition cost, higher cost of other things. Yeah, and that is where the road story, which is fascinating, which is very good, at the same time is not...
You can't pick up one project.
Oh, that is the only project on the road sector.
There are so many highway corridors being built.
No, these are all part of Bharatmala.
The Delhi-Mumbai highway is not part of the Bharatmala.
They are all part of Bharatmala projects.
No, but those are being completed. And the rate of highway construction in these 10 years has been much higher.
Can I come to one of the projects which she mentioned, which is the Awas Yojana?
Yes.
She said we built 3 crore houses, we are going to build 2 crore more. or the other way around. We built 2 crore, we're going to build 3 crore more. Do you get a sense that, when it comes to these basics, that's where the Modi government intends to keep its focus on? While we will talk about, the Atal Setu Bridge and, those are the poster sort of images that come out. Actually, it's on the ground.
This matters more.
Matters far more, especially in an election year. Do you believe that that will be seen as one of the successes of this government, where the government has been able to use monies to ensure livelihoods improve?
That is very true. House matters to the rural people. The tap water connection matters to the rural people. The toilet matters to the rural people. And that's a very large segment. So it's a very correct reading of what needs to be done.
Because the government, in television studios, we keep talking about, Ram Mandir being a sort of game changer. The Prime Minister in his speeches likes to focus more on Labhartis and building this sort of wider constituency that he claims he's built through providing these direct benefits or benefits that people have not.
Through better performance and the last mile delivery. Across sectors after sectors, schemes after schemes.
And I thought it was interesting that he said our focus will be on Eastern India.
Yes.
The 2 growth areas that the BJP is looking at in the 2024 elections are South and East. Because by all calculations, they maxed out in Northwest and Central India. So it was interesting that she specifically mentioned, the Finance Minister, that our focus on projects will be on Eastern India.
On housing, there is another, couple of months back, about 3.5 months back, there was a proposal from the Housing Ministry, Urban Housing Ministry, to construct more of urban housing. And there was a mention that this might be approved. But what has happened on the urban side is that the affordable house, which is covered, the cost of affordable house has gone up so sharply that for the money which probably now 2 crore houses in the rural sector you would need, you would have constructed only 1/5 or 1/6 of that number of houses. Here in the rural areas, if you provide 1 lakh or 1.5 lakh crores subsidy for the rural housing, this makes a lot of difference.
So, but how do you all respond? How do you all respond to what you heard from Shashi Tharoor? Shashi Tharoor says, forget the headline numbers. Tell us how those at the bottom of the pyramid are doing. Look at income inequalities, that incomes are widening. That's been the opposition's singular focus. While the government has been claiming, we are going to become a 5 trillion economy, we're the 5th largest economy in the world, we'll be 3rd largest. The opposition's claim is none of these numbers matter until you can bridge inequalities. What about people at the bottom of the pyramid?
Rajdeep, the answer to that is given by the voters in every election. Now, that's the one. I have agreed with it. I've said that employment generation has to take place. But this announcement of the Finance Minister of the Eastern region is not just political. That's where the poverty is concentrated. Those are the sources of migration, which is untenable, because India cannot have the kind of migration that China has. Because if you do, then given our diversity, the social fabric will be under pressure. So this is the thing to watch out for, that if the Eastern region develops and the physical infrastructure, the social infrastructure, the skilling develops in the Eastern region, that's a huge step towards improving equity in the country.
Saurabh, this inequality debate, is it a debate that you believe the opposition has a case when they keep raising it?
I think this the MSME sector definitely continues to be in stress. I think the government is aware of that. There are some steps here also to address the MSME sector, to create jobs. So this is not something which is not, which the government is not aware of. I think that definitely is a case. There is no doubt that the MSME sector is one sector which is the engine of the economy but needs special, focus. And I think the government is on its way to doing that. One thing I wanted to draw the attention of is about private sector investments being crowded in. Now, in the Finance Minister's speech towards the end, she actually mentions in the context of lower borrowing this year that now that the private sector investments are happening at scale. So, the government believes that the whole heavy lifting which has happened over the 10 lakh crore and now 11.1 lakh crore is going to really bring in the private sector investments. It's already happening. Mr. Garg, any your thoughts?
Rajdeep, on the inequality debate, I don't think the politics of inequality debate is very important, or the people bother too much. What they bother is that even the poor people bother is that what is the ease of living they have in terms of the house, in terms of toilets, in terms of electricity, water, etc., and what kind of sort of consumption support they receive from the government in the form of food or cash support, etc. That is what matters to them.
No, you're absolutely right. In rural Chhattisgarh traveling this time, I realized how a 200 rupee bonus
makes so much of
had made a huge difference to the way the people, were perceiving the governments. What seem very small amounts make a huge difference to the people's sense of where they stand in life.
This theoretical debate about equality or inequality is not, to my mind, that much relevant. How do you support the poor?
No, but there, Subhash,
this government has done very well.
Tremendously well. You see,
in the first term,
to the poorest of the people, to the lowest segment of the population, in terms of basic necessities, whether it's all the things that Subhash has mentioned, has actually been delivered.
Okay, so we'll take a quick break right now. When we come back, we'll continue our budget speech analysis. We'll have more reactions coming in from India Inc. We'll have reactions from the market. We'll have reactions from economists and opposition and government politicians. So that continues when we come back on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
Back in a moment.
All regardless of their
standing.
Systemic inequalities that had plagued our society, we focus on outcomes and not on Pati Didi. $83 lakh SHGs, 83 lakh SHGs with 9 crore women are transforming rural socio-economic landscape with empowerment and self-reliance. Honorable Speaker said, their success has assisted nearly 1 crore women to become Lakpati Didi already. They are an inspiration to others. Their achievements will be recognized through honoring them. Buoyed by the success, it has been decided to enhance the target for Lakpati Didi from 2 crores to 3 crores. Momentum for Nari Shakti, the empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity backed by Sabka Prayas, has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, "There is no dearth of opportunities. As many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit," unquote.
Co-presented by New Kia Sonet, the Wild Reborn. Co-powered by SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Budget 2024, Interim Budget 2024, and it's really proved to be an interim budget. The headlines at this hour. No changes in direct or indirect taxes in Nirmala Sitharaman's 2024 interim budget. Tax slab rates remain unchanged. Corporate tax reduced to 22%.
Modi government's big focus on Garib, Yuva, Andata and Nari. Detailed roadmap for Viksit Bharat to be put out soon, says the government has fixed the pre-2014 mess.
Modi government to launch a housing scheme for middle class to buy or build their own houses. Announcement is in line with the government's larger Housing for All mission.
Modi government planning to develop Lakshadweep as India's prime tourist destination. Huge investments lined up for the island.
Nirmala Sitharaman confident of Modi government coming back to power for a third time in June this year, promises to present a full budget in July.
Full budget in July, Honorable Speaker. Our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat.
If you've just tuned into our continuing coverage of Modinomics 24, let's take you through some of the key highlights. This is a very short, less than 1 hour, just about 57-minute speech. Nirmala Sitharaman exuding confidence about being back in July and not really feeling the need to roll out the populist red carpet, Rajdeep.
I think, as we've been saying, the biggest takeaway from this budget is the distinction between the mood of the nation, if you want to call it, or certainly the mood of the government between 2019 and 24. In 2019, the government felt encircled. They felt that they were in a tough situation facing a major election battle in 2024. In contrast, this appears a far more confident government of its re-election in a few months from now. And I think that reflected in the nature of this budget speech and the finance minister's refusal to get caught up in any big bang populist announcements.
Let's take you through some of the key highlights from Finance Minister Sitharaman's budget speech.
As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. However, certain tax benefits to startups and investments made by sovereign wealth or pension funds, as also tax exemption on certain income of some IFSC units, are expiring on 31/3/2024. To provide continuity in taxation, I propose to extend the date to 31/3/2025. The success of organizing G20 meetings in 60 places presented diversity of India to global audience. Our economic strength has made the country an attractive destination for business and conference tourism. Our middle class also now aspires to travel and explore. Tourism, including spiritual tourism, has tremendous opportunities for local entrepreneurship. States will be encouraged to take up comprehensive development of iconic tourist centers, branding and marketing them at global scale. A framework for rating of the centers based on quality of facilities and services will be established. Long-term interest-free loans will be provided to states for financing such development on matching basis. To address the emerging fervor for domestic tourism, Honorable Speaker, sir, projects for port connectivity, tourism infrastructure, and amenities will be taken up on our islands, including Lakshadweep. PM Awas Yojana Gramin. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses.
Reactions to Nirmala Sitharaman's 6th budget. Siddharth Zarabi, managing editor, Business Today Television, now joins us. Siddharth, the government seems to be in a highly confident frame of mind, not feeling the need to give in to populist urges, thinking that we'll be back in July and we can deal with the big picture then.
Absolutely. And Rahul, to add to that, the roadmap for Viksit Bharat, and I'm wondering whether the July budget will be the occasion when the roadmap for Viksit Bharat will be announced, because as we have seen in the past, that will be where most of the broader vision for 5-10 years will be made out. But I don't know if the panel has discussed, so interrupt me if I go there, but defense sector allocations are the largest at 6.2 lakh crore. Agriculture is the lowest. Roads comes in at 2.58 lakh crore. Let me just give you those numbers, and this to me is one of the biggest headlines at this stage. India has increased its defense budget to 6.2 lakh crore for FY25, almost $75 billion. And road transport comes in at 2.8 lakh crore, railways at 2.5 lakh crore, consumer affairs just about 2.13, home is 2 lakh crore, rural development 1.77, chemicals, fertilizers 1.68, communications 1.8. Ministry of Agriculture, the lowest. So
No mention of health and education.
no, there is definitely an allocation. The data that I have, because it's a little difficult sometimes in the digital thing to get those details, but very clearly.
That the two sectors don't figure in the key highlights.
Well,
the graphic that you're reading, for some reason. But the other thing, but the other thing is that the total expenditure increases only by 6.1%.
Absolutely.
And that means that the total expenditure to GDP ratio is actually going to come down next year. Now that's a major move.
No, but remember, this is just till July. In July, she has the right to present a full budget.
This is for the whole year. They might change it in July, and they probably will change it in July. But at the moment, the next year's fiscal deficit is coming in at 5.1%. There's a 6.1% rise in expenditure. Now, if that goes up, hopefully the revenues will also go up. But this is a very low.
So Rahul, just sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
One of the other things clearly, Dr. Kumar, that comes out is the fact that revenues are going up, and that is clearly on account of better tax mobilization and the tax net becoming wider and more effective. So I think that also gives headroom. But I wonder, this massive increase in defense allocation and the numbers, we'll get more granular details. Very, very clearly, defense becoming the priority, Rajdeep, at this.
It's not such a big increase over the last year's number. I mean, 6.2 lakh crore is okay, but in sense of I don't have the exact percentage, but over last year, it's not more than not more than 10%.
Rajdeep,
Yes.
The biggest watched component in the defense is the defense capital outlay.
Yeah.
What you spend on the aircrafts and the guns and other kind of thing, right? For the current year, it was 1,62,000 crores. In revised estimates, this has been actually reduced to 1,57,000 crores.
23-24.
Rahul, you have some numbers that you want to give.
So
But these are, of course, these are pre today's numbers.
I'm giving you the budget numbers now.
Right.
So there is a minor 5,000 crores of reduction in the defense budget.
So it's gone up from 5.94 at the aggregate level in the existing financial year. The allocation is at 6.1. Capital is 1.63 lakh crore. Just to add to what
Prime Minister Modi is speaking at this time. Let's listen in.
कंटिन्यूटी का कॉन्फिडेंस है. ये बजट विकसित भारत के 4 स्तंभ, युवा, गरीब, महिला और किसान, सभी को एम्पावर करेगा. निर्मला जी का ये बजट देश के भविष्य के निर्माण का बजट है. इस बजट में 2047 के विकसित भारत की नींव को मजबूत करने की गारंटी है. मैं निर्मला जी और उनकी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं. साथियों, इस बजट में युवा भारत की युवा आकांक्षाओं का, भारत की यंग एस्पिरेशंस का प्रतिबिंब है. बजट में 2 महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए गए हैं. रिसर्च और इनोवेशन पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फंड बनाने की घोषणा की गई है. बजट में स्टार्टअप्स को मिलने वाली टैक्स छूट के विस्तार का भी ऐलान किया गया है. साथियों, इस बजट में फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रण में रखते हुए कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को 11,11,111 करोड़ रुपए की ऐतिहासिक ऊंचाई दी गई है. अर्थशास्त्रियों की भाषा में कहें तो एक प्रकार से स्वीट स्पॉट है. इससे भारत में 21वीं सदी के आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के साथ ही युवाओं के लिए अनगिनत रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार होंगे. बजट में वंदे भारत स्टैंडर्ड की 40,000 आधुनिक बोगियां बनाकर उन्हें सामान्य यात्री ट्रेनों में लगाने का ऐलान किया गया है. इससे देश के अलग अलग रेल रूट पर करोड़ों यात्रियों में आरामदायक यात्रा का अनुभव बढ़ेगा। साथियों, हम एक बड़ा लक्ष्य तय करते हैं, उसे प्राप्त करते हैं और फिर उससे भी बड़ा लक्ष्य अपने लिए तय करते हैं। गरीबों के लिए हमने गांवों और शहरों में 4 करोड़ से अधिक घर बनाए। अब हमने 2 करोड़ और नए घर बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। हमने 2 करोड़ महिलाओं को लखपति दीदी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा था। अब इस लक्ष्य को बढ़ाकर 3 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनाने का कर दिया गया है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना ने गरीबों की बहुत मदद की है। अब आंगनवाड़ी और आशा वर्कर, उन सबको इस योजना का लाभ मिलेगा। साथियों, इस बजट में गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को एम्पावर करने, उनके लिए आय के नए अवसर बनाने पर भी बहुत जोर दिया गया है। रूफटॉप सोलर अभियान में 1 करोड़ परिवारों को सोलर रूफटॉप के माध्यम से मुफ्त बिजली प्राप्त होगी। इतना ही नहीं, सरकार को अतिरिक्त बिजली बेचकर लोगों को 15 से 20 हजार प्रति वर्ष की आय भी होगी और ये हर परिवार को होगी। साथियों, आज जिस इनकम टैक्स रेमिशन स्कीम की घोषणा की गई है, उससे मध्यम वर्ग के करीब 1 करोड़ लोगों को बड़ी राहत मिलेगी। पिछली सरकारों ने सामान्य मानवी के सिर पर दशकों से ये बहुत बड़ी तलवार लटका कर रखी थी। आज इस बजट में किसानों के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और बड़े निर्णय लिए गए हैं। नैनो डीएपी का उपयोग हो, पशुओं के लिए नई योजना हो, पीएम मत्स्य संपदा योजना का विस्तार हो और आत्मनिर्भर ऑयल सीड अभियान हो। इससे किसानों की आय बढ़ेगी और खर्च कम होगा। मैं एक बार फिर सभी देशवासियों को इस ऐतिहासिक बजट के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Okay, remember the word that the Prime Minister has been using repeatedly is Gyan. Garib, youth, Annadata, Nyay. You can add the word middle class. The middle class word was used a few times in that short intervention that the Prime Minister made. But the clear focus at the moment, Siddharth, is on this Gyan factor. Garib, youth, Annadata, Nyay. The Prime Minister very good at acronyms. New acronyms that have come up today that I saw. FDI, First Develop India, used by Nirmala Sitharaman, and GDP, Government Development and Performance. But overall, what is there for the middle class? The Prime Minister mentioned middle class 3 or 4 times. Yes, there's the Housing for All project that he wants to push forward. But your sense, did you see anything specific that should give the middle class some reason to cheer?
I don't think the government is linking it to the budget, and very clearly the difference between 2019 and 2024 is the much better, stronger tailwinds that the government has in political terms, and that reflecting in the confidence with which some of these expectations have not been dealt with currently, Rajdeep. Will it be done in July? I don't know the answer to that. And just one quick point, if tax cuts have not happened now, is there economic logic to do it in the first year of a new government? So we don't know the answer to that. But one thing is clear, one more massive plan and ambition will be outlined in the Viksit Bharat roadmap that will be announced sometime in the near future.
You mean in the next month before the code of conduct comes into place?
I don't think so. I have no indications to that. I certainly believe it will perhaps be post the budget, or some elements of that may be in the budget. I don't think it's linked to the elections at all.
I don't think Viksit Bharat roadmap will come before
the next elections. Before the elections are over.
Remember, in 2019, the government had laid down a 10-dimensional vision for India 2035, including mentioning that 10 trillion. This time they have avoided mentioning either any specific target or any specific vision or the roadmap. Let it be left for
Let's go for a moment to Niranjan Hiranandani, Managing Director of Hiranandani Group, one of the country's largest real estate groups. They're now diversifying, of course, but there was the mention, Mr. Hiranandani, about housing for all. That's seen as one of the great slogans, the catchy slogans of this government, and the possibility of providing urban housing to more and more people who live in rented houses today. Your sense, is there that capacity there in the sector to be able to realize this vision of housing for all?
Rajdeep, thank you for having me. Let me share with you. I was a part of the program which prepared for the PMAY scheme. And at that point of time, the estimates which were created for urban and rural housing was 30 million. And they made a program for 30 million, 3 crore houses. And they have almost fulfilled that target by 95% or 97%. Now, if that target was not correct, obviously they couldn't have done more. And now they have realized that as far as housing is concerned, we still need a long way to go before we really complete the requirements in the marketplace. So I think what they have done now is to prepare the program for 2 crore houses, which will take care of the middle and the lower middle class, which they are talking about, which is the affordable segment where we are getting the subsidies. They haven't come up yet with 2 parts, which is actually the slum rehabilitation, which had been talked about earlier, and also for the rental housing, which I think they will come about in the next budget, because the discussion paper on that was issued by the Housing Ministry. So I think these 2 aspects of it, we will likely to see in the budget, which is there. But I think this is a directional budget. And in that, quite a lot is being said as far as housing is concerned. But second point, which is more important, I think, as far as housing is concerned, is the infrastructure which is coming up. If you look at Mumbai alone, you are going to have 300 kilometers of metro, you have the MTHL corridor, you're getting so much land to be developed. So I think housing is going to see a big uplift in the next 5 years, much more than I could have ever dreamt of. So I am looking very positively, both in the affordable segment as well as in the luxury segment. Luxury segment has seen a growth which is also unpredicted by anybody in the housing sector, which is already seeing, and you can see that reflection as far as the growth is concerned, even in the listed companies of things. So I think all in all, housing is going to do it. They've focused on roti, they're focused on agriculture. I think textiles are also doing extremely well. So the essential needs of the people are being taken care of. And I think that is very, very, very clear in the finance minister's thing, and what is reaching to the poorest of poor in terms of the social requirements of the people, I think is very well clarified. So while you look at a Viksit Bharat of a developed country, I think she has made it very clear that the social commitment to the poorest of poor in every segment is going to do. So economy on one side, housing, of course, a part of that, but also the fact that social thing will be taken care of. I think that's very clear, Rajdeep. I don't see any doubt about that part. It's a good budget, directional budget.
Okay. Siddharth, you have a guest.
Deepak Shetty, Chairman of CII Infrastructure Council, is also with us. Deepak, welcome. Very clearly, there is a significant announcement for the housing sector, and the housing sector is a driver of so many other sectors in the economy. What's your own sense about how this new housing scheme for the middle class could pan out, and what kind of opportunities could it create for your sector?
I think it's very heartening. First of all, at the top level also, if you see the direction, the focus on infrastructure development continues, and that is what this 11.1 lakh crore investment, that's the message that we get. But specifically answering your question, I think it's very positive that the focus is there on housing sector. This is again going to help develop the infrastructure. It's not only about creating houses, cleaning up the groundwork, and then also laying the roads, etc., to connect these hamlets where the housing will be developed. I'm sure this will further help spruce up the rural economy. So from infrastructure development, I think the various elements have been covered. And if I expand this a bit, normally when we talk about infrastructure development, we think roads, highways, airports. But the Honorable Finance Minister has also spoken about investment into the railway sector. Now, again, very, very important. I want to touch one more element is the logistics cost in India is like around 12 to 13%. I'm sure with a more dedicated freight corridors, with better connectivity, the overall logistics cost also will come down, which will further help benefit the economy and the industry.
Mr. Shetty, do you see a timeline for these 2 crore houses to be added? As Mr. Hiranandani said, this budget is primarily directional, that housing is seen as a key priority for the government, but do you see a timeline?
No, I agree with Mr. Hiranandani. I think this is more of a directional budget. It talks about what the government is looking at. I'm sure as we move forward, particularly maybe in the month of July, we will see more of those elements where the timelines will be mentioned. But again, for the industry, it is very heartening that the government is looking at this important sector.
All right. Niranjan Hiranandani, yeah, you wanted to make a point. Go ahead, Niranjan.
Yeah, the estimates which were first put out by the ministry was talking about a target of 2 million houses to be done in 5 years' time. So probably the PMAY scheme will look at 2 crore houses. The breakup of urban and rural has not been mentioned, but I think that will also come out in detail because those estimates were being prepared both for the urban and rural areas. We do think that at least 5 years' time is the target, which is aggressive, but I think they will be able to achieve it because they have already got the previous experience of PMAY scheme. We have asked, and the industry has asked for certain modifications in the rules and regulations for the purposes of getting the benefit of it, because cities like Mumbai and others where they had put a top line in terms of the price of the product could not get the benefit of this PMAY scheme, and that's why some recommendations from the associations have come up.
Rajdeep, one of the things that we need to take note of, and Saurav, you can also jump in on this, is what is considered affordable in the other parts of the country is not affordable at all in Mumbai. But the key recognition behind this announcement could be the fact that affordable housing as a segment for the upwardly mobile set of people moving from rural India into our cities for jobs and for growth, they are finding affordable housing extremely difficult, extremely expensive. Post-COVID, that trend has accentuated where you are seeing premium luxury housing projects being announced. The newspapers are full of ads all the time, whereas that segment has suffered. So in some ways, this is also smart politics, Rajdeep, where that growing, the middle bellies, really to say, in our large urban conglomerations does not have access to good housing. Apna ghar, अपने पैसे का घर, अपने सर पे छत जो अपना कमाया हुआ हो, that is missing, and this again will feed into a certain kind of sentiment, and I constantly see that there is smart politics behind such announcements and decisions being taken.
Saurabh?
No, you're absolutely right. I think the affordable housing problem was a real one, and I think this scheme is directly aimed at trying to assuage some part of that, because as people who are in the housing segment, and Mr. Hiranandani will be very, obviously he knows much better than many of us, is that there is a huge gap in affordable housing, and just like you pointed out, the whole focus has been on premium housing, newer projects, but the affordable housing, particularly for the migration, the population which comes from the semi-urban areas into urban as the workforce moves, is very, very important. However, I want to also bring on the table one other issue which we've not yet discussed, Rajdeep, which is the issue of disinvestment, the disinvestment target of 50,000 crore. What is, Mr. Garg, would you like to come in on that? What is your sense of whether this is achievable given the kind of performance which we've seen over the last couple of years?
So, two things. Number one, the disinvestment target for the current year has been reduced to 30,000.
Yes.
And for the next year, it has been capped at 50,000. My sense is that the government has literally given up on the privatization and disinvestment. These lowly targets, at one point a year, this was capped at 2.1 lakh crore or something. Correct. Today we are talking about 30,000 crore or something. On the contrary, the investment in public sector undertakings is going up sharply.
Mr. Garg, I want to interrupt you here because I have followed up this point with successors of yours in the finance ministry, and one thing they tell us, where is the pipeline? How much can you disinvest? And please also look at dividends as part of the overall proceeds. You know the switch that happened earlier. Disinvestment as sale proceeds would be different from annual surpluses that were given. But the key point here is the IDBI sale. What is your sense? Is the FY25 higher target on account of the belief that the government may manage to privatize IDBI just as it did Air India?
So, the first question, that where is the pipeline or where is the space? All your banks which are doing so well have government equity from 80 to 90%. You can disinvest enormous amount in your banking sector, barring SBI, which has about, I think, 56, 57%.
So, can this be done? Because, the banking privatization is 30 decades.
It can be done. It was supposed to be done, and it should be done.
But why is it not being done? That's the key
point
question.
about disinvestment, we've seen this over the years. It's the ball that's always kicked forward in the hope that the next government, the next budget will take.
This is where, having seen it at close quarters, I admire the strength of the Indian bureaucracy. And Subhash may
strength or the resilience?
Well, resilience or etc. See, the public. In other words, in my older days, I used to call this as state capitalism. And there's a feature of state capitalism versus private capitalism. And state capitalism trumps for various reasons, for many reasons. And I think this will continue. But the fact is that it should be done. And, and I can say it now, is that in my view, the merger of the banks as compared to the privatization of those banks has done much less benefit than what the privatization would have done.
Rajdeep,
yes, Mr. Majumdar. One by one. Yes, sir.
Kumar, I just wanted to tell you, given the track record even of this year, this fiscal and the reduction of do you think it can be done? The 50,000 crore also looks like a steep one. The other point I'm making is, can you really, you've missed many market opportunities when the market was at its peak. This is all about timing the market, right? You can't really time the market is what everybody knows. Yeah. But, you've missed out on a lot of opportunities which you could have done.
I completely agree, but the point is that I've already admitted to the fact that state capitalism trumps.
Okay, state capitalism trumps. As a former bureaucrat, you agree that the bureaucrats beyond the point are not going to accept unleashing these energies.
I entirely agree. The bureaucracy and the politicians both are by their nature against the privatization. If you want to see this clearly demonstrated, go to the Power Ministry stocks. Yeah. Power Ministry has one of the best public sector entities to disinvest and sell. What happened to PFC buying REC? What happened to two other companies which were bought by NTPC? No one wants privatization. Now, privatization is still difficult because you're leaving the asset into the private hands. Disinvestment is not leaving the asset. So there, by the way, now the public sector companies' market cap is over 70 lakh crores. 50,000 crore is not even 1% of that.
Exactly.
So this is sheer, I think, disinterest and completely giving up.
Let me just stop you for a moment because Siddharth has another guest joining us. Sanjeev Bajaj, Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj FinServ, joins us. Siddharth.
Sanjeev, welcome to India Today. Your key takeaway, solid, no controversies, no shocks, no surprises, and the best possible outcome in an interim budget in in recent memory. Sanjeev, is that how you would read it?
So I was enjoying hearing the conversation prior to me joining, but yes, I look at this as a balanced budget, keeping in mind that it's a vote on account. It continues on the public sector capex spends, and as we can see, I think that's higher by about 11% or so. It is a socially inclusive budget. We know that's important for a country like India, and it's something that this current government has been pursuing as well. And at the same time, the government is showing that they are following the fiscal prudence path that they laid out a few years ago. I don't think you can ask for more at this point of time. Of course, the next budget that comes up with the new government, we hope for that to lay out the path, as I think both the Prime Minister mentioned and the FM prior to that, in line with the goal towards Amrit Kaal. I hope we will see some significant more announcements at that time.
Will the burden continue to be on the government when it comes to infrastructure development and so many other areas? Because the question in government that is asked and sometimes not said publicly is, where is the private sector? Why is it not coming forward now that the big banking cleanup has also been done by the Modi government?
So that's a very fair question. Governments cannot keep funding capex for a country, and a country as large and one with the kind of opportunity that India has. And yet there are moments in time where, for multiple factors, the private sector is not able to come up to speed. And we have seen the external uncertainties that we are facing, even and continue to face. Look at where the rest of the globe is. Look at what happened from the pandemic and just the amount of time it takes to get back to speed. End of the day, private sector will invest when there is sufficient demand and capacity utilization has taken place, because eventually that capital that we raise, we have to go and pay that back as well. Government has greater leeway. And I must say this government has taken the bull by its horn and said that, yes, we will step in when required. We are already starting to see some signs, some of the early sectors, basic raw materials, we are seeing in housing, construction, we are seeing capex, good production, some of these sectors which are used by other industries to propel their growth. We are seeing new investment in the last 4 to 6 quarters coming there. And I'm hopeful that as our economy continues to chug along at the current pace, and we do not see any significant negatives externally, that you will, in the next 4 to 6 quarters, start seeing more and more industries announce their own private new capex.
But do you see domestic demand also growing? I mean, this has been a question over the last few years. Earlier, it was suggested because of COVID, demand was subdued. But we are now 2 years out of COVID, and there is still no dramatic rise, Sanjeev, in demand. So, what is it that's going to trigger greater domestic demand and consumption?
Post-COVID, the initial spurt in demand we saw was because of the kind of money that came into people's hands, what the government did and the benefits towards that. We then saw some amount of slowing in that demand, and this is because overall growth was still not moving. Now, on the back of 3 years of very strong capex on the public side, we can see a multiplier effect start to happen more so in urban India when it comes to growth. Rural India is still soft at this point of time. The last monsoon was not great. Plus, I believe that a lot of the subsidies that were increased during the COVID period, as those have been brought down understandably, it has taken some money away from people's hands. So yes, so let's hope that we have another good monsoon. That is important for us. And as I mentioned, if our external situation remains reasonably controlled, I can't say it's suddenly going to disappear, but if it does, I think you will start seeing demand, especially on the consumer side initially, start off in India. And that's very important. We need more jobs because those jobs are then going to create demand for the future.
Saurav here, just to add to what you're saying, there is a view also that given the global headwinds, the uncertainties in the global market for Indian corporates, and the fact that, like you just mentioned, rural demand still continues to be soft. Do you see the government having to continue for another couple of years or about 2 or 3 years this whole heavy lifting of public capital expenditure?
It's very difficult to say that because, I can also see as a concern for the government, their interest payments is now nearly 39% of their receipts. So that's not a position that they would want to be for a long period of time as well. So really what you're asking me to do is to look into a crystal ball and tell you what the economy is going to look like going forward. I think at this point of time, it's anybody's guess. I cannot say that I can see a clear path ahead that's a 8% growth path, but neither do I see one that's 5%, for example.
Niranjan, you want a final word before you leave us? Are you as bullish in the short term?
I wanted to answer Saurabh that I see a 10 to 15% growth in the housing sector. If the interest rates comes down, which I think Sanjeev will be able to guide us maybe better, I would tell you that if the interest rates come down by 1.5%, the affordable housing growth will shift from 2% growth to 10 to 12% growth. So actually the affordable housing sector is...
I don't know, that's an excellent point, and Mr. Rajiv Kumar here said not happening. But Sanjeev, the question to you, has the government's announcement today created the circumstances for the Reserve Bank of India to start perhaps earlier than expected a reversal of the interest rate hike cycle? Will interest rates and the cost of money for housing, for example, go down?
One, I do believe, and as we can see also in the last couple of months, that rates seem to have peaked. You have to say seem to have because the situation still continues to be uncertain externally. Second, Fed has, as you know, held rates. There is a significant expectation of rate cuts in the US through 24. So it's a matter of when rather than if. And yes, with today's announcement on the greater fiscal prudence, a path that the government, the FM chalked out 3 years ago, it will create greater confidence. What happens next week, we'll have to wait and watch.
Has North Block created better circumstances for Mint Street next week? The point that Sanjeev is hinting towards. Does Shaktikanta Das now have lesser pressure from North Block on account of the conservative numbers,
I think so. The fiscal consolidation path that they are following, it's not a loose fiscal policy that's been now announced in this budget. So, but I don't see an imminent reduction in interest rates by this MPC or even the next one. I see the reduction coming in the second half of this year.
Your view on this point?
In my sense, the RBI's interest rate policy was not really too much dependent or guided by the fiscal deficit. It was more about the situation in the economy in general. And since the inflation is what they target, though in my judgment, the inflation in India is primarily on the food and agricultural side, not the real core inflation. So they had guided that, that was what was guiding. So the reduction in fiscal deficit to 5.1% for the next year is not going to be a very material factor. What is the larger factor which is being hinted? There is a global downturn trend in inflation, and accordingly the Fed and other will start declining or reducing the interest rate now. And in our situation also, maybe a couple of months down the line, we will see the reduction. But incidentally, that has a very poor effect on the banking stocks. Because today, the housing interest rate is all linked to virtually the repo rate. So if repo rate goes down, the housing rate goes down, and the margins of the bank squeeze.
But the overall impact of a lower interest rate and therefore a spur or therefore a boost to the housing sector is very good for the economy. Because the housing has a huge number of backward linkages. And I think, therefore, I wish what Mr. Hiranandani was saying will happen. But I don't see a 150 basis point reduction in interest rates. Maximum, I would say, in year 24, about 75 basis points reduction in interest rates going forward.
Can I though just ask the risk factor? Because those in industry are often reluctant to look at potential risks ahead, but especially on budget day. Sanjeev, you're still with us. Do you see any major risk factors going ahead in the next 4 months? It appears at the moment, speaking to those in corporate India and industry, they've discounted the 2024 elections. They too seem to believe that the Modi government is in pole position to get re-elected. But are there other risk factors there? Is there a sense that that could change things between now and July, since July seems to be the next big date?
Other than the political risk, I think just the risk of an escalation in war, the risk and the impact on that. Let's keep in mind, last couple of years, our oil prices, and as a result of that, our inflation has stayed in good control. It's also declined on the CPI side, as we can see. So to me, that can be a risk if externalities go out of hand. Second is that, yes, if we see uncertainty and at some point of time, the government cannot continue to keep funding our own growth. Private sector has to step in. And for the reasons we all understand, private sector, you have to respect capital. So private sector will step in only when they see a reasonable amount of certainty. So to me, these are associated risks which are real. It's at the back of our mind. I don't see them as very high risks at this point of time, but they do exist.
So, in my judgment, political risk may not be that, but the real risk to their profitability in the corporate sector is the capex. There is a 50,000 rupees reduction in the current year's capex from 10 to about 9.5, and the next year's growth is also smaller than what it is expected. If that doesn't get delivered, if there is a reduction in the capex going forward for whatever reason, that to my mind is a bigger risk to the corporate profitability.
But interesting, Siddharth, and this is the been the major takeaway from today's budget, is the sense of confidence that the government seems to have of re-election. We've been comparing it to 2019 and the period between February and May of 2019. Do you believe that at least over the next 4 or 5 months, people will wait to see what happens in May, irrespective of this seeming inevitability that of a re-election, and then take their choices post that, wait to see what happens in the July budget? This will be a pause period. A number of big ticket projects will be on pause mode.
Just as our general budgets have become lesser in the overall framework and size and scale of the Indian economy, I think budgets and their relevance politically has also decreased. Look at this government's decision-making strategy. There was an import duty cut that had to be done, was done 24 hours before budget. So budgets' relative importance in that sense is different. Of course, it is as the government of India's balance sheet grows, the numbers will become bigger, debate will have to exist. But the broader point, Rajdeep, as far as the politics and the comparison with 2019 is concerned, the Seawater Consumer Survey, one of the most startling points there, and that was featured all across our group since yesterday, is the fact that despite the pain of inflation, optimism remains and trust on Prime Minister Modi and his guarantees, implicit and otherwise, remains at the highest level. And if you were to compare this interim budget with interim budget announcements during, for example, Finance Minister P. Chidambaram's era, you will see that credibility is at the core of this. There is no wool over the eyes statements or announcements.
Are you saying Mr. Chidambaram had no credibility? Siddharth Zarabi is saying that when Chidambaram would make announcements, I think his 2014 was
politically. They were targeted politically. That's the point I'm trying to make. There was a clear political target. I'm not saying that he was not a credible person.
No, so was Piyush Goyal in 2019.
Well,
right?
yes, but 2019, the political context was different. That's the point, Rajdeep. But let me toss it back to you. You track this better than the best. What is the Hawa right now versus 2019?
No, I keep maintaining the big difference between 2019 and 2024 is that unlike 2019, where there was a sense that the opposition had a fair chance, there's a general belief that this is a done deal. I mean, it's a word I hate to use because at the end of the day, there's, Janta Janardhan. This is a country of 1.4 billion people. Who knows what the voter may think come tomorrow. As of today, there's a sense that it's a done deal. And that seems to reflect in the way this, the budget was delivered. The general belief that let's not, if it ain't broke, don't fix, you don't need to do anything dramatic. That, to my mind, has driven the overall sense of this government.
Rahul Kanwal said this, and I added another D to it. Davos, the mood on India was fantastic, fastest growing.
Davos is not a general election. This Davos factor has to stop.
Let me add to that. And then he said, from Davos to devotion, covering the Ram temple Pran Pratishtha. And today when we cover the deficit that the Modi government, the roadmap that is unveiled, there are 3 Ds, Davos, devotion and deficit, and the government scoring and India scoring very highly on all 3.
Okay, but you're learning from the Modi way of doing things, telling us the 3 Ds. But Davos doesn't decide a general election. They might like to believe that they can decide what happens in a general election. Neither do the men in suits decide general elections in this country.
Every foreign investor that I spoke with
yes.
had only good words to say on record, and I know you'll ask me even off record, Rajdeep. So there is clearly no doubt that as far as the world is concerned, they expect and they want a 3rd term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. No doubt on it at all.
Okay, so, and it's interesting, you see the political resonance that Mr. Modi brings into budget speeches. Lakshadweep, for example, to specifically mention it, give a sort of pump up to his own visit to Lakshadweep a few weeks ago and say that it's going to become a tourist hub. That is, I believe...
Are you saying that it was a poke in the eye towards another island?
No. You see whether it is that we are going to focus on the eastern part of the country. That will resonate possibly in newspapers tomorrow or in channels in the east of the country, which is a potential growth area for the government because they maxed out in northwest and central India. When you speak of Lakshadweep, you're sending out a message that, look, I've gone there and this was not just a tourist photo op. I want to sort of build a tourist infrastructure around Lakshadweep. The idea that you use every photo, every image, every message to create a sense that we are moving ahead.
Why isn't it simply a development announcement? Lakshadweep needs development. Lakshadweep needs tourist facilities. Its infrastructure is underdeveloped.
Yes.
I mean, it's just simple as that. Why bring in politics in everything that you can see? I mean,
No, in the sense
I told you about
the sense that Lakshadweep has probably come into a budget speech for the first time.
Well, that's
it's
good.
come in a few weeks. It's come in a few weeks after the Prime Minister went. So to build these connects.
And even the eastern region, as I explained to you earlier, that's where the concentration of the poverty is. That's where all the migrants are coming from. If they get development and jobs are generated there, I think it's better on all accounts.
I agree. Saurabh, what's your biggest takeaway when you sort of look at this budget, interim budget, particularly compared to 2019? Is that the sense you get, a more self-confident government in a better place, a sweeter spot than it was 5 years ago?
Clearly, as I said earlier, Rajdeep, the economy, as the government sees it for surely, is in a sweet spot. So they feel that they are well positioned to lay out a roadmap for the future. And it's not even a roadmap, it is basically a statement of intent. The roadmap will come as they seem to be confident about in the next term. And in the first budget of the next term, which is in July. So it is, in a sense, in their minds, of course, it's a done deal. They do believe that it's a continuum in that sense. So whether it is 2019 and 2024, and then after the elections, it is a continuing. And it's important in that sense.
Can I just throw one word? The word count, and India Today has been doing that. This is, of course, the Prime Minister 42 times, tax 42 times, policy 35 times, government 26, Bharat 24, scheme 16, farmer 15, opportunity 13, economy 12, reforms 12, women 11, GST 11, growth 10, states 10, vaccine 6, airport 6, IIT 5, Atmanirbhar Bharat 4, fish 4, inflation 3, Awas Yojana 3, Lakshadweep twice, Ram Mandir twice, Vande Bharat twice. 2 words, according to some, conspicuously missing this time, jobs and employment.
But Prime Minister 42 times.
Yes. Rajdeep, I just have quick some numbers that you asked me about Chidambaram. 2014, 35,000 crore off the line, below the table, outside the budget, oil marketing and fertilizer subsidy. Plan expenditure reduced by 80,000, delayed payments of 8,000 crore plus to infrastructure companies, all to shore up the deficit. That credibility or the lack of it from then to 10 years of Modinomics, I think there can be no argument against that. This government, whenever it gives the numbers, Mr. Garg may point out certain actual revised expenditure estimates and some tinkering within the schemes, but the big picture clearly is in favor of Modinomics.
Okay, I have to end the show because my producer says we have to have some advertising also. Since we've had non-stop coverage without any ad breaks, but I appreciate all of you joining us. That's a debate that will continue. Modinomics versus Manmohanomics. I think Siddharth has already delivered a bit of a verdict. He can deal with Mr. Chidambaram on another day for his response to that. But thank you all very much for joining us on our special coverage. Our budget coverage continues. Lots of special programming here on India Today, and of course, Business Today television as well. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Bye for now. How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV. In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kanwal, only on India Today. In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show